and this will be posted online. I'm setting up a Google Drive for everyone. So all these presentations, the supplemental materials will be uploaded after each class. And then I'll send you out a link, a reminder for the next meeting. And then that link to that Google Drive will be there. So if you need to go back and review the information, it will be there. So, okay, back to plants. Basic. We have non-vascular and vascular plants. Our non-vascular are considered our primitive plants, like our liverworts, mosses. They basically lack conductive tissue for circulation, for water and nutrients, and they are confined to a moist environment. So you will see a lichen or you will see a moss that's attached to something. It'll be attached to a rock. It will be attached to a tree. A lichen is a combination of an algae and a bacteria. You see that on trees a lot. It can be a symptom of stress in the tree, but it kind of acts like symbiotic. When it rains, the rain comes over those lichens and it actually adds some nutrient to the soil. And so it actually is helpful, but you still may want to do a soil test to make sure that you're right on track with your plants. So usually these plants are small, they're relatively dull in appearance, unless you're crazy and you like mosses. I like to go through the woods, and you can actually dig and transfer moss. I get a lot of questions on how can I get rid of the fescue out of my yard and just grow moss, because everybody gets so tired of trying to grow turf grass in Tennessee. So they'll build moss gardens and reduce their turf areas, and it makes it a little bit easier to manage. But our most important plants that we will be discussing are our vascular plants, and they include both flowering and non-flowering plants are going to be very diverse. Living in Tennessee, we have more plant species than I think just about any other state. So if you move here from another state and your allergies are going now, you might as well just go ahead and hit the allergist or get some local honey, because you're going to have allergies in Tennessee just because of the multitude of plants that we have in Tennessee. But vascular plants have a root system, they have a shoot system, and that makes them able to establish and thrive in many different environments. Now, our plants, parts, and functions, we're going to go over those individually. Turn the volume up. Okay. But typically, when we look at our plants, these are your basic parts. We've got your flowers, we've got your leaves, you have your nodes. It's fine, it didn't give me a clicker. It's hard to do it from here. Okay, up here you see your flowers, you see your leaves, you see the inner nodes. We need to, Finus, I need your clicker. There it is, okay. So if I get behind away from this, I need to use the other one. Okay, as I need to get back from behind the podium. So basically what we're looking at here is this not working. Plug the end.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right. I can't teach and stay behind the podium. So, okay. So we're going to look here. And of course, this is not going to show up. Okay. We have our flowers. We have our leaves. We have our nodes. We have our inner nodes, the stem and the root system. That's the basic plant parts that you need to know. If you're going to be cutting plants and making starts, it's very important to look at where these stems, the nodes, and the place in between. The node is kind of like the bud. Okay, you see there where it's pointing at a node. Well, a bud is going to grow from that area. And you have an inner node. The inner node is that space in between. So if you're going to be taking a cutting, let's say you want to make a hydrangea, you've got a hydrangea that you like at home, okay? You're going to take a clipping, you're going to remove those leaves, you're going to cut it at an internode, and then you're going to trim that internode off, and you're going to stick that in some good potting soil, starting mix, and that's where your new plant would grow roots. Okay, so it grows roots, and it will also grow stems. Your apical bud at the top is what we refer to as it has apical dominance. So when you top a tree or you head a shrub, when you take off that apical dominance that keeps it from growing straight up and down, then it branches out. So apical dominance is very important on a lot of our trees and plants because you want to keep them in a certain shape. Okay, so you have to be careful on some of your flowers. Yeah, but if you have a tree that's growing real tall and straight, you take that top bud off and you're going to have more branching on the side to work with. And then as you prune, you go up the tree and you take off what you need to. So, but we basically have a shoot system and a root system. So the principal parts are divided into reproductive. Okay, reproductive is going to be your flower buds, your flowers, your fruits, and your seed. So vegetative parts, when a plant is in vegetative or veg stage, that includes your roots, stems, leaves, and leaf buds. So many vegetable parts are asexual. Vegetation, you can do vegetation, it's all tied up here. Reproductive vegetation by cuttings, grafting, layering, or you can do by seed. So if you want to get an exact replica of a tree or plant, that would be an asexual reproduction, and you would do a cutting, a layering, things like that we'll mention a little bit later. Okay, so here's your lilac. Again, here's an example of your node and your internode. So you would make your cut just below that node, remove those top leaves, and put that plant down in the ground, and that way you would get a whole new plant if you wanted to start new plants from your lilac. But the stems on the plant are going to be the part that they work for storage, they support the buds, the flowers, the leaves. They're going to transport the water and the minerals and the sugar through the plants. As I said, the points where the leaves develop along the stem are called the nodes, and that area in between is called the internode. And the length of that internode depends on a lot of different factors. If you have vigorous growing, you will get very long internodes, and they'll be your plants will look kind of stretchy. If you have shorter, tighter internodes, that's a little bit better for a shorter, stockier type plant. So you can reduce light intensity, and in those areas of high foliage density, that may increase the length of the internodes. So if they don't get enough light, they can be kind of stretchy. All right, come on. So stems, many plants will root more easily at that node, and some will root only at the nodes. But your short, stocky plants are more likely to develop when plants grow in strong light and have adequate spacing and are only moderately fertilized. And I know we've been talking a lot about the price of fertilizer here lately. A lot of our plants don't need to be heavily fertilized. It's more based on your pH and what is available in the soil, and cover cropping and doing things like that to put nitrogen back in your soil naturally. And you'll be able to save a little bit of money on those nitrogen inputs. But as we go through our programs through the next 7 months, you'll learn more about that too. So a shoot is just a young stem with the leaves present. A twig is a stem that is less than 1 year old and has no leaves yet, usually because it's in dormancy. A branch is a stem that has been there for more than 1 year, and it's the beginning of your lateral stems on a tree. A trunk is the main stem of the plant. So you have the trunk, you have branches, you have twigs, and you have shoots. And then we also have vines. Of course, we all know what a vine is. It just produces a long trailing stem, and it has a structure which will attach itself to a fence or some type of a structure. It does have parts on it that will connect to the vines. The canes we usually refer to as caneberries or cane bearing plants like blackberries, raspberries. They will grow by canes, or roses also grow by canes. So we will be, when we talk about those, we will be mentioning cane removal. Like on blackberries, there'll be a couple different types of canes that you have to remove in pruning to make sure that they are blooming every year. Now, your internal structure, I try to think of plants as like a human being. Okay, we have a vascular structure. Okay, and if you get cut in your leg, okay, that's going to stop the flow of blood to the rest of your body. Okay, so if you're trimming around a tree and you cut through the tree and it goes through the cambium and it cuts off the xylem and phloem movement, then that's when you start to see the upper canopy of the tree start to die. So basically the xylem, the phloem, the cambium is the vascular system of a tree. And if you injure that, you're going to injure the entire plant. Okay. Cambium and the meristemic tissue. The cambium is the actively growing part of the plant. That is where cell division is going on. That's where upper growth and outer growth is both going on. The apical meristem, I mentioned that earlier, is responsible for stem elongation. So if you want a plant to go long, you're going to let that plant grow long. But if you want to keep it short, tight, and make more lateral branching, then you cut off that apical meristem, the tip, and you'll get more side lateral branching. And the xylem and phloem conduct water and nutrients. They're manufactured substances through the plant. So we call that the vascular tissue of the plant. Okay, so we have two different arrangements on the plants. They are dicots and monocots. So basically, di means two, mono means one. And so our dicots have vascular tissue that are arranged in rings. And so a tree will be a dicot. Okay, most of your plants that you deal with are dicots. Your monocots are your grasses, and they have veins arranged in bundles. Come on, picture. There we go. Okay. So it's real easy to see on a tree. If you've cut a tree down and you've looked at a tree cookie, you can actually go through and you can identify the phloem, the cambium, the xylem, and then there's the pith, the middle of the tree. So when you injure a tree, okay, let's use my favorite thing of tree topping, okay? When they take off a limb, okay, let's say they just took off my limb, my hand. All right, after a couple of years, that end of that branch is a blunt cut. It's going to start to rot, but it's also going to have a bunch of little stems that come off like this, okay? And so year after year, those stems grow bigger and they get heavier and they're going to fall off. They're not connected. So that, because and that's how you can really see the dicots. You can see that in there, and you can see that on the top trees. Corn is a little bit different. Your grasses, we don't really have to worry about this too much unless you're going to be looking at it under a microscope, but it's just the difference in the way that they grow. The corn is a typical monocot. Your trees will be dicots. And monocots lack the cambium tissue, so it's not so hard. You can mow your grass without killing the whole thing because it's got a different stem cell structure than a dicot. Okay? But dicots increase their diameter. That's why a tree keeps getting not only taller, but it gets rounder and rounder because that cambium is building. So if knowing the structure, this gives an example of a rodent chewing the bark off a tree. It can be a lawnmower, it can be a weed eater, anything that whacks up against that tree and causes an injury, gets into that cambium layer and can cause that tree to die. This information is also essential in grafting so that you know where your cambium tissue is, so that when you have a root stock, you're grafting another type of tree on top of that, and that cambium all has to meet and grow together. Okay. So most of your fruit trees, your roses, a lot of other plants are grafted right now. You'll have one root stock, and then you'll have your desirable plant on the top. So they're basically hooked together. Finest, make sure I stay on time because we get started a little bit late. So monocots, when they're first growing, it's very easy to see. You have cotyledons. If you think about a little bean plant, you go back to maybe elementary school where y'all grew a bean in a little plastic bag with a piece of damp newspaper. Okay, the monocot, you're going to see one stem come out, and they're going to be straight. They will have just straight veins. Okay, there may be some flower parts. They'll be in multiples of 3s. And you have that primary vascular bundles in the stem. So corn, grass, some of your lilies are what we call monocots. So they have one cotyledon. Okay, if you look here, you'll see a dicot has 2 cotyledons. And so when that starts to germinate, when you're starting your little seeds, you're going to see 2 little stems come up, 2 little leaves come up. Okay, whereas with the grass, you're just going to see a one single stem. Okay, and usually they have some type of a net type leaf, flowers in petals of 4 or 5s, whereas our monocots were like in 3s. They are in a ring, so you could cut that in half and actually identify those rings. And then that would be an example there with about 6, 8. Now, plants are classified by how long they live. Annuals typically produce seed, die within one growing season. That would be your cantaloupe, your corn, your marigolds, your annuals, what we consider one season. Now, a lot of your annuals are considered perennials in different climates. Okay. And your annuals, they also put a different swing on things because they will reseed themselves and come back every year. And so they kind of act like a perennial, but they're actually coming back from seed. The plant itself dies, it goes to flower, makes its seed, lays down that seed, and that will come back the next year. Biennials are another tricky one. They actually bloom in their second year. So they have foliage the first year that will come up and will not flower. The next year, the foliage comes up, it makes a flower, it goes to seed, and then that seed lays down. And if it starts up again, then it goes through the cycle again. That one seed start a new plant. Every second year, you'll get an actual flower from it. So snapdragons, hollyhocks. If you would go and buy snapdragons at the store and they're blooming at that time, that means they're in their second year. That means they've been grown in the greenhouse that first year, foliage growth, and then the second year they are sold because they're in flower. So is that clear to everybody? Kind of make sense? Okay, yes. Yes, if you want them to reseed, just go ahead and leave them where they are. Do like a gentle cleanup, and I kind of rough up the soil where I want them to come back. Yeah, carrots and cabbage. It's actually it's best to plant your carrots, cabbage. Well, you plant your carrots and stuff like that in the fall, and then you actually get a spring, and they go to seed the next spring. If you don't get to harvest them quick enough. Okay, I seen another hand. Nope, nope, okay. Okay, so we have annuals, we have biennials, and then we have perennials. Now, our perennials live 3 years or more. And of course, we think of our woody plants, our trees and shrubs as perennials. They have shoots, roots, all that survive many years. Herbaceous plants, that's going to be more of like your, maybe some of your wildflowers, your hosta, irises, lilies, many of the wildflowers. Now they grow as perennials. Now when we get a freeze in the winter, that will kill back the top growth, but as long as the root system stays alive, that plant will come back every year. And the perennials can be divided. Like right now, the Easter lilies are blooming and some of them are starting to come to the close on the bloom season. So if you want to remember what color you're moving from one place to another, this would be a good time to dig up your daffodils and move them, divide them and move them to different places. Okay. So, so those are still perennials, but they're bulbs. So different types of root systems. The leaves are the primary organs to manufacture food. Actually, they're not making food, they are making sugars, they're storing carbohydrates that go down into the root system of the plant that keeps them surviving from year to year. If something happens during the photosynthesis time, and something limits photosynthesis, especially in trees, your trees are going to be weaker that second year because they have to use up extra reserves, and until they just kind of their immune system breaks down and they start to die because they're not getting enough photosynthesis during the time that they need it. Okay, so they do produce their own foods, sugars. The leaves can be narrow leaves like pine needles, or they can be broad leaves like other plants. We have narrow green, evergreens and deciduous. Enormous diversity of leaf shapes. If you are interested in doing more like taxonomy and identifying plants, get you a good field ID book, a key, and just go out into the woods. And it's easier to do it while they have leaves. You identify them by the leaf, the bark, by the arrangement of the leaves and such like that. So might be a good idea just to get you an ID book if you want to just walk through your woods and try to identify your trees. A lot of good ID books available. There are apps that you can put on your phone also that, as long as you're out where you've got internet, you could take a picture of a plant and put it into that app and it will tell you what it is, or it'll get close enough to where you can go through the pictures and make a good educated guess on what you've got. So okay, so generally we have leaf blade, we have the midrib, smaller veins, petiole, and that is the branch holding the leaf. Now with the petiole, we have petiole right there. Keep looking for my thing to work and it won't. Okay, in the petiole, you've heard of rose rosette. Has everybody heard of rose rosette? Okay, on rose plants, the knockout roses. We found that the little insect, the little mite that causes the rose rosette lives in the petiole. And so if you don't cut that off, I mean, you can control it throughout the growing season by cutting off the blooms and that petiole as they start to die back. As your blooms kind of die back, if you cut those off and destroy them, you can control the disease for the knockout roses. But there's your petiole, there's your blade, there's your leaf. And the principal function of the leaf is photosynthesis to make those sugars, feed the plant. They can be flat, they can be different shape, they can be corrugated on the sides, but they conduct the waters, the sugars, and the other items that the tree or plant needs to live. But their principal function is photosynthesis to make food for the plant, and they've got to have light to do this. So the greatest division between leaf types is the deciduous trees and the evergreen trees. So our evergreens are pine, or evergreens pine. Those are all evergreen trees, and shrubs or oaks would be more of a deciduous, or hickory that lose their leaves. Okay, ahead of myself. So, but even evergreen trees will shed their leaves every year. I usually get calls in the fall about white pines dropping all their leaves. Well, it may be drought connected at the end of the season, but more than likely it's connected to just the fact that it's dropping its old leaves. So even though it's an evergreen tree, it's still going to drop its needles at some point in time so that new ones can come on. And deciduous trees, we all know the leaves all come off in the fall. We have certain oak trees like pin oaks. The leaves will not come off until the new buds start to push them off. So if you start noticing and looking around and you see oak trees right now that still have the leaves kind of hanging on, well, those are going to be pushed out pretty soon by the new buds that come on, and then they'll fall off. Again, this is some major botany for you. Think of the leaf. It has a protective layer, just like we do on our skin. Okay, the cuticle is going to be one of the most important, because your skin has an outer covering. Okay, then you have the upper epidermis, and then you go into these different layers. If any of the inside layers are damaged, or you damage that cuticle, that gives access for a disease or an insect to go into. Okay, so the cuticle and the epidermis is really a protection for the leaf. That's a thicker part. So once an insect or disease gets down into these other parts, then you can kind of you'll have disease problems forming as they go along. This is actually how a cell breathes. Okay, you look down here at the base, there's the cuticle, and you see the stoma and the guard cells. That's kind of how the tree breathes. Okay, they're little bitty holes, and that's where the respiration happens. And then you can see the xylem and the phloem and all that good stuff. But you don't have to memorize all that. Just have an idea of how that's how it's set up. Okay. Now, veination, this is another way of identifying trees. If we were to go out on a tree walk and do a tree identification, there'd be certain things I would have you do. Okay, you would gather the seed, and then you're going to look at it, and you're going to say, what type of veination does it have? It could be pinnate, palmate, parallel, dichotomous. Okay, so pinnate is number one here, just means that it has one vein. Palmate is more like your palm, like a maple tree. Parallel would be more like in your grasses. And then dichotomous, the ginkgo's just got to be a little bit different, and it has a dichotomous vein system. So when you're going through a plant key, it's going to ask you these different questions. So you got to have that leaf and that branch in front of you to be able to properly ID. Now, they can be simple or compound. A simple leaf is just a single leaf, like off a maple tree. You'll look at it, you'll have the leaf, you'll go down back to the stem, and you'll see a bud. Okay, that is one leaf. Now, if you have a compound leaf, like on a hickory tree, now the hickory tree, the one leaf is made up of a subset of leaves. Okay, so you will find a bud, and then you're going to have a long strand that has more leaflets coming out on either side. Okay, so that's a compound leaf. It attaches to the stem. Okay, and that would be a compound leaf, like a hickory. And then it gets more complicated than that, so I'm just going to kind of skip off on that. Show you some examples here. We have needle-like, scale-like, that would be on your pine cones. Again, this is going to help you identify what is on your property. If you're out there, wanting to do natural restoration and save certain trees, this will help you to identify them. Lots of different shapes, compounds. The lobes are also important. If you look in the very center, you're going to see what we call a pinnately lobed white oak. Okay, and see how it's rounded on the ends. I'm not sure why we don't have a red oak up there, but a red oak, instead of being rounded, will be more pointed and have a little stem coming out the end. So you can at least identify and say, hey, I've got a white oak or I've got a red oak. Okay. The leaf arrangement is very important on identification. When you have leaves that are opposite, they're buds, the leaves will be coming out directly opposite from each other, like a maple or a dogwood. They come out directly across from each other. And then we have, maple ash and dogwood. Alternate, I consider like a stair step. They're not straight across from each other. They're going to be like one comes out here and then one come out here, go up a little bit and then come out here, here, like your oak trees. So if you look on that and you'll see the bud arrangements will not be directly across from each other. Okay. So that's alternate. Opposite just means what it says. They're opposite of each other on that stem. So alternate would be oak, willow, sycamore. And it can get more difficult and go into whorled leaves, and they form more of a circle, and they will have 3 or more leaves at a node. And your catalpa tree would be one example of those that have whorled leaves. And so here again, your alternate, see, it's kind of like a stair step. We got the opposite straight across. Okay. The one on the right, okay, you're going to see the petiole, the bud would be down at the bottom, those 3 leaves, that would be like a compound leaf. Okay. I got a better picture of it now. So, the buds, we have leaf buds and we have flower buds. Buds grow at the nodes and the tips of the stem. But a bud is just a condensed form of a shoot that's going to grow into a limb or into a branch on a tree. And we have a terminal bud and we have the axillary or lateral buds. Who can remember what that the other term for terminal bud was? Okay, apical. So you get apical dominance, and that will reduce what? The height. Okay. So axillary or lateral bud, what do you think that is? Okay, instead of going up, they're going to go out. Okay, so again, you're going to cut that terminal bud off if you want it to branch, and then you get more axillary or lateral buds that come out on each side of the tree. So there we go. And you also have terminal buds on the stems too. So when you're rounding off, let's see, like if you want a boxwood, okay, you know how people like to keep their boxwoods rounded. They want them in a perfect square. Okay, basically when you trim them, you're trimming off all the apical dominance and you're trying to get them to be thicker and have more lateral stems inside. And then another group of identifications, you got that terminal bud, you got leaf scars, lateral axillary buds. Axillary buds can grow into lateral branches. This comes into, you need to pay special attention to this when you're pruning fruit trees. But you can make that cut from an axillary bud, like I was saying with fruit trees. Okay, I'll give an example. When you do a peach tree or a plum, we have two ways, a central leader or a vase shape. Okay, on a plum or a peach, you're going to take out that central leader. And so you will not have a central leader, and you'll end up with a vase shape. Okay, so if you cut those axillary buds on the center, you want to get them to where they're pointed toward the outside instead of growing crisscross, because you're trying to keep that open center vase shape on a peach or a plum. Now, if you had an apple tree, it would just be growing straight upwards. Okay, and if you wanted to reduce its height, you can tip off that top bud, and then you can tip off or start removing the side buds as you go along. Okay, and we're going to hear about that when we teach fruit class. So, but you can kind of manipulate your plant to the direction where you want it to grow. If you don't want it to grow to the inside, you're going to cut cut the bud at an angle to where that branch will grow outside. If you want it to grow in the center, then you cut it toward the center. But this bud's going to be the strongest at the new growing point and will grow in the direction that it points. Proper pruning angles are very important. You need to get close to the node. The first one you see is the correct way to make a cut on a tree or shrub. And you always want to make it at an angle. You do not want to leave a blunt cut like you're seeing in that third picture. Okay, so the first picture, that's pretty safe. That node is going to grow into a branch that is well attached to that main trunk of the tree. Now this one in the middle, you've cut a little bit close to the node, and that node is going to be weakly attached to the tree. And so when a storm or any weight comes on, it's just going to pull that off. And
hey, Carla, not sure if you can hear me. I can see video of the wall. This is Jim Blair. Good morning, by the way. It's not sharing the PowerPoint anymore, the presentation.
Uh-oh. Where's my IT guy go? Finest. Where's the IT person? Online, they're not seeing the video anymore.
Yeah, I can see you now. Good morning.
Hello.
I am very appreciative you guys have the Zoom going this morning, so thank you.
Okay. I don't know why that it quit. I'm not. Even my mouse does not want to work this morning. It's okay. Did it change now?
No, I still see live video of you guys. I don't think it's me. Again, maybe, you know what? Maybe it's me somehow. I can see the presentation now.
You can see the presentation now?
Yeah. I see the presenter view, which shows you the next chart also, which is still fine. That's a PowerPoint setting.
Yeah, but you should be able to see the
buds
slideshow, and it says buds.
Yes. Yep, I see it.
All right, I don't see your mouse. Can you hit that? Oh, it is.
Yeah, if we hit that, we're gonna knock them all off.
No, I was trying to see where his
Okay.
Do you need participants? Or?
Yeah, which one is he?
James Blair or Jim Blair. Not sure what screen name you see.
James Blair, right here. Start video, make co-host. So nothing I can do. Yes, it.
He can see the slides. He can see the slides, but is he trying to present?
You can see the slides, right?
I can see the slides now.
Okay. All right. We're good then. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yep. No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm back behind the podium. Okay, we talked about the terminal buds. The terminal buds on the plants create that auxin. And again, that's where the apical dominance comes from. It can inhibit the growth of nearby lateral or axillary buds. It's what we were calling apical dominance. We've kind of already been over that. It's going to be the strongest stem. You prune back to the nearest larger stem when you're pruning off, and do not leave the large stubs. Okay, this is a top tree that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. Now, those trees have been just, instead of taking off the branches that would be causing the problem, maybe getting them away from your house or away from the electric lines and such like that, they have just been topped over, rounded over. And those large stubs, they're going to have a proliferation of growth that is weakly attached and will actually cause more trouble in the long run than getting it pruned properly. If you talk to a certified arborist or somebody that is certified in tree care, they will know what to do, which branches to remove, because when you round off, you create more damage than you would have if you would have just let it go. Okay. Again, disease sets in when the water can sit on these stubs. That creates an area for diseases to enter, and then it just kind of goes through the tree, and it can cause a heart rot, which eventually causes the tree to die. So when you see a tree, especially right now that has been topped this hard, it's dead. It just doesn't know it yet. It will take a few years. And there are maples, especially maples, they would just keep sending up those thin little branches, but they're never going to develop into the stems, the natural canopy form of the tree. It's not going to happen. So that's why we don't recommend topping. We do recommend pruning, but we can go over that in another demonstration. Okay. Yes, the stems will produce limbs. We had a question about the stems that come back after topping, but yes, that also causes them to become very heavy. They're weakly attached to the main trunk or branch that was cut, and they will tend to fall off. Because it can be the weight of the leaves themselves, it can be ice, it can be a storm, just anything. A wind can knock those off. So when you're topping trees, you're creating more of a danger than if you would have just left them alone or pruned them properly. So our roots, their roots, of course, have helped absorb the moisture for the entire plant. Their functions kind of go beyond that. They transport moisture and nutrients to the base of the stem. They help to anchor the plant. Many of our trees do not have long, deep tap roots. So if you've noticed here lately with some of the winds and the tornadoes that we had, have you noticed the big oak trees when they fall over? Do you see a big taproot sticking out? Nope. That's going to grow for the first few years to anchor that plant. And then the most important roots are going to be in the top 6 to 12 inches of the soil. That's why it's so important to protect that tree out beyond the canopy, the drip line. Okay. But it does provide anchorage. You can use the roots for propagation and as food with some things. And so here we see the parts of the root. We have the root cap and we have root hairs. Those root hairs are very important. When you get a tree from a greenhouse or from a nursery that's in a balled and burlap, at least 50% of its roots have been taken off. Okay. And so you've got to get these feeder roots growing again. So if you plant that tree with the ball or the burlap and the wire intact, it's going to be very hard for those feeder roots to develop inside that burlap because the water cannot get to it. So you need to remove that when you plant a tree, especially if you're going into the landscape business. You got to remember, remove that, teach your techs to do that. But the root system also has the endodermis. Am I done? Okay, I'm going to wrap it up here. So flowers are usually the showiest part, and that's how you get your reproduction. You get your sexual reproduction from that. Also, the bright color, the fragrance is going to attract the pollinators that will come in. Here's your basic picture, plants and parts. If I were doing this with the master gardeners, you all would probably have a lily in front of you and we would be dissecting it. So the sepals are called the calyx, we have the petals, or it's called the corolla. The stamen is the male parts. It has the anther and the filament. And the pistil is the stigma style and ovary. Okay, and that's where your germination, fertilization, or not fertilization, germinization happens. That's where pollination occurs and the little seed forms. It falls down through into the ovary of the female, and that will swell and become the seed of the plant. Okay, here's a good one of cucumbers. Cucumbers and zucchinis have both male and female plants. Some vines will just come out with male plants. And so if you find that you have got just kind of short little flowers and they don't have that swelling at the bottom, as you can see here on the yellow flowers, the left is the male, the right is the female. That long extended part is going to be the ovary, and the stamens and the ovary, and that way the pollination can occur from the male plant. But it has to be done by an insect. An insect has to go from one to the other. It has to go from the male to the female to get it pollinated. So you may end up with a plant that has all males for some reason. Sometimes it just happens. So you may have to actually, take a little Q-tip and you can always fertilize your plant or germinate your plant yourself. But zucchini, cucumbers are the same way. Lots of different flower arrangements. If you took a longer botany class, you would learn all of this. I think I'm just going to stop here if that's okay, fine. It's okay. I mean, there's, like I said, this is a 2-hour presentation. I'm trying to get through in 45 minutes, but there's just one last one of your seed that is very important when you're planting your seed to kind of know these parts. The seed is the reproductive part of the plant. They have 3 main parts. The embryo is very important. The embryo feeds that plant until it can grow leaves and get out in the sunlight and start making its own food. It survives on what's called the endosperm, which is the food supply for the plant until it makes leaves. So, and there is a hard seed coat. A lot of times that hard seed coat has to be broken into stratified in order to germinate. So I'm going to go ahead and stop here. I apologize for having to go through that real quick. But is our next speaker here? Jason? Jason DeKoff should be our next speaker. Okay, questions? Yes, I will put the whole presentation on the Google Drive. If our next speaker is not here, I'll just keep going. I'll keep going. Okay. So seed growth, germination is critical. You have to have the right environment for your seeds to germinate. That is the beginning point of growth in a seed. For germination to occur, with cool season plants, you may need a little bit cooler temperature. Warm season plants are going to need a little bit warmer temperature to germinate. But you've got to have moisture, you've got to have oxygen, and you've got to have that favorable temperature and light. And so if you have shade loving plants and you're putting them in too much light, they don't like that light. So they may not germinate for you. Or if they do germinate, they're just not going to do well. Okay. And seeds may not germinate immediately. They may remain dormant for a long time. So why we have a lot of weed control problems is we have dormant seeds laying in the soil. And when you go pull a plow or you pull a tiller across that, you're opening up a whole gamut of seeds that have been dormant for a long time. They're in dormancy. And some seeds are harder to get to germinate because you do need to break into that seed coat. And so there's different ways of going about that. We call it stratification. They may need to be soaked, nicked with a file. Okay. All right. Seeds cannot germinate unless they're living, and they live longer when maintained in a cool and dry. Okay, so if you're saving your seeds, you want to keep them in a cool, dry environment. You can collect your seeds, let them dry, reseal the leftover seed packets. I like putting them in the freezer, except for corn. If you freeze corn, you're going to kill the germ and it will not germinate the next year, or you'll have a lot of reduced germination. So if you have corn left over, it's going to, its ability to germinate is going to be reduced year from year from year. So you can store that in a cool, dry place, but not in the freezer. Other seeds, you're usually good. That puts them in a dormant state, and you can put them in the freezer. It can be, there's a lot of different seeds. Like, I mean, like if you were growing persimmon or something like that, those have very hard seed coats. Any would have, and so they would have to be stratified or nicked with a knife. Sometimes you can just put them in cold water and let them soak, and that will break that hard seed coat. There's not many, no. I mean, a lot of people will stratify their okra. Okra seeds can have kind of a hard shell on them, and sometimes they need to be soaked overnight. Peas, you might soak overnight. It just depends on what you're trying to grow and kind of look back. I mean, mainly I find that problem with tree seeds, that you have to stratify them. So, okay. But to store them, just keep them in airtight containers, and they can live for years at a time. Okay. Photosynthesis. That's the one major difference between us and plants, is that plants can produce their own food. I guess we'd be pretty lucky if we could do that if we stayed out in the sunlight long enough. But they do have to go through photosynthesis, have to be in the presence of light and oxygen to manufacture those sugars. Like I said, energy from light, carbon dioxide from the air, water, and a suitable temperature all leads to plant growth. So photosynthesis literally means to put together with light. So your carbon dioxide plus your water plus in the presence of light equals the sugars that are formed, and oxygen is given off. So plants store energy from light. First, because of the simple sugars, and then those are converted into sugars, starches, and transported into the storage areas. So like a tree going into fall, August, November, those are some of the most important times for a tree to be going through photosynthesis. Well, what do we usually have in October? Late September, October. Well, we have frost. What are we lacking in the fall? Well, a little bit light. Rain. Rain. Yeah. If we get the reduced light, we get the reduced rain. If there's not enough water in the soil, the roots cannot pull that energy up to the soil. So it's got to go all the way up to the leaves and go through photosynthesis. And then it travels back down the tree and it goes into the root system where it's stored for growth for the next year. So if something happens to interrupt that, then that tree can go into decline because it doesn't have as much energy year after year. It's kind of like us as we get old. We don't have as much energy as we used to. So we've got to make sure that we get our energy.
Can you irrigate then through the fall and winter?
Yes. Yes.
And that doesn't stress the plants out?
No. No, they'll still go into normal dormancy. It's just going to provide, the extra water that it needs at that time of the year. So yeah. And a lot of people will start planting trees in October. And so it's very important to water. Okay. Okay, so any green plant is capable of photosynthesis. The leaves are the site of sugar production. Some of them have a larger surface area, and so they can go through more photosynthesis. because they're longer, they're wider, they're more open, and so they're collecting more of that sunlight. And so once that photosynthesis kind of stops, that tree just normally knows to go into dormancy. The plant will stop growing. It goes into dormancy and will wake up and come back the next year. Okay. Yep. That's what I just read. Okay. So sorry, our trees, our plants would not be able to survive without photosynthesis. Okay, we've got to have the light, we've got to have them making those nutrients, because there's no other way for them to really make their food. They do pull some food out of the soil, but your soil's got to be in the right pH zone. It can and that can reduce the minerals might be in the soil, the nutrients may be there in the soil, but if the pH is not correct, then those minerals would not be available. So, okay. So respiration is the process by which the sugars and the starches are converted into energy. So let's look at it. I thought I changed these on this list. I hate it when they come out like that. So we have photosynthesis versus respiration. Okay. Photosynthesis produces those sugars, stores energy, releases oxygen, it uses the water, uses carbon dioxide, occurs in sunlight, and occurs in the chloroplast. And we didn't really go into that. The chloroplast is it's a cell, and it's the major cell of development. That green chloroplast is what is most important for a plant to grow. Respiration, a lot of people think of this as the opposite of photosynthesis, but they work in tandem together. So while photosynthesis is producing the energy, plants going through respiration, it's using that energy for growth, and it's storing some behind. During respiration, it's releasing that energy. It uses the oxygen that's made through photosynthesis. It produces water, it produces carbon dioxide, and it also occurs in darkness and in light. So we used to think that photosynthesis occurred during the day, respiration occurred at night. It's happening all the time. As long as photosynthesis is going on, respiration is going on. Interruption in either one of them, you're going to have a problem with your plant. Oops, and it occurs in the cells. Okay, transpiration is the process by which a plant loses water vapor, primarily through those leaf stomates. It's kind of a complex part of water movement in the plant. And of course, the amount of water lost depends on many environmental factors, including temperatures, humidity, the wind, the thickness of the leaves, the shape. But on really hot days, when you see your plants kind of, they may start to dry up and kind of fold up. Well, the stomates close, and they're trying to conserve all that moisture they can inside the plant. And so that's how a plant kind of protects itself from transpiring and losing too much water. But you can get at a point where it's beyond that point. Temperature majorly affects our plant growth, and the temperatures help us determine the growing season, the planting dates, all these publications that we'll be giving you. They've been tried and tested in research centers to give you the best time, the best temperature to plant specific varieties of plants, going from vegetables, flowers, trees, whatever. So temperature does affect plant growth. Now, we've got people out there that got spring fever over the weekend, probably yesterday, and I bet there was some tomatoes that went out. And you know what? The garden centers love that. Because you know why? Because in 2 weeks, you're going to be back buying tomatoes again. So if you've got spring fever, plant broccoli, plant radishes, plant collards, plant greens, plant all those cool season plants right now. Hold off until May before you plant your tomatoes, your warm season crops, because they're not going to like this cold weather. It's like I said, if you're new to Tennessee, we got about 5 different winters. And then it turns into complete summer. And then it turns into winter again. So when we look at plant hardiness, we have a plant hardiness zone. If you've ever looked at a climate scale or a map, you will see that the larger numbers start at the top, or I mean, the smaller numbers start at the top and then it goes down. So like Canada might be number 1. It goes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tennessee is in zone 7, 7A, 7B, and even 8. When you're getting down into Memphis, we're almost getting into tropical zones these days. So you have to choose plants that will grow in Tennessee from about zone 6 to 8. That's the ones that you want to select, and you'll see that on the label on the packaging, or you know, if you look up information on the internet, it will tell you what zone your plant will grow in. So 7, 7A, 7B, 7 and 8. So, and it's usually the chief determinant of hardiness is the degree of similarity between conditions in the garden and those that the plant's natural habitat, especially soil type, fertility, drainage, soil, air temperature, and levels of humidity, light, and rainfall. So basically your seeds are not going to grow until it has the right temperature and the right environment. And so let's see what we got here. Well, I didn't have figure 15. Cool season plants. Those are the ones that you can be planting right now. And if you were starting those in a greenhouse, do we have some greenhouse or high tunnel growers in here? Got a couple. What do you got growing? Salad, lettuces, broccoli, cauliflower. Okay. So those are the things that the people at the stores are looking for right now. They need those plants to get them out in the garden before it gets too hot. So that's going to be your cool season plants. We also have cool season ornamental plants, your pansies, your ornamental kale, your ornamental cabbage. Those things probably should have been planted about 6 weeks ago and would be ready for sale in the nurseries right now. Okay. Warm season plants. All right, whoops. But these cool season plants can withstand considerable frost. So your pansies, your daffodils, your peas, spinach, they're not going to die from it unless we get down to 20 degrees for an extended period. And that's another thing about the duration of our freezes. You know, if it gets down to 25 degrees just for a couple hours or an hour or so early morning, and then it warms back up above freezing, you're probably going to see less damage on your crops. Okay. But if it's going to be down 20 degrees all night and into the morning, that's when you're going to see death of fire buds, especially your fruit trees, your strawberries. If you don't have some sort of protection in place, you know, they will get a winter kill. Yeah, that can kill it. Yeah. You cover the plants the night before so that you don't have to go through that issue. You've just got to watch the forecast and watch the temperatures, you know, get temperature gauges yourself near your plants. And you would just have to cover them the night before. You can use water. You can use overhead irrigation, but you have to keep a steady stream going for a long time. The water actually creates heat. I'm thinking strawberry plasticulture production. Okay, like right now, if you had blooms on your strawberries and you knew it was going to get down to 20 degrees, you would put overhead irrigation on as well as row covers. But with the overhead irrigation and that's hitting that plant, it actually creates a type of heat that keeps that fire bud from freezing completely. But you have to keep it going and going and going until the temperatures get correct to the right stage. Above freezing. Above freezing, yes. Because at that point, you know, if you've run them all night at 20 degrees and, you know, you're going to have very soggy fields, so as soon as you can, you cut that irrigation off. Or, and you got to go in and remove the row covers so that you can have pollination. And so it's easy to do on a small level. Now you got 10 acres of strawberries to cover. That's a little bit different. That's a little bit different work. That stuff's hard to unroll without damage the plants. The fields are wet, usually in a soppy, muddy mess. So, but it is important if you expect to have that spring crop here in a month or so. You know, the growers are going to be out there protecting that crop no matter what. Warm season plants are going to, of course, require warm temperatures. They usually germinate at about 70 to 75. If you're growing them in the greenhouse, starting them indoors, you need to keep a good warm temperature for them. The cool season plants, they can germinate at a little cooler temperature. But your warm season plants, your tomatoes, your peppers, things like that, again, you start your seeds about 6 weeks before you're ready to plant in the field. And you also have to give those plants a chance to acclimate, because again, they're warm season plants. They do not like the cold. And so once they get a certain size in the greenhouse, you're going to start taking them outside for a few hours each day, and you got to move them back. And then you put them outside for a few more hours the next day and then pull them back. Okay. And you're doing that. You're letting them dry out a little bit. You're toughening them up is what you're doing. You're pulling them in at night because it's still getting freezing or it's getting down below 55 degrees. So a lot of people will create trailers that they can just put these plants on and they can move them in and out of the greenhouse. Or if you have a high tunnel that's not heated, you know, you just have to acclimate it to the temperatures and to the sunlight and to the wind before you put them out in the field and expect them to survive on their own. Your warm season plants are also, they're deep rooted and pretty resistant to drought, but I still tell everybody you need to have water if you're going to grow a vegetable garden. And frost will kill or damage most of your warm season crops. So you can try, if you planted your tomatoes and peppers already, they're probably not going to do very well. They're going to be, they're going to have a lot of disease problems, especially root rot and such like that. But if it gets a little bit later and it's in April, maybe around April 15th or so, and you put your tomatoes and such out and we're going to have a freeze, you know that you can cover those. You can use buckets with straw, anything to protect them. Just don't cover them directly with plastic because plastic can stick. And then when you go to pull the plastic out, that frozen part sticks to the plant and then you've lost part of your plant. So just cloth, row covers, things like that, straw, buckets, all that will protect from a light frost. Okay. Now, back to photosynthesis. Temperature is one of the factors that affects photosynthesis. Extremes in temperature can reduce photosynthesis and the growth rate. So as it gets hotter in the summer, you will start to see like your tomato buds abort, and even on peppers, sometimes they will abort if the temperatures are staying 90 or above and you've got hot winds, and you'll start seeing less tomatoes coming on because they actually abort their blooms when it gets too hot. And so you'll see them become less productive in your summer months. We want good sunlight for our plants out in the garden. You're going to want at least 6 or more hours of sunlight. The minimum would be 6 hours to have a good fruit set and a good harvest. Anything less than that, you're going to see weak, leggy plants that are not going to produce well. They're not going to put out a lot of flowers. They're not going to put out a lot of fruit. If the light characteristic is not there where it needs to be. So gardens 6 to 8 inches. If we get into greenhouse production, you're providing supplemental light, and That's a little different management system, but essentially, if you're using fluorescent lights or grow lights, your red and blue are the most effective for plant growth. The green light is just reflected by plants. It's really the least effective. It's just catching off those chloroplasts. Incandescent lights, like our old light bulbs, I don't even think you can get those anymore. You don't want to use those because they're generally too high in the red zones and orange, and it produces too much heat on those plants. And so you can actually burn your plants up, especially when you put your lights close. So it is important to use these cool fluorescent lights that are high in the blue, high in the red. And as the plants grow, like you've got them in a grow lab or a greenhouse, if you have the ability to move those lights, you get them as close as possible to your growing plants. So like, here's your tomato, your light's going to be right here. And as that tomato grows, you got to be able to move your light up a little bit. And you could actually even top those before you're ready to put them out in the field. And that makes us, again, a stockier plant. You want a thick stalk, okay? But fluorescents or just regular grow lights is what you're going to need to grow indoors. Duration, the photo period depends on the type of plant that you've got. Different plants like different photo periods. Now, some of the most difficult to grow would be your poinsettias, for one thing, is they have to have, complete darkness and complete light. Your Thanksgiving cactus, your Christmas cactus, those two, to get them ready for sale, you have to be able to control and give it some complete darkness. So they need a certain period of light. So your light period triggers flowering in many of your plants. And that uninterrupted dark period is important, especially for your poinsettias and cactuses and the Christmas cactus and things like that. So. She asked if you could use generic LEDs. Yes. You can use generic LEDs or the fluorescent or just a grow light. Your grow lights are going to have the best red and white light waves in them. Okay. But if you have a fluorescent light, that's going to work fine. So they're a little bit cheaper. I mean, it just depends on what you can afford, what you want to invest in. Okay, rainfall, that's going to be a primary source of water for outdoors. Our summers in Tennessee tend to be dry and humid. So you need to make sure that you have a backup available for watering plants. Okay, if you're putting out a fruit orchard this spring, make sure that you have water going to irrigation system, get you a water tank. You're going to have some water to get them through June, July, and August. Because if you just ignore those plants, you're going to have a lot of dead trees going into the fall. So you want to take care of them from the time you put them into the ground until they're ready to harvest, and then some. Okay. But water is for photosynthesis. It helps maintain that turgor pressure so the plant stays upright, and it's going to be transporting the nutrients up and down through the plant. Most plants are going to acquire most of their water through the roots. They can take on some water through the leaves. Seedlings will be killed quickly by a lack of water. So if you're growing inside, you're growing in a greenhouse, make sure you're keeping track of those each day to make sure that they're getting adequate watering. If the temperature's hotter, you're going to have to water more. If it's cooler and they're not stressing, you may not need to water as often. Some of the signs that you'll see, the plants will start to wilt. They get at a wilting point. They will kind of stop growing. They yellow, they drop their leaves, they become stunted, and they finally die. And plants lose water through all their parts, but most of it is lost through the leaves. If those stomates don't close soon enough, you're going to lose a lot of water through respiration. Yeah, and the plants kind of take care of themselves. They try to reduce that loss by closing those stomates and keeping that water in. And just a basic rule of thumb, when you're looking for a specific type of plant, don't go by common names. So one example, who knows what a buttercup is? What would your definition of a buttercup be? Okay. Okay, what's another definition of a buttercup? Little yellow flower. Any of y'all grow pastures? Okay, those little yellow flowers out there, we also call those buttercups. Okay, so just know common names from specific scientific names so that you get the plant that you want, especially in trees, because it may be called one tree in one area and something else in another. So you got to look at the common name, and then you got to look up the scientific name, make sure that you're getting the plant that you want with the correct scientific name. So, okay. And so just in closing, every plant is hardy. It's in its natural native habitat. Unless conditions change for it in its natural native habitat. We have a lot of construction, things like that, that changes the flow of water. So you may have an area where you have a lot of sycamore and birch and other water loving plants, and they build a subdivision and that water is no longer going to that area. Those plants aren't going to survive very well because they don't have the water. So your natural environment can change and cause your plants to die also. So flowering plants have evolved. They have a range of strategies and structures that enable them to survive and reproduce in diverse habitats. And just knowing the plant's function and understanding their cycle is going to be vital to raising and maintaining your healthy specimens. And I know this seemed like a lot of information at first. We will send you more information to where you can go back and study up on this, but just knowing, the most important parts, the leaves, the photosynthesis, the nodes, the internodes, know where to make your cuttings. If you're making cuttings and you're starting new little plants, know where to pinch your tomatoes and such like that. Know how to pinch your bushes to keep them from being so bushy and more compact. You're going to take off that apical bud. So just all of these things will go together, and you'll start seeing that come together. You'll hear more about this as we go through our classes on how plants grow. Okay. So any questions for me? And I think Jason is about ready. Questions, comments? Yes. It depends on who you're selling and where you're selling from. If you're working or if you're selling to some of the larger grocery stores, yes, there's going to be restrictions on that. You'll have to have your water tested from that rain barrel. You don't use it to wash the vegetables. Okay, it would just be for irrigation. So you're simply just trying to keep that water off the leaves. If you have leafy greens, you have a higher chance of E. coli and things like that. So you have to be very careful about your water. But no, as of right now, there are no restrictions on it unless you're growing for a specific store that wants you to follow the Food Safety Modernization Act. Okay. So there are food safety protocols in place, and we're going to have some people come in and talk about that also. Depends on where you're getting, depends on your water source. If you have municipal water, you're typically pretty safe. If you're selling at a commercial level and your whoever you're selling it to wants you to have a gap audit, you would have to have your water tested in a lab to make sure that the E. coli and other bacteria is under a certain number. Okay, and your wash water, if you are rinsing, your rinse water has to be tested. If you go to open if you're doing open wells, or not, yeah, well, even wells, lakes, ponds, creeks, you're pulling water from any of those areas, you do need to be water testing to test your levels of E. coli. And also when you're selling your leafy greens and you know you're pulling water from a pond for irrigation, make sure your customers know to wash those products. Because a lot of the times they think they go to a farmer's market and they're buying from a local farmer and they think, oh, it's fresh, it's ready to cook. No, you still have to wash it before you cook it, or you can eat that E. coli, get sick and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's just kind of a protection for yourself. But it kind of depends on what you're growing and where you're selling. Yes. Okay, yes. He's asking about publications. Yes, just write down UT Hort. UTHORT. And if you will Google that, then it takes you to a publications page and you'll see some little boxes with some options, or you'll see a search bar. And so you'll look that up and it brings up all the publications that we have. We have a garden actual calendar that you can get, print out, put up on your wall. It gives you tips, but we do have those lists. We have variety recommendations. We have information on soil testing, which I think Jason's going to talk about here in just a minute. But between UT Hort and you can also Google TSU publications. And we do have some at the TSU site now too. Yes, finest. I do know that for the Tennessee Agriculture Enhancement Program, they have approved this class for credit toward the livestock operations, application A. We're trying to get it over to application B because application B is the cost share program that applies to most of you as small growers. But if you're raising livestock, yes, it will count toward the livestock program. I'm not sure on the application B if they got that changed before the new applications came out this year. So it will count on the livestock part, application A, but I'm not sure on application B. But just keep your records that you've attended this class. We'll keep the records. Everybody, that's why it's very important on roll call, especially for the people online, to give me their correct name and not Bam Bam's iPad or something like that, because I don't know who Bam Bam is, you know. So, okay. So was I correct on the TAEP? This class still only goes towards the application A.
Yes.
Okay, we're trying to get it put on application B and have that available for you. So, okay, I think I am finished and we'll get Jason ready to go. Okay, let's just take a couple minute break. If you need to use the restroom, we'll get speakers switched over and we'll be right back. Oh, no. For the meeting. I don't see anything in the chat box. Okay. Yeah, I started. Okay, you do that. Okay. I forgot to. No, you're all right. I was thinking I was done sooner than I was supposed to be done. So I rushed through a lot of mine. We got started a little bit late, but I'm just going to keep that open. That's the schedule. So Dr. Lewani will be next. So There's your clicker. The pointer does not point when you point it at the screen.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay. So should I play it right off of there then? Is that the best? So I can't really save it to.
Not let you minimize. That's weird.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, close that. That's
If the coffee is not hot, I have the coffee in the warmer inside. So if it's not hot, it's hot. I have some warm. Yeah, so I just keep it hot.
Still,
okay.
is this still sharing online?
Yeah, I think you had it right.
Are you sharing screen with online?
Share screen.
So yeah, I cannot currently see anything on the Zoom other than the video of you guys.
Okay, go ahead. It says
Screen
it's
sharing is
paused.
paused. Okay. Let's try this other. Let's see.
Now I can see it full screen from the
Okay,
PowerPoint.
cool.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see yourself.
Yeah.
You're
that's-
just,
that's totally
you're
fine.
under me.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. But it is unmuted, so. Oh, okay. I'll take this off and give it to you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I got a little nervous there. I just got
So is that for-
You're all hooked up. Get back on green when you're ready to go.
so how does that work? Oh,
Yeah, there's your on and off.
okay. Yeah.
Testing, testing. We're gonna go ahead and keep moving. Next, we have Dr. Jason DeKoff, who is Tennessee State University, a soil scientist at Tennessee State University. And one of the things he's going to talk about, I think, to me, is one of the most important part about farming, agriculture, is the soil. It's the soil. Because we got to make sure we do it right on the front end. You know, all the stuff Carla talked about, it doesn't matter if we have a soil pH of a 4.5, then guess what? We're not going to be able to grow anything anyway, okay? So Dr. DeKoff is going to talk about soil and kind of how all these things work, and that way you kind of have a better understanding why it's, to me, I think, one of the most important elements of farming, because if you get it right in the beginning, then a lot of the issues that we are talking about as the class progress, you'll see how all this kind of work together. So with no further ado, we have Dr. Jason DeKoff. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Finus. Thanks for the invite, and welcome everybody to the New Farmer Academy. As Finus said, my name is Jason DeKoff, and I'm an agronomist and soil scientist at Tennessee State University. And so as such, I'm going to be talking a lot about soil today. First thing I'm going to talk about is how soil is formed, because that can give you a good idea about the relative diversity of soils that are out there, and all of the different things that go into making up a soil. So first off, the soil forming factors, the first one is climate. As you can imagine, if a soil is developed under a climate that has a lot of rainfall, or as compared to one that's, you know, in a virtual desert, then they're going to look a lot differently. Relief or topography also makes a big difference. The soil at the top of a hill is going to be a lot different than the soil at the bottom of the hill, thanks to things like erosion and transport. Organisms. So these organisms can involve, you know, things as large as trees all the way down to microbes, and they're going to contribute to the amount of organic matter that's in the soil. They're also going to have an effect on how quickly things break down in the soil, depending upon how many there are and the different types that are available. And then parent material. This is essentially the geology that's beneath the soil. So this is where all of our minerals come from, or a lot of the minerals come from when we're talking about things like sand and silt and clay. And so different types of bedrock are going to have a big impact on the texture of the soil, as well as the type of nutrients that are going to be found in that soil. And then lastly, time. So a soil that's relatively new or relatively recent is going to be a lot different from a soil that's been around for a really long time. You know, a lot of those soils that have been around for a long time are usually going to be more acidic. They're going to be more leached. They might be less nutritious for the plants. So there's a number of different factors, and that's why the soil can be so different from one field to another, because there could be some different things, even in a microclimate, that are going to have an impact on that soil itself. So this is an example of an ideal soil. It's going to be made up about half of the volume is going to be made up by solid material, and that's going to be predominantly the inorganic materials, the inorganic minerals like sand, silt, and clay that I mentioned. Only a small part of it is going to be organic matter, but that organic matter really goes a long way to being able to provide things like nutrients and water, holding on to water, and all that good stuff. The other half of that is going to be space. So it's going to be space for gases to move, things like oxygen and carbon dioxide. And then also, of course, water is going to take up that space. And we usually like to see it, you know, half and half, you know, as you can see that 25% there, because the plant needs both. The plant needs both the gases that are in the soil as well as the water. So this is a relative, this is an example of the relative sizes of the different dominant minerals that are in our soils. So you've got the sand, silt, and clay, and they're basically defined by how big they are or how small they are, okay? And so they can have huge impacts on our soil as far as its ability to hold on to nutrients or to hold on to water. If you imagine the sand particle, a whole bunch of sand particles, you're going to have a lot of large spaces in between those particles, right? So that's going to allow a lot of water to flow. In general, that's usually going to be a bad thing because water is going to flow too quickly out of these kinds of soils. So when we're thinking about the best kind of soil, we're kind of thinking of the Goldilocks type scenario, okay? Not too big, not too small. So that silt particle is really kind of where we want to see a lot of our soil textures. And this is actually a diagram of all the different soil textures that are out there. And usually the best soil texture is going to be that silt loam that you see in the bottom right-hand corner. It's kind of got the best of both worlds. So you can see how that diagram's set up. You see there's a certain amount of clay, sand, and silt in each of those textures. And silt is dominated, or I'm sorry, the silt loam is dominated by that silt that we like to look for. But then it also has other things. It has clays, and the clays can help to hold on to some water. They can help to hold on to nutrients and things like that. And then some sand is also good because that can help with water flow and drainage. But like I said, we've got a lot more silt in there. This is a good example of, how those textures can be involved in things like water for the plant. So you've got kind of the extreme sand on the left-hand side of that x-axis, and then clay on the extreme right-hand side. So the clay, as we know, that it really soaks up a lot of water, but then it kind of holds on to it. It doesn't let it go. And you can see that by this diagram here, where the field capacity is essentially the total amount of water that a soil can hold, okay? So sand can't really hold very much because it's just going to flow right through, right? Whereas clay holds on a bunch. But if you look at the lower curve there, that permanent wilting point, that essentially says how much water the soil is willing to give up to the plant, okay? And so you can see that if we're to look, say on the clay side, the clay holds on to a bunch of water, but then it doesn't give up very much water, okay? It's kind of stingy. So in the middle there, you see the silt loam. You've got a lot more available water in that texture, because not only can it hold on to a lot of water, but it also relieves a lot of water to plant roots. So also related to soil texture is drainage. And so you can, do a very simple perk test on your soil. Just basically dig a hole and pour water in it and see how quickly the water drains out of that hole, okay? And so if the water drains at a rate of about 1 to 2 inches an hour, that means you've got pretty good drainage. If it's higher than that, especially if it's above 4 inches per hour, then it's too fast. If it's below 1 inch per hour, then that's going to be too slow. And then you can go and do some remediation based on some of those situations. All right, so this is a good example of something that you can use if you already have land, or if you're thinking of purchasing land, because it can tell you something about the soil in that area. And so the best way to try to find this online is just to Google web soil survey. And it should be the first thing that pops up. This is based on information from the NRCS. And actually, I had a neighbor ask me about this just recently, because they found this great property that was, really good price, and they were excited about it, and asked me, if there was any way I could, figure out any information about it. And when I used this to look it up, I found it was on these really steep slopes. You couldn't really put a septic system in anywhere on the land. And so, that's why, it was for the price it was. But this is a good way. Like I said, if you're looking at land, it'll tell you all sorts of information. It'll tell you the soil texture. It'll tell you the type of soil that's out there. It'll tell you things like, you know, if you can build a house on it or a septic system, it'll tell you things like related to crop production as well. So it's a handy little tool to tell you some information about, you know, the location that you're at, or maybe the location that you're looking at purchasing. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the chemistry of the soil, because that's really important when we're talking about trying to grow plants. I know Finest mentioned about pH before I started. And so that's where we're going to start, because that's probably one of the most important things that we're going to talk about today. So the soil pH is related to the amount of these hydrogen ions that are in the soil, okay? The more of these hydrogen ions you have, the greater the acidity and the lower the pH. And so most of the time when we're talking about pH, we're essentially talking about the amount of hydrogen that's present in the moisture that's in the soil. Now, when we're talking about this, though, we also have to think about the soil itself, because these hydrogen ions can bind to the soil, specifically the clay particles. If you look at the diagram up there, the clay particles have all these negative signs. Clay in general is negatively charged. And so it's going to attract a lot of positively charged ions. So it's going to attract these hydrogen ions. And so what can happen is, so let's say you've got a certain amount of hydrogen or a certain amount of acidity in the soil moisture. We get, you know, a big rain or something like that, and it flushes that hydrogen out of there, okay? But we've got kind of this pool of stored hydrogen that then comes off of that clay particle, and it goes right back into the soil moisture, okay? So in essence, we can keep the same soil pH if we've got a lot of that hydrogen still in the soil. So, so that's something to keep in mind when, you know, you get a soil test or something like that, that they're looking at both of those things, because they want to be able to minimize the overall acidity so that, you know, that kind of process doesn't happen. And in the soil, you know, in a real situation, we also have other ions that are in there. And so these ions are good because not only can a lot of them act as nutrients for our plants, but they can also prevent the soil from loading up on these hydrogen ions that are going to affect pH. So we call these base cations, okay? So you can see there's calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium. There's a bunch of others as well. And so these base cations are things we like to keep in the soil to help prevent any sort of acidity. So we can lose these base cations in a number of different ways. So they can be lost by erosion and runoff, okay? They can also be lost by crop removal. So they get taken up by the flower or by the crop that you're producing, and then you harvest it, and that's removed from the field. Also by leaching. So you get a heavy rainfall, they can be leached down to the groundwater. Also, when we're talking about soil acidity, there's a process that can increase the acidity when we add fertilizer. So if we add a fertilizer that's got ammonium in it, what's going to happen is a natural process whereby microbes in the soil are going to convert that ammonium into nitrate. And so the nitrate is also something that can be used by the plants. But the only problem is that it's going to cause acidity. So you can see the NH at the beginning becomes NO3, but then you've also got all this extra acidity left over in the soil. And like I said, that's a natural process. That's not something you can change, but it's something to keep in mind. So if you had a soil that you knew was acidic, you might want to go ahead and purchase a fertilizer that's got nitrate in it already, rather than one that's got ammonium, because that ammonium is eventually going to turn into nitrate and give you added acidity. Whereas if you just get something that already has nitrate in it, you're not going to be adding any additional acidity to the soil. So why do we care about pH so much? It's this diagram right here, okay? If we've got a soil that's really acidic, so let's say, you know, it's pH of 4, our availability of those nutrients is going to be severely reduced. And so you can apply as much phosphorus or nitrogen or whatever you want to the soil, but if the pH is messed up, then the plant's not going to be able to access it, okay? So that's why we're always interested in trying to keep our pH within that healthy range, 6.5 to 7.5 or somewhere around there. Now, another thing that can cause issues when we've got an acidic soil is that aluminum actually becomes more available to the plant. And so what that can do is that can kind of attack the plant roots. It can reduce root growth. And so you can see in this picture here, when we've got these lower pHs, you can see that the roots are much more stunted. And so that's not what you want to see. Those roots are important for getting water and getting nutrients. So that's why we apply things like lime. Okay, lime is important, especially in a lot of our soils out here that are acidic, in being able to bring that pH level up to more neutral levels. So there's a few additional benefits of lime. Our typical lime is calcium carbonate, so it has calcium in it, which is a nutrient for plants. Also, if you get something called dolomite, that can also do the same thing, but it also includes, in addition to calcium, it also includes magnesium. Now, just like plants aren't too happy when the pH is low, microbes aren't either. So if you're correcting the pH imbalance, you're also helping the microbes, which are going to be helping the plant by breaking down organic matter, releasing nutrients to the plant roots, all that good stuff. We already talked about enhancing the nutrient availability and then also reducing some of the toxicity from aluminum, not just aluminum, but also manganese is another one that can cause problems. So what's that look like? So what's happening when we're applying lime? So I've got this this equation here. So we've got calcium carbonate, that's our lime, okay? And obviously when we add it to the soil, there's a certain amount of water in the soil. That helps to break down that calcium carbonate to make it more available to plants and the soil itself. And then, of course, we've got that acidity that's there, okay? And then what happens is we end up with calcium and we end up with something called bicarbonate. That's essentially that neutralized product, okay? So to show this a little bit more plainly, we've got our calcium and our carbonate from our lime. The first thing that's going to happen is that carbonate is going to come in and it's going to neutralize all of that acidity, okay? That's present in the soil moisture. So that's out of there. Now we've got some hydrogen, some acidity still being stored by the soil. And so what's going to happen is that calcium, since you added a bunch of it, it's going to start kicking out that hydrogen from the soil surface, and it's going to throw it into the soil moisture. And then the next time we have a big rain, that's going to get flushed out. Okay. So it's kind of, you get kind of two for the price of one. They kind of work together to help reduce that acidity that's there. These are some examples of some different types of liming products. The first one is calcium carbonate, and everything is compared to it as far as its effectiveness. So you can get a whole bunch of different types. You can get even some waste products, like you see the cement kiln dusts. But notice that for that one, it's only got about 40 to 50% effectiveness compared to calcium carbonate. So it might be cheaper, but you got to take these things into account. There's some things also to consider when purchasing lime, the size of the particles, because when you apply this, it's going to take some time to activate in the soil. And so if you've got particles that are really large, it's going to take a lot more time for them to break down in the soil and then be able to react with the soil. So you want to try to find something that's a little bit smaller in particle size. And so this is another good example of that, where that 100 mesh is essentially your smallest particles, okay? So you can see it reacts a lot quicker in the soil, and it provides a lot greater benefit in the soil over time as compared to some of the other larger particle sizes, okay? So there's actually a state law related to the quality of lime. So the quality of lime has to be at least 75% or higher as far as its equivalence with, that calcium carbonate that I showed in that first slide. Also, related to the particle size. It has to be at least a certain particle size. And then it also has to have this relative neutralizing value, which is kind of related to both of those. And then, of course, it has to be properly labeled so that you can identify this information and be able to figure out which product is the one that's right for you. Question. Yeah, they do vary from one state to another. Yep. So these are just some examples of different types of lime. This is this pelletized dolomitic limestone. So the dolomitic or dolomite has both calcium and magnesium in it. The nice thing about this is that this pelletized stuff is good because what they do is it's a very fine material. And so sometimes if you're spreading out something that's really fine, it could blow away, you know, the wind could take it. But the nice thing with this is that it's fine, but it's pelletized. And so it breaks down a lot faster than something with a larger particle size, and it doesn't blow away because it's not as small as some of that really fine stuff. So now when we're talking about plant nutrients, these are the nutrients that, you know, that are most important. We've got our macronutrients and our micronutrients. So our macronutrients are the ones that the plants need the most. And then our micronutrients are, you know, needed in smaller quantities. You can think of the micronutrients as kind of like the multivitamin or something like that for the plant, where, you know, you don't want to take too much of it because it could be detrimental, but you want just the right amount. And so you can definitely get nutritional deficiencies if you don't have the right amount present. And so the problems are that, of course, it's going to slow down the growth of the plant. It can actually harm the plant or kill the plant if it doesn't have enough of the right nutrients. And with each plant, there's going to be a certain threshold that it needs. So that's something important to know. Depending upon what you're growing, what are the needs of that specific plant with respect to these different types of nutrients? And so when we're talking about correcting some of these nutrient deficiencies, for macronutrients, it's relatively easy because you can correct them just by adding more fertilizer. With micronutrients, a lot of times it can be, since they're needed in such small quantities, changing the pH could actually help to affect the needs of the plant and to make that more available to them. Also with micronutrients, you can apply a fertilizer with micronutrients in them. Also, these micronutrients are found in things like composts and manures and those other things. So when we're talking about our nutrients, the most important one is nitrogen. And so as I mentioned earlier, there are some different types of nitrogen fertilizers that are out there. So in this case, you know, we'll talk about nitrate and ammonium again. We already talked about how this is related to pH, but also it's important to think about it in relation to the soil itself. So I mentioned that the soil is negative, right? So it's going to attract positive ions. So which of those ions is going to be attracted to the soil? The ammonium, because it's positive, right? So that's something to keep in mind, because the soil will actually help to hold on to that ammonium a lot better than the nitrate. So the ammonium is going to be attracted to that negative ion or that negative clay particle or the soil, whereas that nitrate is actually going to be repelled. So it's not going to be held onto the soil as much. So it's more easily leached. So those are things to keep in mind too. If you happen to have a soil that's got a lot of sand in it, you know, you might not necessarily want to have a lot of nitrate applied, because that's just going to kind of wash away. So when it comes to soil testing, you know, we'll talk about some of the important factors that are important when we're talking about soil testing. This is the most important thing. You know, you need to be able to take a good sample in order to be able to get good information from the lab wherever you're sending it to. Okay. And so, you know, we're going to talk a little bit about that. you want to identify, the area that you're going to sample. And then when you're sampling, it's going to come from the top 6-inch portion of the soil, because that's really where a lot of the roots hang out. That's where a lot of the, the interaction takes place. So you really want to see what's there. You also want to be able to take a number of samples from a certain area and then combine them all together. So you get a good indication of what's there in that field or in that garden plot or whatever it is that you're working with. Typically, if you're working with something that's 1 to 10 acres in size, you're going to want maybe about 20 subsamples, and you're just going to want to kind of take them randomly from the field. If you're working on a much smaller area, then 5 to 10 samples is probably good enough. But like I said, it all depends upon the situation. If you've got 2 fields that are very different, or maybe you're going to be planting things differently in them, then obviously you're going to want to sample them separately. Okay. But just keep that in mind as far as the subsampling, combining them together, so that you get a good average for whatever area you want to look at. And then this is just kind of an example. The easiest way to soil sample is using that probe that you see on the left there. But you can do it with a spade or a shovel. The most important thing is just to remember that 0 to 6-inch sample is basically the same throughout that 0 to 6-inch profile. If you get too much from the top portion, then that's going to kind of bias your results. And same thing if you get too much from the lower end of that. So you want to make sure it's kind of the same volume all the way through that 6-inch profile. And so this is an example. This is out here at the Ellington Soil Pest Plant and Pest Center, where you can get analysis done for $15 a sample. This is kind of what their order form looks like. But it can tell you some good information. This is the report that they usually give. It'll tell you all sorts of things like the pH value. And then it'll also provide recommendations. So you can see down on the bottom part of that, it tells you essentially, based on your soil test results, then how much fertilizer you should apply or how much lime you should apply based on the crop that you're planning on producing that you identified. So when you submit the sample, you identify, what type of crop you're interested in, and then they'll give you a report based on that information that you provided. So it's just more information. They can do it on a per acre basis or per 1,000 square feet basis. It all depends upon what sort of information you're needing. All right, so talking a little bit more about fertilizers, since it is an important thing when we're talking about soil and we're talking about plant production, and especially nitrogen being kind of the most important one. There are relatively two different types of fertilizer. There's quick release and slow release. The quick release fertilizer, obviously, just as it sounds, it readily dissolves in the water. So those nutrients are readily available to the plant. And, you can start to see, improvement in the plant itself relatively quickly because those nutrients are able to get into the soil, into the plant roots, and into the plant. The slow release fertilizer dissolve a lot less rapidly. The benefit to these, though, is that you're not going to worry about burning the plant or applying too much fertilizer to it and causing damage, because it is slowly released. And so that breakdown takes place over a longer period of time. And usually those slow release products are more expensive because they have some sort of a coating or something like that on it that allows it to be slow release. So these are some examples just of some different fertilizers. This is for nitrogen. We've got ammonium nitrate. It's a little more difficult to come by these days, but you can see the 3 different numbers which relate to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This is another one, urea. So this has 46% nitrogen, and then it doesn't have any of that potassium or phosphorus or potassium. And then you can get all different shapes and sizes. This one has nitrogen, but then it also is coated in sulfur. So if you need sulfur for whatever reason, there's a lot of different types of products that are out there. And then this is one of your organic type amendments. If you're organically certified, you can use things like blood meal as opposed to some of these chemical fertilizers, and that'll help to increase the nitrogen that's present in the soil. For phosphorus, this is a typical phosphorus fertilizer. You can see 46% in that second number there. Diammonium phosphate, so this has both nitrogen and phosphorus in it. And then this is a product, again, on the organic side, this soft rock phosphate has a certain amount of phosphorus in it, and it can be used instead of those inorganic or chemical fertilizers. And then for potassium, potash is the most common. But then there are things like this green sand that can be used on the organic side to provide potassium to the soil. So I'm going to run through quickly just how to work with some of these fertilizer labels if you're trying to apply fertilizers and you know the amount of fertilizer that you want to apply. How does it work when you're purchasing some of these products? So this is just an example here. You want to apply 100 pounds of nitrogen per acre using a product that has an NPK value of 28.36. So how much fertilizer should be applied? So we know based on that label that the 28 means 28% nitrogen, okay? And so it's a matter of just taking that 28%, converting it to a fraction, 0.28, and then taking that 100 pounds that you want and dividing it by 0.28. And then you find out that you need 357 pounds of that particular fertilizer to be able to apply 100 pounds of nitrogen, because no fertilizer is 100% nitrogen. There's always going to be something else in it. And so being able to calculate that is important. Now, where it gets a little bit more tricky is with phosphorus and potassium, because with the nitrogen, we knew that that first number in the label related specifically to the amount of nitrogen that was there. Whereas with something like phosphorus, it doesn't relate specifically to phosphorus, but it relates to P2O5, okay? And then the same thing for the potassium. It's not potassium, but it's K2O. So it's got potassium in it, but it's not 100% potassium. So basically this requires an extra step. So you got to first know that in this P2O5, there's 44% phosphorus, okay? That's just based on the ratio between the weights of phosphorus and oxygen that you see in P2O5. And it's the same. That's going to be the same forever. That's never going to change. And then for the K2O, in that K2O, there's 83% potassium. Like I said, that's always going to stay the same. That's a factor you use forever. So when we do the calculation, similar to what we did with the nitrogen, first we have to figure out, okay, how much phosphorus is there actually in this? Okay. We know that there's 3%, based on that label, we know there's 3% P2O5, but how much actual phosphorus is in there? So what we do is we take that 3% and we multiply it by that 0.44 that I showed on the previous slide. And so now we know that there's 1.3% phosphorus in that material, okay? And then we just kind of follow along the same way that we did when we calculated for nitrogen. We converted that amount to a fraction. We took that 100 pounds that we want to apply and divided it by that fraction. And we end up with in this case, a pretty big number. If you were applying phosphorus, you would not use this product because there's only, there's a small percentage of it in there. You'd want a product that has a lot more in it. But for this example, this is the same sort of calculations would be done. So if we look at from the potassium side, then So again, we want to know, first off, we want to know how much potassium is in there. We know how much of that K2O is there because of the label. It says 6%. So we take that 6% and we multiply it by 0.83, which I said before, that's that ratio that's never going to change. That's how much potassium is in K2O. So once we do that first thing, we know that there's 4.98% potassium in that fertilizer product, okay? And then, like I said, we just go about it the same way as we did before. We convert that to a fraction. We take the 100 pounds of potassium that we want to apply and we divide it by that fraction. And then we get, like I said, another big number in this case, because if you're applying potassium, you would want something that's got more potassium in it. All right. So moving on from fertilizers and how to apply them and how to calculate those things. You know, when we're talking about soils, there's definitely a population that's living in the soil that's going to be really useful when it comes to plant production, when it comes to breaking down organic matter, when it comes to making nutrients available to the plant roots, and those are the microorganisms. And so these microbes, we want to keep happy. And so how do we do that? We want to encourage those beneficial microbes by engaging in these different types of things. Growth, making sure that the growth conditions are good. So essentially, if the conditions are good for plant growth, then they're going to be good for your beneficial microbes, okay? The ones that you want in there breaking down that organic matter. In certain situations, you can inoculate the seed that you plant. And we do that all the time with soybean and other things. But you can inoculate with beneficial microbes, minimizing your chemical use, particularly, you know, things like fungicides, because those are essentially killing all of the microbes that are there. Okay, not just the bad ones, but the good ones as well. So minimizing that application can help. High organic matter is going to provide not just food, but it's also going to provide essentially shelter for these microbes where they're going to grow and their populations are going to increase in size. Avoiding any sort of contamination from, you know, if you've got any sort of disease, you know, in another area of the field or other plants, you know, preventing them from getting into the other field is important. And then reducing tillage, because a lot of these microbes, especially when we're talking about fungi, they can create these huge long strands within the soil. And when you're breaking up the soil, you're breaking up those strands, you're breaking up those population centers of microbes. And then on the flip side, you can reduce harmful microbes. And so this is kind of the opposite of what we were talking about before in some of these cases. But one thing you can select for plants that have some sort of resistance. Again, you can prevent that contamination that I mentioned before, reducing any sort of mechanical damage to the plant. So if the plant gets any sort of a cut or breakage or anything like that, that allows some of those pathogens to enter. Making sure that your water, that you're not waterlogged, having the right amount of water is going to be useful. The pH, like I said before, if the plant's happy with the pH, then the microbes are going to be happy with that pH as well. And then controlling, you know, as soon as you see any sort of incidence of disease, making sure that you remove those plants, burn them, whatever you need to do to make sure that they no longer are viable in that field. And then I've talked a lot about organic matter, and the reason why is because organic matter is really important in the soil for a whole host of different things. It can help to decrease erosion because it helps to bind soil particles together like a glue. Also, it can help to create these what we call aggregates in the soil. And so you can see in that diagram on the left-hand side, you've got some larger particles that kind of, that, you know, whenever you dig in the soil or anything, you see these kind of natural clods of soil that we call aggregates. And if they're good, then when they get wet, they'll stay, you know, in those same shapes and everything. But if the organic matter is low or, you know, your soil isn't really healthy, then what's going to happen is when you do get a rainfall, those particles are just going to break apart and then that makes them more susceptible to loss by erosion, and then you won't have that organic matter anymore. Like I said, organic matter is a good pool of, it's kind of like a slow release fertilizer. It slowly releases the, your nutrients to the soil. It increases the soil's ability to hold nutrients. So similar to the clay particle that I mentioned that was negatively charged, organic matter also is negatively charged in a lot of respects, and it can hold on to a lot of these nutrients as well. And then of course it can hold on to water, but different from clay, organic matter definitely releases water back to the plant roots when it needs them. So that's a huge benefit. And then it serves as a buffering agent to kind of keep things working well, like keeping the pH the same level and those kinds of things. If there's anything that happens in the soil, it kind of helps to mediate any sort of drastic changes with temperature, with chemicals, those kinds of things. And then this is just another list of all the different benefits that you can get from soil organic matter. A lot of times, if you have an issue with your soil, especially if it's something like compaction or drought, adding organic matter can really be hugely beneficial in providing benefits and helping to enhance some of the benefits. Along the same lines, when we're talking about organic matter, manures are a really important resource that can be used to build up the organic matter that's present in the soil. And then of course, those manures are also useful because they can provide more nutrients. A lot of times they are going to be readily available to the plant. Now, the only drawback for some of these manures is that they do tend to have things like weed seeds in them. They also tend to have a lot of salts in them. They can have, things like heavy metals. So a lot of times we recommend if you're using manures to have maybe a composted manure or something like that, where some of those things won't be as prevalent. All right, and that's it. Any questions? That's my contact information. If you have questions later on, don't worry about that QR code. That was for something else, but I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have right now. Sure. Okay. I haven't really heard that before. I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that, but I think that there's definitely some value in horse manure. It's always good whenever you're using a new product or a new source or something like that to know what's in it before you apply it. So if you are using any kind of a manure, I would get it tested. You could take it to the Ellington Center that's here, but then you would know how much nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, those kinds of things are present so that you can better calculate how much you need to apply and all that good stuff. But yeah, I haven't heard that the horse manure is necessarily not. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's possible that some of those nitrogen and phosphorus and things might not be as high as in a different type of manure. So that would be something that you definitely want to look at. But I think, a lot of times just the organic matter that's in the manure itself provides a huge benefit too. So it all depends. Other question, there was a question. Yeah. Yeah. So whenever you're doing anything that you want to be considered organic, there's definitely a lot of things that you need to take into account. So you're right. Yeah, if the manure source, you want to make sure that that manure source is really certified, or it's got, it's been tested so that it is considered organic. So yeah, you definitely want to be aware of that whenever you're doing anything where you want to be considered organic, or get that organic certification yourself. You want to make sure. I believe that you can go and identify some different resources where you can identify some of that information. There's there's a source, I think it's the OMRI, which has all that information that provides, the information about what you need to be certified. And I think they might also have some additional information on where you can get some of those kinds of certified products. Question. Yeah, so I mean, it depends upon what it is that you're producing as well. If the plants are vastly different, or they have vastly different needs when it comes to nutrition, you might want to sample each of those different beds, and have a sample for each bed. But it kind of depends. It depends also how many of these beds you're going to have, because obviously, if you have a lot, then that's going to be cost prohibitive to do, all those soil tests. So yeah, it's kind of knowing what it is that you're growing, and if you need to, if you're doing tomatoes and peppers or something like that, where they have similar, relative needs, then maybe you don't necessarily need to have a test for each one of those. But for something that's different, you might want to look into that. Sure. Yeah, so nitrogen fixing plants, they things like soybean, for instance, they work with a group of microbes called rhizobia, and essentially those rhizobia have kind of a symbiosis with the soybean plant, for instance, where they can take the nitrogen out of the air and be able to produce nitrogen for themselves, that then indirectly will also be utilized by that plant as well. And then, the rhizobium get, some of the carbohydrates that plant is producing from photosynthesis. And so they work together in that way. And so a lot of times, we will inoculate our soybean seeds, for example, with that rhizobium bacteria, so that, we definitely know that right where it's needed, that population is going to grow, and it's going to be able to work in symbiosis with the plant. So that's kind of how it works, without getting too technical. In the back. Yeah, so when we talk about fungus, obviously there's always going to be good and bad types, right? But when it comes to the good types that we want to have in the soil, they are, they're very important in breaking down organic matter. As I mentioned before, they have, each type of bacteria or fungi have a certain set of enzymes, okay, that can break down certain types of organic matter. And so that's why, it's really important to have a diversity of microbes in the soil, because, this microbe can break down this part of the organic matter, and that microbe can break down that part of it. The fungi specifically, they're also good at being able to kind of hold the soil together. They act in the same way as plant roots, with being able to kind of wrap the soil physically and create some of these aggregates to keep the soil from eroding or things like that. And so they can tap into, you know, similar to what we were talking about with the rhizobium, with the nitrogen fixing bacteria, the fungi can also engage in a symbiosis with plants where they're able to collect, you know, they're a lot smaller even than roots. And so they can go places roots can't. So they can access water and nutrients and provide that to the plant in return for, like I said, the carbohydrates that the plant is producing from photosynthesis. So there's a number of different roles that all of these microbes can play. Yep. Question. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, in that case, if you're having a repetitive issue, then you might want to look into, you know, any sort of you know, potentially fungicide or anything like that that might help to reduce the populations that are there. Of course, you know, if it's in a lowland, you're always going to have the issue with you know, some waterlogging potentially. That's going to help accentuate some of those issues that are there. But if you can get the populations down in the first place, that could help depending upon the situation. I mean, there's not really any great fix that's going to allow you to, you know, to reduce, you know, the presence of disease or things. There's not really anything you can add to the soil, like a certain nutrient or a certain material that's gonna kind of reduce the presence of disease and for something like that, where you've got a prevalent problem. It's there, but you know, it's all about trying to mitigate the populations or reduce the populations as much as possible. So that's why, you know, I suggested some of those, you know, like a fungicide or something like that to help get it down in a lower population, so it's not as prevalent and it doesn't continue to spread. Of course, that's the other thing. Whenever you see it, it's important, you know, you might want to engage in more regular kind of scouting to make sure that, you know, as soon as you see it, you know, you get rid of the plants that are there, you know, you get rid of them to help reduce that spread. Let's see, all the way in the back. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you want to lower the acidity in your soil for things like blueberries and do it an organic way, sulfur is a really good way of doing that. It's kind of a natural product, and so that's something that you add to the soil, and you know, similar to some of the chemical equation that I showed up here, it's going to help to reduce the pH. It'll add acidity to the soil essentially. Other questions? Let's see, right up here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure.
And my second question is, you were talking about earlier about, you know, determining where to buy land.
Mhm.
Overall question regarding land is, if you buy land that is flown, I mean, that is flood prone,
Mhm.
my question is, how would, let's say, how would flooding affect the soil? You live in an area
Sure.
that's blown, you know, it's prone to flood.
Yeah.
How would flood water affect, like, over time, affect land?
Mhm.
So I guess
Sure. So your first question, what is relief? Relief is another word basically for topography. So You know, as things change, you know, if you think of a hill or something like that, a hill slope, so that's a change in relief or a change in topography. And so that's going to have an important effect on the soils that are formed, whether they're at the top of the hill or the bottom of the hill or on the hill itself. They're all going to look relatively different because of the processes that take place because of gravity and the changes in that relief. For your second question, when you've got a flood prone soil, so, you know, on the beneficial side, you know, flooding is good in a way because it does bring in a source of nutrients and silts and things like that to the soil. So that can be a benefit. On the negative side, of course, it depends upon how long that soil is flooded. You know, because it can cause some issues when it comes to certain types of nutrients or metals or things like that in the soil. And when you have a lot of water on it, that soil can kind of go anaerobic. And so when it goes anaerobic, you can lose certain things like iron and manganese and certain micronutrients that we talked about before that, you know, could be important. It all depends upon, you know, what levels they're at. And that you could find out from a soil test to see. Yeah, it can. I mean, it can affect the whole soil. If the whole soil is flooded, then that whole soil is going to be affected by potentially some of those anaerobic conditions or those kinds of things. So it's a good idea to, you know, get the soil tested just to see where you're at. And then, you know, if it is flooding on an annual basis, you know, you could kind of check to see if that has any sort of implications, you know, in the future as you do more soil tests. Is something continually getting depleted over time that you might need to take into account, you know, in one of your seasons of fertilizer application? Maybe you need to add more iron back to the soil or something like that, because over time it's just gotten so depleted. I have a feeling that it's probably not depleted to the extent where it's going to cause some major issues with planting. But, you know, your soil test is your best way of being able to determine that. All right, let's see. Question here.
I had a question. Earlier you said that the happy medium for soil would be to have silt low. And I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I do know clay. So are there things that you could add to clay maybe to amend it and help get irrigation on that soil?
Yeah, so when we're talking about, so yeah, silt is, you know, it's just based on how big that particle is, okay? So clay is smallest, silt is, you know, kind of in between that and sand. And so if you've got a soil that's got a lot of clay in it, the best thing to do is to add organic matter to it in some way, whether it's as a compost or planting cover crops into it and turning those into the soil, or applying manure. Anything that's got organic matter in it would help to break up those clays, and then you'd have, you know, better drainage, and it would be a lot easier to work with.
So the balance wouldn't come from like adding like sand to clay.
Yeah, we don't usually add minerals or anything like that to it, because in general you have to add a lot of that in order to change if you wanted to change the texture of the soil from a clay to a silt loam, you know, you would be adding it from now until whenever, and you still really wouldn't get it to change very much because there's just so much soil that's there. But organic matter, the nice thing about organic matter is it doesn't take much organic matter to actually be able to have an impact on the soil.
That was going to be my next question. Like adding too much organic matter, would that kind of increase soil compaction?
No, it would be a benefit. It would reduce any sort of soil compaction that's there. I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong. I don't think you can add too much organic matter to the soil, because usually that's one of the things that the soil needs the most is some organic matter, because, you know, over time it gets depleted. It gets broken down and turned into carbon dioxide and released to the atmosphere because it's a carbon product. And so, you know, you really can't go wrong with adding too much organic matter, because it's not like you're going to turn it into a wetland or something like that with too much organic matter. It'll be okay. Other question, all the way in the back. Mhm. Yeah, so the NRCS is really good about providing a lot of good information about soil erosion and how to prevent soil erosion or enhance the soil after you've had issues with soil erosion. There's a lot of different practices that you can engage in to try to reduce any erosion that's taking place and to try to build the soil back up. So there's all sorts of things like contour farming and planting different strips, you know, having kind of a buffer around the edge of your field or wherever it is that's maybe got some perennial grasses that'll help to kind of stop the movement of soil from the field. Again, applying organic matter is another useful tool in preventing soil erosion. But definitely, I would seek out your local NRCS office to be able to give you. They've got a lot of good folks that will even come out and visit, you know, your farm or your area to help give you some advice for your specific situation.
And Dr. DeKalb, I will also add that we do have our NRCS person here. We'll be speaking to you all this afternoon, so those questions can be answered. So we will get that covered this afternoon.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay, right here. A sinkhole. I think that's outside of my area of expertise, unfortunately. I would not want to advise on, yeah. So when you say organic, do you mean like organically certified organic, or do you mean having organic matter in it? Yeah, so there's a process that you can go through to be able to get your area certified organic, and so it takes a certain amount of time, and you know there's a process to it, but there are steps that are identified that can do that you can follow, and then you know you have to have somebody come in and actually certify it, and there's some paperwork and things like that involved. But yeah, you can do that. Any other questions? Sure. Yeah, on average, they tend to cost a little bit more, those organic fertilizers, just because of the nature of that certification and everything. I don't know, I don't have a specific price point for the different ones that I showed, but in general, they usually cost a little bit more than your normal chemical fertilizers that you'll find. Any other questions? Sure.
So in a patch ground that's got a decent average pH of 6.7.
Yeah.
Would a 10-10-10 be a good general fertilizer to use?
Well, it depends upon your soil test. It depends upon how much of those nutrients are present, because it's the pH. If the pH is right, then that's good. But the pH doesn't tell you anything about what's already in the soil, as far as the phosphorus and the potassium and those kinds of things. So you would want to get a soil test to know that information. Even if you know the pH, you'd want that additional piece to really be able to say, okay, this is how much I need to apply. Yep.
And Dr. DeKalb, I would also add that $15 is probably the best money you can spend this year when you look at the price of fertilizer. So just like Dr. DeKalb was saying, if your pH is at optimum level, then those nutrients are available in the soil for the plant. So a lot of times, once you take that soil test, it'll tell you whether it's very high, susceptible, wherever your levels are. And if you're there, there's no need applying a triple 10 because it's already there. So that's money you can save. So this year, and I've been telling a lot of my growers, the best money you can spend is that $15 for your soil test, because if you don't need to apply, why? I mean, it's there and available. And your soil pH is 6.5, well, that plant can take those nutrients up by the root. So that's the best money you can spend.
Pretty much say that down into about 10 different soil samples that are 10 different site-specific soil areas.
And the beauty about the soil test, it would also tell you what you need to apply, how much you need to apply based on the crop. So that takes the guesswork out of it. Yes.
Question. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so so the typical kind of rule of thumb is for every 10 acres, you'd get like 20 samples. Okay. But remember, you homogenize all 20 of those samples into one sample that you send out. Yeah, mix it all together. Yeah. Yeah. And so you might want to, if you've got a 50-acre area, I mean, you might want to break that down into some smaller areas that you want to focus on, like maybe one area, there's maybe a hill slope or something like that in this spot, or maybe, in years past, this area of the field hasn't done very well for growth. You might break it down a little bit so that, because if you're basing everything for that 50-acre area off of that one number that you get back, there's going to be some variation across that 50 acres. And so what you might want to do is maybe have some specific areas that you want to focus in on. So maybe you have 5 samples that you send in for that 50-acre area, but where they are. You've taken like 20 samples from this one 10-acre area, and you've combined them all, and then that's your hill slope area. And then you've taken 20 samples from this one other area, and that's your low yielding area or whatever. So that way you have a little bit better sense of some of the variability that might be across that whole 50 acres. Okay. Question. Usually it's good every year. Before planting, before you're going to apply fertilizers or anything, it's good to take a soil sample and get it tested and see where you're at, because things can change depending upon what plant you grow or what sort of management practice you had over the last year, or it can be variable from year to year. Question. Yeah. Yeah, so manure, that's something that you can over apply. I talked before about organic matter. You can add as much organic matter as you want to, but when it comes to manure, that is a type of organic matter, but it also has, like I mentioned before, it's got a lot of salts in it. It's got a lot of weed seeds in it. Also, because it is like a readily available source of nutrients, you can apply too much, and it could cause adverse effects. If you have too much nitrogen or something like that, that could definitely cause issues. Also, if you over apply it, you could lose some of those nutrients from erosion, or from not there's too much, so it's not all being taken up by the plant. So then it enters your local surface water and all that stuff. And so that's an environmental issue as well. So those are some of the negative aspects of applying manure. You want to make sure if you apply it that you know how much is in it and you know how much you need to apply. Question. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. Yep. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, but similar to my answer for the raised beds, you would want to look at the crops and see, if there's a crop that has needs outside of the other crops as far as nutrition is concerned, if they have needs that are different from some of the others that you're growing, then I would definitely look at that area separately where you're going to plant that specific crop. But otherwise, I mean, you could get a general, of that 1 acre, you could get a general overview of what that 1 acre has in it as far as nutrition is concerned. And you could use that for all of the different crops that you're planning on growing, unless, like I said, there's one crop that needs something specific. Question. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, if we're getting into container gardening, then I would probably just focus on, the constituents that usually make up your general potting soil. Okay, so you usually have some sort of an organic component like peat or something like that that doesn't necessarily have a lot of nutrients in it. You could also have a compost. But then you would also add something like vermiculite or perlite that's usually provides some sort of a drainage factor to that soil. Things like vermiculite or perlite that help with water flow, because when you're talking about a container, in that situation, you can have too much organic matter, because if it's all organic matter, then you're not going to have very good water flow. So you'll want to have some sort of a mineral component, whether it's the vermiculite or the perlite, that provides that drainage within that system. Yeah, I mean, that's another way that you can do it. I mean, it depends upon how big your pot is. If it's not too big, you're not going to have too much of an issue with drainage. But having some of those rocks or stones at the bottom, that's another good way to improve the drainage in that system. Well, I think you're going to be predominantly, you're going to have that peat that's in there. And then you're going to have smaller amounts of the vermiculite and perlite. It's not going to be a huge amount of the volume that's taken up by those things. You don't need a lot of it to be able to provide good drainage in that kind of a system. And then, of course, any sort of fertility that you need. It's, again, with something like that, if you're making it yourself, it's a good idea to get that material tested too, so what kind of nutrients are present. So maybe what you need to add. Because something like a peat isn't really going to have very many nutrients. It's going to be organic. It's going to have a lot of organic matter in it, but it might not have. It's not going to have much nutrient. So you're going to have to add something else. Maybe mix in a little manure with it, or mix in some other nutrient source that's going to provide those to the plant. Not really, no. Question in the back. All right. Other questions? All right. Well, thank you all. If you have questions afterwards, that's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, Dr. DeCoff. Wow, very engaging. I love it. I love it. So when you all start planning and have that soil question, guess who you're going to call? Dr. DeCoff. But here's the deal. That's the beauty of it. So you know, when you get to that problem, that issue, you have a resource that you can call on. You have his email, phone number, you can reach out to him. Okay. That's the beauty about this class. So when you leave here, now you can develop that relationship with Dr. DeCoff when you start having these issues with your soil. And also we're going to talk about Natural Resource Conservation Service, who also is a USDA agency that's available to you that can come out and address resource concerns on your farm. And you'll hear about that and what's available later on. What time is it, Carla? It's about 6 after. We have lunch here. And I'll tell you what we have. We're gonna break for lunch, and I do have some guests coming in. I see Dr. Lagarde is already here. He's gonna come up and say a few words, but we're gonna go ahead and just break for lunch, grab your box lunch, and then come back. And as they come in, maybe get up and say a few words to you all. Now, I don't know who all are vegetarians. I only have, I think, 5 salads, but I do have turkey and ham. So if there is a dietary need or vegetarian, please let me know. So as we order in the future, we would know to make sure we can accommodate you. Okay. But with that, like I said, I have a salad, turkey, and ham. So help yourself, water in the coolers, sodas, still have some juices. So just help yourself, come back, and we're going to have the Commissioner of Ag to come say a few words, Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Lagarde, say a few words to you all. So we're going to break for lunch. Thank you.
But it's good, yeah.
Yeah. If you would, if you're through with your survey, if you would mind, bring it to the front or to the side. I'll pick it up, just kind of raise it up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's 4 or 5. I tell you what, when I walked in, I said, man, this is what we need. I like this. Like guest accounts. So
allergy going forward. I do have the IBQ with me at all times.
okay.
But I don't think there should be any issues.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Yes. This was our first expo. Oh yeah.
Fun, man.
I've been up since 5:30 this morning.
Really?
Good. Big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I've been on.
Something like that. It's already built.
Good. I'm Joe. Yeah. How you doing? Good. This is amazing. Why don't you take over cultivating? When do, so you doing it once a month up here?
Oh, yeah, it is.
One day once a month? Can they get in the next one? Phone and sign all that? You got space now?
I mean, I'll bring my hand out.
This test. Yes. Do you want to use that? Okay, what-
Show them how to hook it up.
Do you tell me plots are 150 by 70, and I'll say a couple, 2 or 3 plots, and we'll get out there and demonstrate that plastic with one plot.
Are we gonna do it later?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This was my baby too.
All right. I stormed in on one of her meetings. Now I stormed in on
I
another
don't
one.
know about this Joey's.
Will you text me though? When you get a space, and I'll make sure. I want to be there.
Because I know, I think we got you on schedule for April, so I think we're probably.
I would love that. And any other equipment you might want to demonstrate, we can get down there. If you want to do a killer hookup, you want to do a plat. Yeah, you
I
showed
only
me.
throw it on this side because I
No,
do.
but he come down here and do that day.
And I know Troy.
Got him in the loop.
Golf leagues
But
can't
my
be
guys
golf.
and gals would love to see it
Yes,
too.
yes,
Just
okay.
let that roll around.
Okay.
And then I would love for the
So, Jay,
subsequent
you gotta
11
be careful
courses,
about
or how many you do
Right.
this year, have 7 or 8 more people sitting in here from, because this is where you're gonna do it. isn't
Yeah,
it?
we're gonna do it here. Now, we may, maybe we're gonna do a tour, farm tour, I can't remember, July, August, so we're gonna get out there. Get a bus.
All right, let me know.
Okay.
See you.
All right, George.
See y'all.
Are you getting yours loaded up already?
I am, and I'm gonna watch him because there's a whole bunch of stuff.
You're gonna.
No, it's just a bunch of pictures.
Yes, yes, yes.
And is Commissioner coming?
You're supposed to.
Hope so.
I know he's got a 1 o'clock. So it's probably around-
No, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, crud, I gotta go back. I broke the wrong jump drive. That's all that's on there? Okay, I broke the wrong jump drive.
Well,
Here.
I gotta tell him, it's because she's been concerned about making sure I have a jump drive.
No, I had two. You know how I went like this and I'm like,
Yeah.
I laid the one This is the one I was getting pictures for an ad off of. Let me go back.
And-
I'll show you
yeah.
that.
Okay.
And
And
then,
here's mine, and there should be only one thing on there. Only one. And look, there it is. I think I have TAP on there so that we know TAP, and there I am.
Fly tomorrow, maybe. What's that?
And then it's okay for,
I'm gonna save it a minute.
Downtown in the city center there, because that, yeah, we're gonna be down at the legislative. plaza
I'm
For egg on the, yeah. If it was out here, yeah, I'd be more likely to do it, but. Yeah, get a little worried with all those people and
Feel nervous down there.
yeah, I'll just have them for displays
This is a
for
nice
that at
little
least. so.
podium that they have that's actually tech friendly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, see you, Jason. Thank you, Jason.
Oh, look at you in your purple.
This just was on top of the
Debbie had to get me one. So I have one of the, and the
I got one like
the
that.
pink
Do you?
Tennessee
Oh,
ones.
I have a fancy one.
Yeah, and it comes with a little,
We don't,
oh,
no,
I
we
can,
don't, we
I
don't
can
get
put
fancy
it
stuff.
around. This was from a couple years ago, pre-COVID.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, pre-COVID. Are you gonna eat?
Yeah.
Is that all right? Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah, the new farmer kid, yeah.
You shouldn't want to miss nothing now.
All right.
Sir. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna let- really need to put a follow.
That's already started. But if there were agents who want to go through this, they got a ceremony to pay for their registration. It's $100.
Mhm. Okay, that's,
If anybody was interested.
okay, 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 okay.
Debbie brought.
Oh, okay, that's, this for Jason here. I'll take it to him.
You doing okay?
Mhm,
Get some lunch while.
I'll let everybody, I'll let everybody get. Mhm, mhm. Oh, yeah. Yep.
I don't know. No, this is their kitchen.
No, no, it allowed me to sneak in there and get mine on there and. Yes. Yeah. No, my favorite. There he is. So, my favorite thing, and they don't make it anymore. And back when Kyle was getting married, I talked to him about it. He got one for him. Yeah, the other Kyle. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a.
My brain was going through all the things that it could be, and then when you said Kim, I'm like, oh, there's a cooler in there. I grabbed water.
You know, I haven't talked about it, and you've always been great to deal with small farmers,
Next to you guys.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah.
Okay. There was, that's a long time. Yeah. Yeah.
Of course.
Testing, testing. You all can go ahead and continue eating. We invited Commissioner Hatcher to come forth for lunch just to say a few words. It's just an honor to have the commissioner here to talk to the class. Never had that happen before, and we're glad to be here at the Ellington Center because a lot of times, you know, you don't get a chance to see this and see what's available. So we'll get a chance to tour the facilities as we go through our classes. So you'll get a chance to see what's all available here. But for lunch today, we have Commissioner Hatcher is going to say a few words to us.
Well, good afternoon. This is exciting for me. This is the most exciting thing I've been to in a long time. And the reason I say that is because this program that you're a part, in my opinion, is the best new farmer program in the United States. And I mean that. So I'm glad you're here. I'm a veterinarian and dairy farmer by trade. My family is still milking cows, believe it or not. And we have been successful only because we started bottling our own milk in 2007. And that's literally saved the farm. So one of the biggest problems we have in agriculture and forestry today, well, there's a couple of issues, is we're old. and so I think the average age of a farmer, American farmer, is what? Yeah. I did learn the other day that, well, not the other day, I've known this for a long time. One of the most least diverse industries in the country is agriculture. You know, there's been some advancements made in number of female farmers. I think I learned the other day that 2 out of 5 are now female, but we have made not much headway on diversity otherwise. So it's an exciting thing to see this kind of diverse group here today of all, looks to me, of all colors and walks of life. And that's a wonderful thing. You know, I'm at the point, or the realization now, all you need is the want to. That's all you need, and the opportunity. And hopefully we can provide that. There are people in all walks of life that want to farm. You don't have to farm a large number of acreage. You can take, how many tomato plants is it? I think you can make, Reggie Marshall says you can take 30 tomato plants and net $3,000 in a summer. That's not a lot of tomato plants, but there's a lot of opportunity out there, regardless of what your interest is, whether it's produce, whether it's livestock, whether it's dairy, whether it's sheep and goat milk, whatever it is, whether it's, I don't know what your interest is. There's so much opportunity there, and we desperately need you guys to jump off in this industry and start farming. And I hope that your motivation continues. You wouldn't be here if you weren't motivated and didn't want to learn. And this is a place to do it. So welcome. Thank you for what you're doing. I hope it works out for you. And we're going to continue to support it the best way we can. I don't know how Finest does these programs are they're nationally known. People want to come to these things, doing such a good job. He's done a great job with it. And TSU has been the mastermind behind this, and it's been a really good thing. So I hope we can expand it. whatever your feedback is for this, I hope they can continue to improve on the program. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatcher. And next, I want to ask Dr. Lateef Lagarde to come up. He's the Dean of our Cooperative Extension Program for Tennessee State University. Dr. Lagarde.
Thank you, Finance, and thank you, Dr. Hatcher, for your kind remarks. I want to thank all these speakers that are here as well as they will be coming. I want to welcome you also on behalf of this program and the University of Tennessee and Tennessee State University. We are working together for this program. But one thing I want to let you know that this is probably the program most critical today. Agriculture is the most critical industry. As you know, what's the one important thing for human beings to survive? Food, right? Food and agriculture. And that's what you are trying to get into. So I think this is extremely critical now. It has been in the past, and it's going to be more and more important. Let me tell you another thing, because some of you might be questioning, well, I'm just a small farmer, or I might have just few acres or few animals or whatever. In Tennessee, there are little less than 67,000 farms. In America, little over 2 million farms. But you know what? More than 90% of these farms are small farms, family farms, like you and I here. So I think you are really the critical part for the agriculture and food of this country. And what you are getting into is extremely important, most important part for human beings. I think, as you know, as the populations grow, as well as migration happens into the cities and sometimes in the rural areas, land is becoming less and less available. So small farms are going to be more and more critical and important. So I'm so pleased to see all of you here. I know this program is getting a lot of interest and a lot of popularity, as well. A lot of people are coming from various states and flying in to come here, take this class. So I'm really glad to see that you have chosen to participate in this. One thing that I would like you to keep in mind as you go through this program is to take down the telephone or contact information of the speakers. Because as you go through the 7 months program, some of the things that you will learn are extremely important, are very important what you will be doing, or what you will be needing, or what you will need to contact to maybe get some more information. So take down the names and contact information of all these speakers, because after you leave the class, some of you may remember, but some of you might be like me. After the class is done, everything is forgotten. So the notebook is helpful, but also take the names of the speakers, because that'll be very helpful to you. So I want to welcome you. I hope you have a good learning exercise experience here. And if anything more we could do, Finance is the key person here, and Carla. These two people are the in charge of this program. And this program has been running since 2014. We have several hundred graduates, and they have all really been doing very well in at least learning about agriculture, getting into agriculture, and doing what they can do or what they want to do. So this is an excellent program. Welcome on behalf of the Tennessee State University that I am part of, but we also work very closely with UT, and you will see several of our colleagues and speakers from there also. So I want to welcome you on behalf of both the universities. Thank you, Finance.
Thank you, Dr. Lagarde. Just a little FYI, I think we've graduated over about 450 future farmers through this program since 2014. I'm pretty excited about it, and hopefully, usually what I try to do on a lunchtime, bring in speakers. They mentioned Reggie Marshall, and Reggie, and you're going to hear from him at some point in time. And Reggie, I really take a lot of credit for what Reggie's doing, because Reggie went to Tennessee State University, animal science major, went back to school, became a nurse, and went through the class. And back in 2014, I had only 9. Went through, and Reggie has really taken on a lot of stuff we talked about. And Reggie, when it comes to small farm, urban ag, he's really taking this thing to the next level. You know, matter of fact, he and I was on the phone last night talking. He was telling me about it. He was just before the House Meeting Commission here, I think last week. But hopefully, if you don't take anything else from this class, really just get to know the people in here and get to know the speakers, presenters, because they bring a wealth of knowledge and information for you all as relate to the agriculture, farming industry in the state of Tennessee. I can't say that enough, okay? And I tell folks, I don't know it all, but I guarantee you, I can take this device right here and put you in contact with the people that knows, okay? So that's very, very, very critical. So with that, I think that's all the guests we have here today. So enjoy the rest of your lunch, and we're going to start back up here at 1 o'clock. Carla, you have anything to add? And I'm going to give a special thanks to Carla, because without her, I don't know where I would be. But I just want to say thank you, Carla. Carla started, I guess, last year, 2 years ago, helping me out here in the Middle Tennessee area, because at one time, Chris Robbins, who was our farm manager, Chris and I kind of started this thing together, and Chris left and moved to Michigan, and I kind of did it for a year without him. I said, there is no way. I need some help. So I want to thank Carla for stepping up and helping me. And I can't say enough about Carla. She's just taking this thing and made a world of difference in the program. So thank you.
Yeah. I know, it's so beautiful. We ordered this weather for your birthday. So what's the family exciting? What's the coolest name? How's he doing with that labor stuff? Yeah, she's like, oh, really?
So where we are now. I'm gonna send an email out asking for money. Less than 30,000. That'll be that. Well, we already have. I'll be honest, I can't. If it wasn't for you, you've been, you're the best at it. I mean, you've been all about it. All the time. That's what I mean by not worse, just a different way of doing it.
Now, she might still be there. But I don't think she's set out.
I think you're right. We're gonna smash. We had it here. And we've been planning it. The night before, day before. I can't, I've got another conflict. Conflict with reschedule. She's talking about we've got everybody else. It's on. You had a airport meeting. But it's a little bit of an overlap. But anyhow. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah. Your random is on. It's just like I am. And that's what I'm used to. She's not that way. She's not learned. Yeah.
That was my own, but I didn't say anything.
And she was more aggressive that way. She gets it. Yeah, yeah. We got around that's the approach you need to take. There are people out there like this. I'm not advocating for no residents. Yes. It's a big. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean, oh, yeah.
I will today. I will be free on the.
Thursday. Anyway, I'll take it. Have fun, Dad.
We're all good.
Hang in there. Yes.
Are y'all not back in the office? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking to see, because usually if I see anything anywhere, yeah, I don't see anything. I automatically put it in my calendar so that I can open the day. Yeah, we're better at well, somebody said last night. Well, I say, I go past, you played it.
Okay, okay, just, okay, all right. Yeah, we just put you from 120. We have got plenty of time. I
Here
think.
is my PowerPoint. Now, this is
Okay.
Jan's, so.
Okay, what, we ran out of polls, so. Just plug it in there. Can we just save this to the desktop?
Yeah.
Save hers to the desktop?
Wait a minute.
Or,
Yeah, no, okay, go ahead. close
Or
that,
I'll just minimize it.
minimize it.
Okay.
Okay, that's not the right PowerPoint. I just went to get it. Okay, let's start all over again.
Okay. All right. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. I went back to my office and picked up a new jump drive. Don't tell me I picked up the wrong one.
Maybe it has more files. No?
No. Well, Carla.
Oh, wait a minute. Leave there for a moment.
That's what the first one said
this-
when I came. No, those are all wrong.
Oh, no.
All
Do you
right,
want to,
I'm gonna go.
Jan, go first and let's,
No, let
no.
me just. I'll be right back.
okay, so this is not the one. Okay. I mean, if you want to find out more geographically, try to find your county stormwater coordinator. Yeah. Cedar County, go about the county. I mean, I don't know. We have to Clarkson City County, but I would go where you stormwater coordinators and let them know about it. If there's anything that you can do early. It's just, and it's about trainers, and it's just gonna keep sinking. That's gonna get you, keep that vegetation all around. More. Ooh, don't get it so. You will- Yeah, bamboo fast growing, but I would not. I will plant native flowers, native grasses. Just look on the NC side, you know, there are some other things like that. Yeah, and just incorporate that, you know, trilling or anything, just put in your house, that soil and play, you know, but eventually it's like, okay. You know, we're Tennessee, Missouri, it's hard.
Oh, dude.
Lost the presentation. Find it.
I got too many files. What I got
Oh,
is,
gosh, I know.
scroll down. Just. Ta-da!
Ta-da! Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I share your screen. Ah. Are we good?
I didn't realize it would go. I hope we don't end up.
I'm so impressed.
Hmm.
So where's my?
Okay, this should be it. Okay, there's your clicker. We found out that the pointers don't work when you point at the screen. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let me make sure. Yep, we got all our groups, so minimize you as a speaker, and so they should be seeing what we're seeing. So if you're ready to go,
Yep.
I'm ready to go. Do you want to get hooked up to this?
Can I just, I probably need my, can I just sit right here?
Yeah, I think so. Test, test, test. Yeah. Okay, if I can get everyone's attention, if you go ahead and have your seats, we're about to go into the last part of our program of the afternoon. Hello, hello. There we go. All right, welcome back. We're ready for our afternoon sessions, and today we have with us Miss Debbie Ball, and she is from the Tennessee Department of Agriculture and the Pick Tennessee product. So thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you. Okay, let's. How's the sound check in the back? Can you guys hear me? Yay. Well, I am so excited to be here for many, many reasons, but this is a great turnout, and kudos to you guys for coming and taking this class and learning about agriculture in Tennessee. Do I need to go higher? How about this? Can the back row hear me? Okay. I am Debbie Ball with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture, and I work in our Business Development Division, which is, now that the commissioners left, the best division at the department. We get to work with farmers, forest landowners, agribusinesses, processors, with everybody across the whole gamut to help build rural economies and increase farm income. This is a picture of our business consultant team. Not super important that you remember every single face up there, but I just wanted you guys to know that we have consultants focused on lots of different areas. Wendy Sneed, who was actually here just a moment ago, works with our livestock and meat processing industries. Casey Troop focuses on agritourism, our new farmer program through the department, and works with our farmer veterans. Do we have any veterans in here today? Thank you for your service, and that is a great turnout. Will Freeman works with Ag Enterprise Fund, which is a fund designed to help businesses expand across the state. He also manages all our social media accounts and works with our horticulture industry. Kyle works with our wine, spirits, and hemp industry. Does he have the best job ever? We tease him quite a bit. Mike Brown works with our food processing folks, and I work with the Pick Tennessee Products platform, which is what I'm going to talk about today. I work with farmers markets, and I manage the specialty crop lot grant program. I brought with me Carla. I don't see Carla anymore, but I brought some little handouts with me that folks, you don't have to hand them out during the presentation, but what they have is they have the email address for all of our consultants. They have the web links listed for the different programs at the department that might be valuable to you. The web links are ugly, but I couldn't figure out any better way to make it work than to print them out. Farm direct marketing is what the Pick Tennessee Products program focuses on. Before I go, is anybody in here actually producing anything or selling any products direct to the consumer? Do you mind sharing? Okay, okay. What are you marketing back there in the back? Okay, so, okay. So meat, and was there another hand raised? Okay, all right. And and what are you doing? Vegetables. And I guess you guys are doing farm direct marketing, direct to the consumer. Is anybody here, is everybody familiar with Pick Tennessee products? I'm seeing some, yay, okay. This is our consumer-facing promotion. It's been around since 1987. Sometimes I like to say that the Tennessee Department of Agriculture was promoting local before local was cool, because now we know that's what everybody is looking for. It's free to be a member of our Pick Tennessee products directories. It's very easy to apply. I'm going to show you in just a second how to do that. We currently have over 2,500 participants. I broke out just a few parts of our directories. We've got over 900 businesses engaged in some sort of agritourism, and that's everything from corn mazes to a brewery and a distillery, which are eligible to participate, and that we consider that agritourism as well. We have 157 farmers markets in our directories, and over 350 food manufacturing businesses. And these businesses range from Little Debbie's and Moon Pies to small mom and pop shops who are selling baked goods directly at a farmer's market. And this program is free for our consumers to use. Last year, we had over 200,000 visits to our website, and that was like something like 500,000 page views. So folks, actually, consumers do go to Pick TN products to find that direct connection. This is a picture of our website and our mobile app. Does anybody in here have the Pick Tennessee Products mobile app? 2? Okay, well, 3, yeah. I hate presenting after lunch for many reasons, because you don't know if you're wearing it, or if you've got like lettuce in your teeth. But I also like to present before lunch so I can withhold your lunch till you download the app. But Carlin Finest took that away from me today. So I encourage everybody to download the app. We've had, I think we're about at 44,000 downloads now. And what the app does is it maps the consumer directly to what they're searching for. So if you are looking for a farmer's market and you download the app and you look today, you're going to be directed to the one on Thursdays at the Methodist Church. You go home, you're going to probably be given directions to a different one depending on where you live. How many folks live outside of the Middle Tennessee area that are here? Just out of curiosity. That's good. If you want to apply, so those of you that are already selling direct to the consumer, are you on Pick Tennessee products? Okay, well, it's super easy. It's free. I encourage you to take advantage of it. If you go to our website, in the upper right-hand corner, it says apply now. So that's pretty easy. It's a super simple application process. It'll ask if you are a new application or not, and you're going to say yes. If you happen to already be listed, you would say no, and we'll tell you how to make updates. But you're going to say yes, and then you just follow the instructions. Wherever there is a little asterisk at the end, that is a mandatory field. We have to have something in that field. And if you don't fill it out, you can't go forward. You're going to get a big red block until you complete that. So that way we're making sure we get the mandatory information. And we're going to ask phone number, email. We encourage you to have websites, Facebook. As you start marketing direct to the consumer, I encourage you to take advantage of social media. You can do it for free. But then also, as you get a little bit into it more, you might want to start boosting posts or maybe placing an ad, because it's a really low cost for, and if y'all lose me in the back, somebody raise your hand. Sometimes I feel like my voice sounds a little funny up here. You can get, it's low cost for the reach that you get. And see where the big red arrow is in that box? We're asking you, when you submit, to tell us about your farming operation. So this is your time. It's one of the first times to tell your story. If you are a farmer veteran, if you are maybe have come back to agriculture after being involved in the corporate world, tell a little bit about yourself, tell a little bit about your story. You don't have to write a novel, and we'll read it before we post it to try to make sure that it reads good and everything's punctuating. But this is one of the first times that you're going to get to tell your story. And as you are marketing direct to the consumer, story is really important. Many times, if there's a big long row of tomatoes at the farmer's market, the consumer is going to go to the farmer that he's developed a relationship with, the one he knows their story. He knows a little bit about where their food's coming from. We're going to ask you more questions, and you just say yes or no. Do you want to export? You guys are going to say no. You know, do you want to be in a trade show? You might say yes. This is information that we just like to collect to better serve you. And then the most important thing is type of business. And we've got a category for everything that's listed on the website. And if you click a category, you get a drop down that will ask you questions specific to that category. You can be in multiple categories. You can have an agritourism operation. You can sell fruits and vegetables. You can also sell meats. So you can be listed in several different directories on our website. Just for the simple sake, I clicked fruits and vegetables, and then this is the screen that you get, and you get the opportunity to say specifically what type of fruit and or vegetable you're growing. And we want to know your method of sale. Oh, what was that? Did I do that? Yeah, wow. I can do tricks, microphone tricks. I didn't even know. But we want to know your method of sale if you're at a farmer's market.
The one we don't like?
Okay, that's not me.
God, no.
Just so you know.
Yeah, no. In fact, it's better. You can. I would see the social worker. Yeah, I would see the social worker there at the hospital.
Everybody do this.
James Blair.
I'm just glad to know it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I know I got a mute button here. There it is.
Okay.
That's weird. You think it's picking up somebody's.
Somebody was talking. I'm trying to get to where.
Oh, wow.
If they've been giving him his medicines.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Yeah.
No way to find out.
There it is.
Oh, yeah. I thought I'd check it just in case.
Okay.
I don't want to say no, want to say yes.
No, you're.
Oh, so are people listening to this virtually?
Yes.
Oh dear. So. And it's being recorded. Why didn't y'all tell me that before I said the part about being in the best division at the department?
We'll delete that. We'll delete that.
Yeah.
He won't see it.
Okay, where were we? Okay, so you've answered all the questions. You're going to get this final page, and you have to hit yes, I accept, and yes, I've read all the rules. And then you're done. You will get, well, Carla, let's see. Okay, I'm not moving forward.
Exactly.
Okay, we when every application comes to me, I send it, depending on what the category is, to the consultant who works with that industry. So from the time they get it, our goal is to do 7 working days. Some folks travel a lot, and it may take just a little bit longer. But once you are approved, you are on the website overnight. So you're shaking your head like you couldn't. Well, then we need to talk afterwards, because if there could be some sort of technical glitch, because as we know, technical things happen.
Yes, definitely.
Are we good now? Let's see.
I just.
Yay.
And it get
Just hit that one. Okay, because I was hitting down here. So you submit, you're going to get this screen. You will get an email saying that it was successfully submitted. A consultant will call you, this is your touch point with a consultant for your industry. Excuse me. And then when you are approved, you'll get another email with a link to download our logos, and you're approved to put the logo on the products that you put on your application. And this is just kind of briefly through the website. Take time to go visit it when you guys get home. But this is a listing under Farm Fun, which is one of the categories across the top. I picked Christmas trees. Your top right hand, when you click on Christmas trees, you'll get a breakout divided by section of the state and then by county in alphabetical order. So it's real easy to drill down. The app maps you to what you're looking for based on your real-time location. With the directory, you do have to drill down. And then the screen at the bottom is just what Sycamore Springs, their information looks like. We link to I don't think they have a Facebook page, but we link to their website. We link to any information that they give us, and then their description shows. An important benefit of being part of Pick Tennessee Products is we like to promote our new folks on our social media accounts. So these are folks, the two on the edge, excuse me, the two young couples on the edge. Both of those couples joined Pick Tennessee Products last year. And I went out and was able to visit their farms and get some pictures. And then we came back and I presented that information to Will, and he put it out on our social media platforms. I think these look like Facebook posts, but we also have a very active Instagram account, and we do the same thing with that. We want our members to tell us their story. So if you tell us the story, send me some pictures, we're going to put it on our social media calendar to go out to the public. And that's just a little extra free marketing that you're getting. Quick little side note, the Mimi Jo's Tea, we did a Facebook post for her, and she called me up and she said, I want to be on Instagram. I'm like, well, okay, we'll put you on Instagram. And she got an order off our post on Instagram, like, I don't know, in hours. She sent me an email and said somebody had picked up her product from seeing us. Members also have the opportunity to purchase advertising in some cases at a reduced rate. We sponsor these full page ads in Tennessee Home and Farm magazine. And then we give our members, based on whatever we're featuring in that ad, the opportunity to purchase a spot at a much, much reduced rate. Probably, if you're just getting started, this is not something that's right for you. But if down the road you start making a shelf-stable, a processed product, your business grows, this is a great opportunity to share your message at a reduced rate. This is just a continued examples of things that we do. We sponsor the recipe section in Tennessee Home and Farm magazine. We do a little small half-page ad featuring a Pick Tennessee Products member. And then over here on your right, where the red area is, we also list businesses, farms that grow what's being featured in the recipe. And we do our best to go across the whole state and pull different Pick Tennessee Products members for each promotion. We also have a trade show, which is not going to be pertinent to what you guys are doing right now, but it's important to know that this is a resource that's out there. We partner with the Grocers Association every year when they have their annual convention, and they have a big trade show where it costs a whole lot of money to have a booth. We subsidize the booth space so that our small businesses that are making the sauces, the jams, the things that are appropriately permitted, you have to be following all the rules and regulations, but it gives you an opportunity to come in some cases for just a little over a couple $100 to meet with retailers. So that's just another benefit of being a part of our directories. And I'm almost done. I don't know with all our technical difficulties, I don't know if I'm over time or under time, but I just kind of wanted to hit again on what other business consultants do in our division. And if you take a screenshot, I've got the consultant's email and name to go along with the picture. So as I said before, Casey's working with our agritourism destinations across the state. Mike Brown does our food and beverage industry. Like there's over 1,600 registered manufacturing facilities, over 35,000 Tennesseans, employing over 35,000 Tennesseans. That's a big impact of this industry in Tennessee's economy. And then here's Kyle, good old Kyle with his craft beers, spirits and wines, but there's his contact information if that's something that you're interested in. And Will who works with our horticulture industry. We always think about McMinnville when we think of horticulture industry, but this is a statewide industry with over 780 licensed nurseries across the state. We, as I mentioned, Wendy, and y'all, Wendy covers everything. What is she? I can't remember exactly what she says, but farm to fork. You know, if it's got legs from growing it till you get it processed, till it gets to the table, she is your source for information on that. We don't have a consultant right now working with our forest industry, but we will in the next few months, I understand. But this is an important part of Tennessee's agricultural economy. And we also have someone, or will have someone, who works strictly with international marketing. 20 to 25% of farm income comes from exports. So once again, it might not touch what you're doing now, but I think it's important for you to know that those resources are available. And there we go. I got to the end without another technical difficulty. You're welcome. Good.
I'd just like to say as food prices have gone up and you go into the supermarkets and there's not a lot of things there that you normally like, I have been sending people to pick Tennessee products like crazy because there are so many local growers where you can get meat, you can get certain vegetables, you can get your eggs. Now, you can't get everything local. We're never going to be able to grow bananas and oranges here. But it's seasonality. If you the consumers got to kind of change their mind on what they pick to eat too. But you can get a lot of your products locally. So just think about that and go to this site. And thank you. Thank you, Debbie. All right. Next up, we have Troy Duggar. Troy is from our Center of Profitable Agriculture. So we'll give him a second to get changed over. Which one's yours? Okay.
So. I just want to make a comment while calling them is getting ready. I just had an opportunity. We talked about food and you probably heard about the supply chain, what's really going on. I had an opportunity. I was in LA for a week last week, just got back Sunday. And I had a chance to go out to Port of Los Angeles. It is real. I mean, the containers that's there, the ships that's still out there on the water. It is unreal to actually see that, you know, live and in person. When you hear about that going on and you hear about it on television, to actually go there and see that, I mean, it's just a whole different perspective. I was out in Long Beach and watching the trucks with the containers, you know, getting on the interstate, the 405, I think now 710. I mean, just gridlock, and I'm trying to get containers from the port to the different destination. I mean, it is unreal to see something like that.
Do you realize that just a glimpse of the resources available to you all? It is amazing. Tennessee Department of Ag, your tax dollars at work and free. And that's the beauty about this class. You get a chance to see what's available to you all to can also enhance your different farming operations. I won't take any more of Troy's time. But Troy.
You make better use of the time than I will, Francis. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the few minutes that I have. Hate to follow Debbie. I want to talk to you for just a couple of minutes. Well, before we even get to that, I did a meeting Thursday night in Van Buren County. And so when they say he's from the Center for Profitable Agriculture, everybody has different thoughts about that, I guess. So, but I told him, I said, well, you can't say you're from the center of maybe make a profit agriculture, or you're not going to make, so you got to be positive about it. So anyway, that's our name. That's what we go by. The center itself, we'll get into it more in just a minute. We'll have more information and things that hopefully will be a benefit to you down the line. We are part of UT Extension, and we are a partner with Farm Bureau as well. As far as my work goes, I work for 33 years in Hickman County with the Extension office there as ag agent and county director. Made a switch about 4 years ago over to the Center for Profitable Agriculture. The center itself started around 1998 or so as a center for it was in Knoxville, and then over time we moved, and we're in Columbia now. Moved to Spring Hill for a little while, and now we're at the WMP Ready 4-H Center in Columbia, and that's where we began with a partnership with Farm Bureau several years back. But we are part of UT Extension, so the center itself deals mainly with value-added agriculture. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. The center, when it began, there were only 2 people in the center, and they would just take applications from farmers about some things that they wanted to do and try. And so they would work with them about adding value to that, about marketing those things. And it was just by an application process, basically. So after a couple of years, the center kept all the information they were giving out. They finally figured out they were answering the same questions over and over. So even though we still have that application on our website, and you can make that application sometime, we do certainly more than that now. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. We are part of UT Extension. I began in 1998, and then our formal partnership with Farm Bureau. Because of the nature of some of the things we do work very closely with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture in a lot of different ways. And we look at analyzing and developing value-added agricultural enterprises. We'll talk about that in the next slide. So if you think about it, what is value-added? And there's an important part of agriculture today. You can add value to just about anything that's out there. This is a very simple example of what value-added agriculture is. So it's when you just take a product and you've been selling, that's not the greatest of pictures, but that's a strawberry if you can't really tell. If you're selling strawberries and that's what you've been selling a long time, and you think, well, I can do something else. I can add value to that berry either by processing, packaging, marketing, and I can keep more of that dollar at home. And so you move from, you may still be selling strawberries, but you may turn that into jams, jellies, breads, whatever, and keep more of that dollar at home. That's where we kind of come into play, get into those processes of how to do that. And that's where we work closely with TDA, because there are a lot of rules and things there that we have to follow, depending on what it is. That's a very simple example, but there's value-added meats, there's value-added dairies, there's value-added pretty much whatever that you want to look at. So that's our main thought. And it comes to this slide here. You probably can't see that real well, but on the left of that dollar bill, it's 14.5 cents out of a dollar that stays on the farm. And so by processing, packaging, marketing, adding value to whatever it is you're growing, then you want to get over there more in that green area so you keep more of that at home. That's the thought behind value-added agriculture. And certainly lots of people have been successful in doing that. We're going to talk about that a little bit in just a minute. The orange line down there that you can see, that is just the chart of the farm share over the years. It goes back to about 2011. Well, if you even go back to about 2007, it was about as high as it's been. Took a little dip, got up again about 2011, and it's been on a downward trend pretty much ever since. This just has 2018 data on it, but from 17 to 18, it rose slightly. That's the only uptick we've had in a little while, but that's why we look at value-added agriculture and adding value to some of those farm products that you're selling. You're already doing some direct marketing. That would be one part of it as well. Agritourism's already been mentioned. You may or may not want to do that, but that's part of this whole deal also. Or again, processing, packaging that product that you can sell it also. This is just some data from 2012 and 2017 Census of Agriculture. It's where we get a lot of our information. I know some of you that are farming now, you may get one of these asking you a lot of questions about the census coming up since we're in 2022, and that will be coming. But it does help. I know it's an aggravation to a lot of people, but it does help us to get some data that we need. All these next two slides show that pretty much over that 5-year period that direct marketing has grown for farms in Tennessee. The number of farms have grown slightly. The value of the food products sold have gone up quite a bit. And so the average amount sold per farm has increased as well. They are counting some things now in the 2017 census that they didn't count in 2012. That's why we see a greater jump there in some of those numbers. Again, the number of farms with agritourism and recreational service sales, all that has kind of grown as well. When you look at agritourism, when you look at other things that might be out there, the value of those sales and the sales per farm has gone up as well over that 5-year period anyway. So when you say, well, what do you do? What do we do at the center, and what do we do with value added? As I said, when it first began, there was a certain way the center did business. It's kind of changed a little bit. We have Rob Holland, who's the director of our center, Megan LaFew, who's one of our marketing specialists, and we're almost ready to hire another marketing specialist. That position's been vacant for about a year. And then we have Hal Pepper, who is our financial fella, and he does some on taxes. He probably won't tell you that, but he does a little bit on taxes from time to time. That's pretty good. Kim Giorgio is our administrative assistant, and I tell people if you just don't feel good one day and you want to call somebody to cheer you up, she'll cheer you up by just answering the phone. So you just call us sometime and you just chat with her a few minutes. So again, we help farmers develop value-added business ideas. We do that through farm visits. We cover the state. There's only 4 or 5 of us, but we cover the state. If we need to get to the farm, we can do that. We try to work with the local extension agent, at least to let them know we're scheduling a visit, or work with them to schedule the visit. Phone calls, emails. We develop some educational materials. We'll talk about that briefly in just a minute. We write and publish some things for educational purposes. And we do outreach programs such as this, or over COVID, did a lot of webinars on different things. Megan did a lot of things on ag tourism, and just some different subjects where we do some outreach type meetings. And we do some program training for our agents as well, for the extension agents. So to kind of keep them involved in what value-added agriculture is all about. There's our website there at the bottom. We'll touch on that a little bit in just a minute. I want to talk about producers for just a little bit, because and my role there at the center is a little bit different from the other ones. I'm going to cover 2 or 3 different areas of what I kind of do, but we can certainly help you in the area of value added. So we have the question sometime: what's good? What can I do that make money? Since we're the Center for Profitable Agriculture, what can I do? Well, talking to my coworkers, they've come up with some different things over the years. Here are some of the things that they've found that, hey, these things that work. People are making money at these things. So if you look at value-added meats up there on the left, you might be looking at a CSA, community supported agriculture, where if you're familiar with that, where you're growing vegetables, you're selling a box of vegetables a week to someone. They pay up front for the whole year, so they kind of share in the risk of what the weather's going to be. It's a good year, they get a full box every week. If it's not such a good year, their box may not be quite as full. It may be some fall things, pumpkin gourds and things that you're selling from your farm. It may be you want to grow berries or small fruits. They may be the value-added thing we talk about with strawberries, or it may be ag tourism. And we see that all those things have had some success to it. And then people say, well, what's not going to work? What's not going to work when I look at value added? Well, it's the same things. It's the same things. And that's where it comes back to the owner, to your interests, and some of the things that you want to do. So some of the things that have been successful, on the other hand, those same things have not been successful in some areas. I'm not going to go very deep into this, but just to think about some things as you're looking at what enterprise that you might want to develop or where you are. Why are some things successful? Why are some things unsuccessful? We'll first look at money and capital and cash flow. Can you meet those demands? Can you pay your laborers? Can you pay those folks that you're working with? What about management? You know, skill, time, maybe your experience in some of those areas. How are you in doing that? Are you good at managing people, or would you rather just probably do it yourself sometime? Marketing, you know, marketing is a big thing. And we need to think about that because you're here because you got a great interest in agriculture, and you can probably grow almost or produce almost anything you want to. But you got to think about where you're going to sell it. What's the market? Who's interested in it? How can you sell it? How can you move it along? So those are some things to think about, not to be negative about it, but just think about those things as you get into your farm enterprise. That's some of the things we'd talk about if we visit with you sometimes as well. There's also that person that just has magic, you know, it doesn't matter what they do, they're successful in it. Commissioner Hatcher, I think, said a while ago about, you know, you're here because you have the drive and the energy. It's what I'm using, the passion. You want to do this, and that's a great big part of this. And some people are just are good at some things that they do. So that's a little bit about what we do as far as value-added agriculture goes, or what we can do. I want to talk to you very quickly about just a couple of other things that maybe you'll have a interest in. One of the things that I work in, and a couple of these slides may be pretty light. Sorry. I work with the Sustainable Ag program out of our center with the SARE program. I didn't mean to do that. What we do with that is we have some funds. Basically, what we do is train agents, extension agents, on sustainable agricultural practices. That's basically where our time is spent. So when we do some things on the SARE program. So that's what we do with agents, so they'll be a little more aware of what sustainability is. And when we look at the SARE program, when they define sustainability, it's fairly broad nowadays, pretty much, as they look at the financial aspect of it. They look at it conserving land, water, and air resources. They look at it as kind of a way of life, and they look at the production side of it as well. So a lot of good things coming from that particular program. One of the things I did put up here, again, it's pretty small. Sorry about that. They have five grant programs. There's two here that might be of interest to you. There is a producer grant program. It's opened every year, but at different times. So they call for those producer programs in September, and they're due in November, and then they decide and give the money out around March of the following year. Usually 2 years in the grant program, and a producer grant can be up to like $15,000 total. To do it has to be based on some type of, if you will, research on your farm, a sustainable practice, but it could relate to whatever it is that you're growing. The hard thing about it, it is very competitive. I just have to tell you that it's a southern region, so we're competitive with other states, the 13 southern states that we would compete against in those things. But we have had producers to get some of those over the years through the SARE program. The other one I'll just throw out there is the graduate student grants. Maybe if you might be in a graduate program, or someone in your family might be, that they can apply for that to do research at their school. They'd probably go through their instructor to do that. But that's another 2-year program. I think the amount is like $16,500 for a 2-year grant, where they would do some research, some sustainable research at their school. $1,000 is included in that because they would need to go and present those findings to at another meeting somewhere along the line. There's an own farm grant I didn't put up here, but it's similar to the producer grant, where I'll just use, for instance, the extension agent could apply for that, and they could do the research on your farm. So you'd have somebody else to write the grant, have to keep up with all the paperwork. If you've got a relationship with your extension agent or NRCS personnel or someone like that, that could help you with that also. One of the things quickly that we also have, this is on our website, the Center for Profitable Agriculture, and part of the work I'm trying to do in specialty crops. If you have an interest in specialty crops, we have a section here on our website. If you go to our website and you just hit there's a program area, I think maybe the second one from the left. And if you look for the specialty crop section, this page will come up. And so we got the tabs on the left here. We got crop profiles. And these are 5 crop profiles that we have on our website for you. Now, I have copies of 4 of them, and I put them back there on the back table on the left back there. Feel free, as many as I've got. I brought several, but I don't know if I brought one for everybody or not. There's one on cut flower production in Tennessee. I had no idea how much interest was in cut flowers till we started this, but that's a good one. We worked with the University of Kentucky in putting these together, but some Tennessee folks reviewed all of these. There's one on garden mums in Tennessee. There's one on high tunnel overview or high tunnel production in here as well. And there's one on culinary herb production also. There's one on here, cider apples in Tennessee. We just don't have a hard copy of that right now. Other specialty crop profiles, the second one down is just a listing of 20 specialty crops that we got agents to help us with. What do you see most people talk about? So that top 20 list is on there, and then you can click on that crop, whatever it is, strawberries, watermelons, whatever, and it'll take you to the crop profile at the University of Kentucky, the Center for Crop Diversification. And they've got about 200 crop profiles on there. So why would we want to repeat? We're not trying to repeat what they're doing. We're trying to get some things more centered for Tennessee there, but they have lots of those. The other valuable resources, the third one down, that's a direct link to the Center for Crop Diversification at University of Kentucky. And again, they've got a couple of hundred crop profiles. We've got some budget. They've got some good budgets on there for crops on a large scale, but they've also got some vegetable crops on there for like per 100 foot of row. So for the small producer also, you can get some good things out of that. Recordings, the special crop webinar recordings in July of 2021. Those are some in-service for agents, and we had some producers in on those too. So if you want to sit and watch those are an hour each. One of them's on mums in Tennessee. One of them's on cut flowers. One of them is on pollinators in Tennessee for specialty crops. One of them is specialty crop marketing that we had on that. And then the last one is something project we're currently doing for specialty crops. This are the recordings of the webinars. They were in services for agents once again on some other crops. So our specialists at UT did these. You feel free to look at those. Those are probably anywhere from an hour and a half. A couple of those are 2 hours. They cover berries, strawberries, blackberries, blueberries. They cover, should write it down. There's one on the hops and the economics of that. There's one on some vegetables. Mainly it covers asparagus, sweet corn, pumpkins, and tomatoes. That's the third one. And the fourth one is on tree nuts, pecans, pawpaws, persimmons, pomegranates. So those are on there as well. Take time to look at that also. I left this out. I didn't bring it today. On the very far right, it says resources. If you hit that and type in the box there, beginning farmer resources, and I just forgot to bring this today. We have a little publication there that's got like 40 links for new and beginning farmers to lots of different places. It's some universities, it's other NRCS, it's some other universities and things that they do on the beginning farmer program. And it'd probably be better to go on there and get it because all the links are there and those links are live. We redid that last year, so hopefully everything is still in good shape for some beginning farmer things as well. Quickly, one of the other things I work with is Tennessee Agribility Project. If you know a producer or a farmer that may have a handicap, a physical handicap of something, we have 2 specialists, one in East Tennessee and West Tennessee that cover the state for us in that. You know, that could be some of the severe things that we might think of, but as the farming population gets older, it also, you know, eyesight, hearing, back pains, arthritis, all those kind of things are considered some physical disabilities that we might be able to help some farmers with. Now, there's a little process to that. It doesn't happen just like that. But there are maybe some funds that we'd have to look for and work with. Finance helps us also in the agribility project. And we do work with the Farmer Veteran Coalition also as part of that as well. All right, I'm going to be quiet. That's my contact information at our center. If you've got questions, so we got other specialists that certainly might could help you at our center as well. But I'm going to close it out with that. Just thank you for your interest. I think tomorrow's National Agriculture Day. So thank you for your interest in being here, being part of the class, and making a commitment for 7 months to do this. Okay, one question in the back. At what school? Okay, let me think for a minute. Are you talking about the graduate program or just an on-farm or producer program? All right. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
You said you were in Williamson County? Wilson County. Okay. Lucas Holman would be your point of contact there. He is the county director, and there's other A&R agents in his office that could probably talk to you about that. If he doesn't, contact Finus or contact myself, and we'll kind of work through one by one, what you are interested in doing. So, but I think that'd be the best way to go about that, is just to get with your county extension agent or contact one of us to help you along those lines. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
One other question.
One more question. Yes. Okay, these slides will be put up on a Google Drive, and I will send you all an email later. It's just SARE, S-A-R-E. If you Google that, you will find it. But I will send this information out in an email to all our participants.
Specifically, the Southern SARE.
Yeah, specifically the Southern SARE. Okay, any more questions for Troy?
Just have a quick comment, Carla. Excuse me. I would encourage you all to definitely seek out Center for Profitable Ag. They have a lot of educational programs across the state. And that way you can be put on a mailing list, and then you get an email letting you know the different topics, time, webinars, in person, whatever it may be. So definitely Megan LaFew, Harold Pepper, they got education programs going on all the time. So definitely visit Center for Profitable Ag website, get on the email list so you'll get all those emails. Especially if you're looking at, the TAEP process, where you can get your points, where you can get the 50% cost share. So definitely look at CPA. They have a wealth of information, a lot of good educational workshops going on throughout the whole year. Think about all this information, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started.
So we probably, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you talking here.
Okay.
Okay, for those of you on Zoom, we've got another little technical difficulty. Holly is going to be speaking to us from the Farm Services Agency, but we cannot get her flash drive on my computer. So you will get this presentation, but you will be able to hear her while she speaks, and everybody else in person will be able to see her presentation. So Holly, thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Holly Harper. I'm out of the Smith County Farm Service Agency office. So we kind of have what is called districts at FSA. Is that better? All right. So I have 21 counties in Middle Tennessee that I cover. But if after today you have questions, I'll hang around for a little bit after, or two, you'll have my contact info and I can get you in touch if you're not one of my counties with who you need to be in touch with. So I'm just going to kind of do a brief overview today about our farm loans. We do have Ms. Greer come in later this afternoon to talk about some just general farm programs and other things we have. So I will all be loan specific. So we have different kind of loan programs. We have farm ownership if you're looking at purchasing real estate. We have microloans, which is $50,000 or less. We've got some joint financing, which basically means we partner with another lender. So we will finance so much and another lender will finance so much. And then we also have operating loans, also microloans for those. So we'll get into specifics here in just a second. And then we have youth loans. So that is for 10 to 21 if you have kids that are interested in agriculture. So our first up is our direct farm ownership. We can loan up to $600,000 for that, and the term can be up to 40 years. And we'll get into eligibility specific here in a little bit. But our interest rate for the month of March is 3%. So we are a little bit lower than your traditional lenders. And we do not require a down payment. So we are kind of designed for beginning farmers who may not have the cash on hand for a traditional down payment, may not have the equity in another farm. So we are designed to help you get started. We've got a direct down payment farm ownership loan, which is again kind of a partnership deal. We will finance 45% of the purchase price. Another lender does 50%, and you actually put 5% down in this one specific program. However, the upside to this program, we do drop our interest rate down to 1.5%. So we understand you're paying another lender a higher percentage for that 50% of the purchase price. So we do drop our rate. That can only be 20 years, but we do let the other lender go longer if they need to. So for the micro loan, that's just the $50,000, regardless of purchasing a farm or just operating inputs. Our direct operating loan, which could be for crop inputs, so feed, seed, fertilizer, seed, things like that, chemicals, or it could be purchased livestock, equipment, various sorts of things for the operating. So 400,000, 1 to 7 years. So that kind of depends on your repayment ability, as in when income is going to come due. So if we're talking like a feeder calf operation, something like that, you know, we may be talking a 6 to 8 month, you know, term. That may be all we, you know, you may close on March and then it may be due September, October, because that would be when you'd sell the calves. If we are talking a tractor, cow-calf operation, something like that, we'll go ahead and term it out 5 or 7 years, the life of the security. So our direct emergency, hopefully that is not a loan that any of you have to ever get. That would be if your county had an emergency deemed. So something bad happened, you know, a year or two ago when this tornado came through a lot of Middle Tennessee. Several of those people at that point were eligible for the emergency loan. However, it is a slightly higher interest rate and you have to prove your loss. So a lot of the time, even if maybe you've had the loss, if we can still fit you in our operating loan, we will, because we want to benefit you with a lower rate if we can. Our youth loan, again, is ages 10 to 21, and it is basically for a youth 4-H or FFA project. So typically it is someone that wants to show a heifer, show a lamb, show a goat, a pig, something like that. All right, so now we also have our guaranteed. Everything I've talked about thus far has been direct. you actually come to FSA and we are actually financing your loan. So when I'm talking guaranteed, that means you're going to a bank or a lender and we are guaranteeing that loan to the bank. So essentially we're the safety net. You will never know really other than our fee that we're involved in the process. So you would work directly with the bank or the lender. And again, when I say we're the safety net, that basically means if for some reason the loan ever went bad, the most skin the bank would have in the game would be 10%. We would pay them up to a 90% loss claim, depending upon the amount we guaranteed the loan for. The advantage to that for lenders and for you all is it lets the bank make a riskier loan they might not normally make because we are the safety net. Typically, a lot of our guaranteed loans are our poultry operations or hog operations. And two, at that point, our $600,000 real estate loan just won't finance one of those type of operations. We're talking, unfortunately, probably $1 million plus at that point. So these limits are a lot higher. Pretty much if the bank is okay with the term, we do require certain things as far as the rate they charge you. But that's kind of how the guaranteed works. Again, we're behind the scenes. We're not someone you would deal with directly. So for our just general eligibility, I'm going to kind of go through FO, our farm ownership, our operating loan, and then kind of our macro loan. So be a family farmer, satisfactory credit history. So we do not go off of a score. So we're not score based. We actually look at what's on your credit report. So what we are looking for is there a pattern of bad credit? So as long as that pattern is not there, your credit history is typically satisfactory to us. And we do allow for things we understand that are beyond your control. An unexpected surgery, an unexpected medical something. Maybe you were involved in a wreck. We understand things come from that do hit your credit report, and we do not hold those with you. Hold those against you. We just may ask for some documentation for you to show us just so it's in our file. So be a citizen, non-citizen, national, qualified alien, unable to obtain credit elsewhere. So I'm not to be in competition with a traditional lender. So if you do have, say, your 20 to 25% down payment on hand to purchase that real estate, I'm probably not who you need to be coming to at that point. Now, if you're coming, say you've only got, 10% in the bank for the down payment, but that would completely drain you. Or maybe you do have the 20%, but again, that would drain you and you need that to maybe put into livestock or to put in your crop inputs to get your farm going. You can still come to us at that point. So again, I'm not to be in competition with the bank, but there are times, that we don't, and I know some of you may know FSA in the past, it's kind of an unknown thing with some folks that we used to require a denial letter. That is not typically a thing we do anymore. The only time we would do that is if you were maybe financially strong and we kind of question, did you need to be coming to us? But 9 out of 10 times, we typically do not require a denial letter to meet that eligibility requirement. So we just possess the legal capacity. And of course, you can't be delinquent on any federal debt or an outstanding federal judgment. Not have cost FSA a loss in the past. So what it's talking about time restrictions, we do have what is called term limits, which means you can only come to FSA and get so many operating loans or have a farm ownership loan outstanding for so many years. You've got to have been an FSA customer for quite a while to meet any of that. So I won't get into the deep of that. So management experience, if we are talking our regular operating loan and our regular farm ownership loan, our operating requires 1 year of experience and our farm ownership requires 3. However, 2 of those 3 years can be substituted. This class can actually substitute one of those year requirements the way that you're in right now. For our microloan operating loan, no experience is required. So if we're talking $50,000 or less for equipment, livestock, crop inputs, things like that, everybody's pretty much eligible provided you made everything else. Again, no experience is required for that loan. So again, some things that can cover that I've not mentioned, rent, irrigation equipment, maybe marketing, distribution, minor farm improvements, hoop houses, and initial startup expenses. So I'm kind of tailoring it towards the microloan from here on out, the 50,000 or less. But basically it's a simplified application. It's about 8 pages as compared to our 30-page application for anything above 50. So it's a simplified process. It's typically a quicker processing time. And what we're trying to do when the microloan came out was to reach more people, maybe touch our niche farmers and make it not as much of a process to go through. Again, the microloan's 7 pages as compared to our 30. So again, I said the no experience required earlier. This is kind of what takes the place of that. You can have an apprentice relationship, somebody in your county who's willing to kind of guide you through the process. A lot of the time, your extension agent is a good point of contact to call with questions. If your county agent doesn't know the answer, I can assure you they know someone in the state who can get that answered for you. So they're always a good point of contact. You could have been involved in FFA or 4-H, and small business management experience will get you that eligibility too. So how we secure our loans, we've kind of talked about eligibility to this point. And one thing I'll throw in before we secure them is feasibility. So that's the 3 things we look at: eligibility, feasibility, and security. So feasibility, I'm not like a bank. I don't do ratios. I don't do debt to income. I look at the whole big picture. So all the farm income coming in, all the farm expense going out, non-farm income if it's coming in, and family living expense. So basically all your debts plus what it costs you a month to live. At the end of the day, if that's a positive number, you're feasible. So that's, again, I don't have any other ratios. So then when we get to security, basically what we're financing most of the time is our security. And with microloans, excluding the annual inputs, so that would be like feeder calf operations, feed, seed, fertilizer, things like that. Excluding those, like if I'm just financing a tractor for 50,000 or less, that is all I take for security. Now, if we get outside of that, I've got a 150% rule if it's available. Now, if it's not available, that doesn't mean you can't get the loan. We just take for security what we can. The only time we typically don't have security when we finance the loan is fencing. Fencing at that point, we do take real estate or something else in its place because we don't deem fencing as a value. So we can loan for it, but at the end of the day, we kind of substitute the security for it. So this is where you can find our application. If you can't find it on that site, I've got my contact info at the end, so just bear with me. Again, I had mentioned our farm ownership rate was 3%. Our operating is 2.375. The down payment I talked about was 1.5. And then if you don't have the 5% down, but you still want to kind of do a joint financing deal where we finance so much and the bank or another lender finances so much, that's 2.5%. So those are good for March. Typically we do change towards the end of the month. Each month they'll put out the next month. And when you are approved with FSA, that is for the life of the loan. So that would be, if you were approved in March, this 3%, if you were purchasing a farm, would be your rate for the next 30 years, if that's what the term you were approved for. So here is my contact info. Again, if I'm not one of the counties, if you're not in one of the counties I cover, feel free to reach out to me. I will get you in touch with who you need to contact. I don't cover Davidson County, but I have Wilson and pretty much all the surrounding ones east. That's kind of my 21. So if anybody got any questions. Somebody back there saying something. Oh, yes, I do cover Sumner. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Yeah.
I have a question, Holly. What about if you own a farm and want to, do y'all refinance?
So that is one thing we can't do. I can't refinance real estate. But now I can refinance your tractor at 7 or 8%. I can refinance equipment, livestock, things like that, but I can't refinance real estate. That is one thing that is black and white in our regulations.
I'm trying to decrease my interest rate. Now, Holly, I have another question for you. And the reason I'm asking, I'm in the process of purchasing some land, farmland.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned this is a 45%, 50%, 45%.
Beginning farmer down payment.
Okay, now how does that work?
So you would apply with FSA and you would apply with a bank, lender, Farm Credit, River Valley Ag, somebody like that. We'll finance 45%. The bank lender finances the 50. Of course, you've got to prove to us you've got the 5% down. SDAs are always eligible. So it'll be a socially disadvantaged applicant based on FSA's or USDA's definition, not
Right,
FSA. So those are always eligible. Beginning farmers are eligible if they do not already own 30% of the median size farm for your county. And a beginning farmer with USDA, they farm for 10 years or less. So SDAs are always eligible. The beginning farmer have to meet that land rule. It's one loan closing. So FSA agrees, the bank agrees, we all close the same day. You do have the two payments, one would go to FSA, one to the bank. We take second lien position. So we file our deed of trust second, the bank has first. So to the bank, it's a kind of a win-win. They're getting 50% equity off the top. It's a great program for them.
Okay, I need to rethink what I'm doing because I need to go to my local FSA office.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I tell you one of the issues, because I guess for me, the deal is quicker.
Now it is.
through
We
the
are
bank.
about a 90-day process beginning to end.
And I was talking to a gentleman here today, and the thing about farmland, especially with the commodity prices, if somebody else get wind of that, you know, the land is gone. So I'm in the process of like, okay, let me go ahead and see this deal real quick. So I was asking about refinance, if I can go and buy the land through my bank, which I have a good relationship with my banker, but I was just maybe seeing if I can refinance and get that low interest rate with FSA.
So that is a problem we run into. We are 90 days for just real estate. Now, if you're getting an operating loan, we're a lot quicker. But it is 90 days beginning to end, and that's for a pretty smooth process, unfortunately. And where you're not designed for auctions either. So if you're looking at an auction, that kind of knocks us out, because part of a complete application for us is a option to purchase contract, because we don't have any sort of pre-approval. So that is the downside, unfortunately. And I do understand with land today in the market, I mean, it's almost, if you're not a cash buyer, unfortunately, that or have that pre-approval, they won't even let you sign the contract. So I do understand what you're saying there. Not if it's not a real estate purchase. If we are just talking like crop inputs, livestock, equipment, things like that, typically beginning to end, and I can't speak for every district, but in my area, we can typically, if you give us everything for a complete application within the first week or so after applying, we can typically have you done and potentially money in hand within 30 days or less. Don't hold me to that again. I'm not too speaking for the whole state here, so. Yeah, so a youth loan is a very simplified application. I think it's about 5 pages. So the youth and the parent would fill it out, basically put what they want to do, what their project is going to be. I would send you to Extension or the FFA advisor, because they have to sign off on it as well, but kind of come up with an income and expense budget for their project. The FFA advisor or the 4-H project advisor has to sign off and recommend and say what they're going to do to help guide the youth through that. And a parent or guardian signs off and says how they're going to help the youth with that. And then you basically turn it into FSA and we evaluate it at that point. It's typically, I would say 30 days or less too, because and a lot of the time, hopefully even sooner, because it's not as in-depth of a thing as our other loans.
Based on the weird question, but what exactly is constitutes farm? Is there a definition? Like, does it have to be a certain?
So there is not necessarily a definition. What I try to typically say, if it's just open land and you're going to farm it, then pretty well it's a farm, whether it's 1 acre or 5. Now, if there's a house on it, we can kind of get into some gray that our regs may not necessarily spell out for us. And somebody has to be the determination is it a farm or is it not? What I will say typically is if we're buying a house and 5 or 10 acres, it kind of at that point depends on your operation. You can't feasibly run a cow-calf operation on that 10 acres and call it a farm because it's not going to produce enough income. However, on that 10 acres, you can grow a lot of vegetables. And if that's your operation, probably have a really good income from that. Okay.
An indoor nursery that I'm thinking about expanding out to.
Right. And you all do have the advantage. Right. You all can do a lot more per acre than the livestock people. So like I said, in that area, you might be able to justify the house in 10 acres, whereas a cattle farmer or sheep farmer can't. Mhm. But yeah, just call your local person, again, if that's not me, and tell us what you're looking at, and we can tell you up front how we would look at it and determine, yes, this would be a farm, or no, it's not.
Holly, are you seeing more of that with this urban ag movement?
We are. I've been with FSA for about 10 years now, and we've got a lot more applications for vegetable production and things, and moving into, like I said, it was kind of a rule of thumb 5 years ago. You looked at the land values compared to the house value and said if land was more than the house, then it was a farm. And the thoughts have kind of changed on that in the last couple of years, again, based on the production of how we evaluate a farm. I do not. So that one is handled out of Dixon. That would be Patrick Moore. It's one or the other. So once someone is 18, they are eligible for our regular loans, which would be the micro loan. If they are under 18, it's definitely the youth, and our max on a youth is 5,000. So if they're 10 to 21, they have a 3-year window where they can choose. Do I want to do the youth or do I want to do the micro? You're welcome. Anybody else? Yes. Yes, we can do just equipment. We do have to project some type of farming income. So if you already had vegetables or you had livestock or something like that, we could loan for just a tractor or some type of equipment. So it would be an operating loan, and it also could be the macro loan if we're talking 50,000 or less. Listen to me. So we can do for a honey house, and we can do TAEP projects. So what we do with those, where it's a cost share, we essentially set you up for 2 different loans. We will set one up on a short term because that'll be the amount you'll be reimbursed. So we'll set that one due up on 6 to 8 months, maybe a year, depending upon when your reimbursement date will be. So that one you go ahead and pay off when you got your cost share back. And then the other we would term out for probably 7 years, potentially less, depending upon cash flow and other things like that. So.
You said that you don't use that when someone does apply,
Correct. So we do verify your current farm or current off-farm income. If you have a job, we do ask for a copy of 2 pay stubs to verify income. And when we are doing your projection, if you were, as part of that, if you weren't going to have that off-farm income anymore, we would take that into account. But yes, we do consider life after the loan, what you plan to do. That's what we're concerned with. So we don't have a max amount you can make. Again, we just, when we put in your balance sheet, we pull credit report. Our big concern is you're not financially strong enough that you need to be going to the bank and get it. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Man, that's awesome to borrow pennies on a dollar, huh? Especially with the inflation, the way it's going.
So, right here.
It would allow me to use a thumb drive because of the same issue. So I couldn't even put it on yours, so I just plugged directly.
Oh, so it won't, oh, okay.
It's something about our computers being encrypted, so they won't let us get information off of it.
Okay, I got you.
I can email it to you quickly though.
I don't know. Nah, whoops. Cancel. I didn't want to leave the meeting. We'll just do it like this and I'll get it back to them.
I can always email it to you. Then you can slides will be on it.
Just wondering if I lost her, but no. Okay, so yeah, you just put it on there and okay, all right. Our next speaker is Trevor Hunt from NRCS, and I have to apologize to our folks on Zoom again. We have some issues with some encrypted USB drives to where their information cannot be put on my computer. So you will be given those presentations later. But right now we have Trevor Hunt.
It's back on now.
It's on there?
Yep. All right, can you guys hear me okay?
There we go.
All right, loud and clear. All right, and it's not, you did change it to what's on the screen.
Sorry. It should.
All right, well, while we're getting going, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Trevor Hunt, and I'm the district conservationist, and I cover Nashville, well, Sumner and Davidson County. So,
He's fixed to that one, sorry.
okay, all right.
We gotta switch. You're gonna use VGA.
I just moved hers.
Well, she used the HDMI, and I don't have,
Yeah.
I don't have HDMI.
You don't have, oh.
Okay, we got display. Let's see what we can do. I think I got it.
Hang on, I got this one.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get started. We're doing a whole lot of work, and my PowerPoint really isn't that extensive. So I'll go ahead and talk for the most part and kind of get everything going. So again, I'm with NRCS, that's Natural Resources Conservation Service, and we are an agency within USDA. All right, so for a long time, we were the SCS, the Soil Conservation Service, and most people refer to us as the pond people. We were known for building ponds. That was our largest claim to fame. And actually, when I first started my career, that's all I did all day, every day. Get to the office first thing in the morning, get a survey and a rod, and go out and lay out ponds. We have essentially not so much moved away from that, but we've pushed into some other areas. All right. One of the things that I feel as though is on the forefront of what we do is we try to provide technical assistance in addressing your resource concerns. All right. So what are the resource concerns of your farm? All right, you got your soil, your water, your air, plants, and then there's also a human resource. All right. So those are going to be our main concerns. So I want to address those natural resources that you have on your farm. And I want to work with you on trying to establish best management practices on your farm. All right. So someone asked earlier, what constitutes a farm? I think you may have asked that earlier. And that is somewhat of a difficult question for a lot of us to answer because there's a farm, then there's a farm and a farm. And you have to try to figure out which one that area kind of fits into. But on a larger scale, there's literally no limitations to what we can offer. Okay. So if you have 1/10 of an acre, we can come out and assess what you have going on. Now, we may be somewhat limited in what we can offer, but at the same time, we can still come out and assess what you have going on and try to assist in that format. Now, our number one priority is to assist with a technical.
If we can get you to turn your computer back on, I think we got you set.
Yeah, I got you pretty good, right? All right, so we'll stick with this for time being.
We can.
Yep, we're good. My computer's dead. I think it's dead.
Oh.
Yeah, HP. Yeah, I do.
It's the same hookup as
No,
mine.
it's not gonna be the same. You can just go ahead
Sure.
and finish up, just verbally.
Let's see. Okay.
No, it's good. It's the power from the side.
Looks like it's a USB-C. Okay.
I have one in the back, but I can go ahead and just finish on this side.
Just
and
go
then
ahead and talk.
Yeah.
I'll send them your presentation.
All right, perfect. All right, well, we're gonna just send the presentation. You'll get it in that format as well. But we try to provide technical assistance, so trying to again address those resource concerns on a technical level. We also have cost share opportunities or incentive payments. That's where most people are here to hear me talk about. All right, it's gonna be those incentive payments. Unfortunately, the word gets out that NRCS has funding for a lot of different things on your farm, but they don't always give the fine print, which it is, these things have to be tied to a resource concern. All right. Most people call me for a high tunnel program. And I know we have a lot of producers in here who are interested in some of those type of programs. I definitely want to hit on those things, but I want to first make sure I hit the fact that it has to be tied to a resource concern. We have the EQIP program, which can assist with most commonly will be the high tunnels, fencing, watering troughs, pipeline, micro irrigation inside of your high tunnels and inside of your gardens and things along those lines. And these things are not tied to strictly vegetable production. Someone talked about fresh cut flowers. I heard somebody talk about that. We have a lot of producers that are into fresh cut flowers. One other question, a big difference between a high tunnel and a greenhouse. We do not provide greenhouses, okay, but we do provide high tunnels. The difference between the two is with a high tunnel, you will be growing actually in the soil profile, okay? So you'll be growing in the soil profile and you can utilize that essentially to extend your growing season, all right? So that is gonna be the resource concern that I'm looking at. So it's not just for convenience and just to assist, although those things are going to be great fringe benefits, but the actual rationale behind those funds is going to be to extend that growing season. So we really wouldn't focus on that, although energy would be an issue that you can provide a cost savings on in some shape, form, or fashion. We don't currently have a program that would be ideal for that. All right, so the way you can go about participating in these programs. So let's talk about eligibility. The first thing is you have to be registered with the Farm Service Agency. All right, the Farm Service Agency is essentially, they are the record keepers of USDA. So this is different from your premise ID. This is different from other state-based and even local-based type of registration. You need to do this on the federal level. There's no limitations to this. So again, if you are growing and you have a farm, even if it's 1/10 of an acre, you can go and register with the Farm Service Agency and register that piece of land as a farm. More so register with USDA. That allows us to be, allows you to be eligible to participate in our programs. Next, you'll need to talk to your local conservationist. So I cover Davidson and Sumner counties. There's another conservationist in every single county in Tennessee. They probably won't be as good as me, but there is one somewhere else. All right. So you can contact your local service center. Now, the way you can do that is you can go on farmers.gov. All right. So farmers.gov is a catch-all, and I struggle sometimes to just send people there because it can get so big that you can kind of get lost in all the different branches where you can kind of go. But if you literally just search USDA, search NRCS, and your local service center, you'll find that point of contact. And if you can't find them there, again, you can always contact me or any of the representatives who will be working here, because most people have a relationship with NRCS in some shape, form, or fashion. All right. So I know that was quite a bit, and I didn't get into a lot of really deep details because mainly I like to open up the floor for questions because that's where most of the conversation comes from. and I end up boring y'all with a lot of slides that is not really what y'all want to hear. Most people want to talk about the hot tunnel. How much you gonna pay me for a hot tunnel? How much you gonna pay for fencing? We can answer those type of questions now if we have any of those. All right, any questions? All right, we got one here. So yeah, so the resource concern in the scenario, so let's go back to simplify it. So let's say you have a sheep and goat operation, and your concern is you want to provide water to your livestock. That animal resource concern is that you don't have adequate water for your livestock, or that you have a pond or a creek or a spring that they're currently getting water from, and we want to exclude them from that water body. In exchange for that exclusion, we're going to provide you with fresh water. And in doing so, NRCS will assist with the cost of the pipeline, the watering trough, and the heavy use pad that it'll actually sit on. We will pay a percentage towards that. So that'll be the resource concern. No. Well, okay, so let me put a small asterisk beside that. We can assist with ponds. It's not that we've completely got out of the pond business, but there's going to be easier alternatives oftentimes than a pond, and more consistent alternatives. And also, we don't want to do anything that can create an unfavorable situation with those ponds. And at times, you can do so by providing livestock access to that pond when we could provide fresh water as an alternative. So can you hear me now? Oh, I'm sorry. So in that scenario, I put my hand over the microphone, but in that scenario, we would not provide a pond just strictly for aesthetic use. And then also, if you're looking at it from a standpoint of providing water for livestock, we may deem it easier to provide water in an alternative route versus a pond. We'll have to do that by a case situation. So that is a way we can do so. We can do exclusion fencing on, let's just say 90% of the pond, leave them access to maybe 10%, and put an access ramp in. So that way they have access in and out of that without murking that water anymore. Or you can use it as your water source, and we'll put some type of pump into that pond and pump it to a source. Now, again, all these things are in the perfect scenario. So we may not, I don't want you just thinking that, hey, you can do this in any source, because that may not be the case. It's a lot of times I need to go out and actually see your operation to make that determination. Say it one time. Culvert to get the water out. So that means you're trying to cross from one side to the other. So if you have, if you're needing to do some type of stream crossing, 90% of the time I'm going to try to design this as a shallow water crossing, meaning that I'm going to try to put a hard armor on the bottom and use some type of large stone geotextile fabric, and that way you can drive over it. I don't like to do culverts because a lot of times those fail and then you blame me. So it's sizing it, my claim to fame within my career was in 2010, when the 2010 flood happened. I did a lot of the design work after that flood, right? So I was going around to a lot of these farms and I was bragging, we'll never see another rainfall event like this in our lifetime. And I've had to eat my words and go right back out to those same farms because these storms have been intensifying. And with the urban sprawl, we're losing farmland. We're having a lot more water having to go through those culverts. So a lot of times instead of trying to size those, because it can be very difficult to do so. Now, there are times where we just have to do something along those lines in the culvert, and that may be an option, but I would say 90% of the time, I'm going to try to design something that's going to be a shallow water or low water, and it'll be large stone, and you actually drive over that. And then they have ramps going in and out on both sides, so you can get your equipment in and out. No, so soil is going to be number one, just because soil health is our priority within the state. But you got soil, water, air quality, all right? And then you have human aspect, but then also plants as well. So that means the vigor of your plants as well. So a lot of times we'll do certain things. I know right now, I think it was Dr. DeKoff that was talking earlier about nutrients. We really want to push nutrient management for the health of our plants. And so we want to make sure that I heard somebody talk about just broadcasting triple 10. I don't know if I think I may have heard it wrong, but in those type scenarios, that's ideal for certain settings. But if you want to get into maybe grid sampling and really pointing to, hey, this is the area that needs fertilizer versus this area doesn't need it. And again, that may not always apply depending upon the scale of your operation, but those are programs that we can also assist with the payment on. And that will be an example of addressing a plant resource concern. And then also soil. I heard somebody talk about soil erosion earlier. And of course, soil erosion is going to be one of those big things that we'll hit on. We'll come out, assess what you have going on, and try to figure out what could be some options to prevent that soil erosion. It could be rotational grazing. It could be that you're overgrazing some areas, and we need to look into some other alternatives. It could be that terracing and things along those lines may be ideal. Again, that's going to factor into scale. Sometimes the scale may not make that ideal, but we can certainly address soil erosion. So that's another resource concern that we can address. You looking at them? That's me. That's me. All right. So in that scenario, again, we're a technical agency that just so happens to provide cost incentives. All right. So really what I would prefer to do is just get out with you on the farm, show me what you got going on. Let's walk around. Let's look at what you have going on. And I can't tell you everything that I can offer over the phone. I may not even be able to tell you everything I can offer once I'm there. It may take a couple of visits because I may discover something or see something and say, well, hey, let's look at this. Or you may not even be thinking of this resource concern until a storm event happens. And then after that, you may call me and say, hey, I'm having some water ponding in these areas or some different things along those lines. So essentially what would happen is someone would come out. If you're in these prospective counties, it'd be myself or one of my counterparts or someone from my staff. We'll come out, see what you have going on, and we'll see what methods that we can use to address it. They may not always come with financial assistance. I can still give you some input. A lot of times I make a lot of house calls because I'm in Davidson and Sumner County. And they'll say, well, I have this huge sinkhole and I think my house is about to cave in. And I get out there and I realize that they have their downspouts with no splash pad or nothing to it. And so the force of that water is what's causing a lot of that, what they, perceive to be a sinkhole. But it's just once you put your eyes to it, you can see that there's some other options and some other alternatives. And so an alternative may be just to put a splash pad. Now, there's no funding for said splash pad, but I can still give you that technical assistance. It is, you pay your taxes. So this is a part of it. All right, did you? So I tell most people, ask for everything. And just ask for random things, just whatever you can think of. Call me before you buy it first, okay? And I know we're laughing, but I promise you I'm dead serious because I may tell you no 9 times, but the one time that I tell you yes, those 9 no's will be worth it. All right. So for example, if you're having erosion issues around your barn, and I was to come out and I was to notice, if we had a gutter system to which we can maybe capture some of this rainwater and utilize this into your system for your plants, then that may be a resource concern that I can address by roof runoff management. And you may not be thinking about gutters as a resource concern or gutters as a practice that you may want to apply to your farm, but that may be something that we can look into. All right. I saw you get punched, so maybe that must be something that y'all have been thinking about. All right. Did that answer kind of what you had? So again, that's why I said you may have a district conservationist. I'm just a better one than, but nah, I'm just joking with that. But in all reality, when you come out, essentially, you have to let us know what concerns you have. So if your concern was, if you told the conservationist, hey, I want to have better water for my livestock, then at that point, we will look into alternatives. It could be that you just want to get a city tap put in. And although NRCS does not pay for a tap directly, we can connect the dots with the state of Tennessee through the Ag Resources Fund. And Wayne Pressler could come out and maybe look into putting a tap that can be utilized strictly for livestock water. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I prefer for you to do it that way. Call me and somebody come out there. Yeah, I know. I got a couple people in here who's worked with me before. All right, I got one right here, and I'm gonna come right to you in the back. Everything on the inside. Yes and no. So I mean, it's not going to necessarily be 100% because I mean you're going to have your roads and things on those lines. But we wouldn't build a 3,000 square foot high tunnel, and then you say, well, I'm going to use 2,000 square feet of it for crop production, and then I'm going to have tables on 1,000 square feet. You know, we wouldn't want to come in and see tables in that regard. We want to utilize it for the purpose that was intended for. Is that kind of what you was thinking? Maybe greenhouse half of it, put your starts in one half, and then plant on the back half. So I would say this in a scenario like that. What I would recommend is maybe starting up front and saying, "Hey, this is what my intentions are," and then we will maybe pay for 2,000 square feet of the high tunnel. Then that 1,000 feet, you may just say, "I'll be responsible for this," and we can maybe delineate that in some shape, form, or fashion. That may be somewhat of a loophole around that. In the back. Say it a little bit louder for me, please. You want to know what's good for soil? So no, we don't have topsoil or anything along those lines. Yeah, so I mean, if you were looking to do something to build your organic matter, we may look into maybe some composting type systems to where we can maybe, look into those type options. But essentially, we'll want to come out and maybe assess what you have going on and then work from there. So like storage tanks for. Yeah, potentially. It depends on what's going to be use of that water, of said water that we'll be capturing. So let's just say you say, hey, I have a vegetable operation and I want to capture some of this water, utilize this in a micro irrigation system, and we can look into that. And so let me talk about funding just real quick because let me get this question first and then I'll go to that. So we do not do the filtration portion of the water catchment. Now, what we will assist with is connecting the dots with how you can get that water tested and see if that will be what you'll want to use and the level of consumption that you'll be comfortable with. So I'll get that one question and then but before I get to that point, I want to talk about how this funding comes about. Okay. So it is not a first come, first serve. You can apply for these funds year round. But at some point throughout the year, we have what's called a batching date. And at that date, we take all the applications for that year and we will rank and score all of those applications against one another. All right. So for FY 2022 funds, that batching date would have been in November of 2021. So if you want to apply now, you can apply at any point in time, and there will be a batching date somewhere around November 2022. And then those funds will be ranked will be scored and ranked against other applications. And we will start to make a determination on funding sometime in the first quarter of the year. All right. So you can get that application on farmers.gov. Farmers.gov, and it will be the EQIP, Environmental Quality Incentive Program. What was the question? Farmer, yeah. I think that's farmersdaughter.com or something. Yes. So right now I'm in the process of funding. That's actually why my computer is dead now. I've been back there trying to write up contracts during this time frame. So the funding that we're providing right now as we speak is for people who applied prior to November 15th of 2021. Yes, you can. So there's not a dollar amount where we have a cap. There's a cap that you can receive in federal funding in general. That's going to be somewhere around $450,000 a year. But you can apply for numerous practices within the same year. Okay. So if you go over said cap, you can go over that cap, but it will require state conservationist permission to do so. But that's pretty much a good number to kind of think of. But you can apply for a high tunnel, micro irrigation, roof runoff management, stream bank stabilization, a culvert, all those things in the same year. So this depends on your county. All right. So I will talk about the counties that I cover, and then I'll go like broad area. Davidson County, we are losing, we have lost a lot of farmland. We still have our pockets. So you may have like the Bells Bend area, you may have Whites Creek area, Lower Antioch areas. You know, we still have small pockets, but there's not many farms to compete against, or large scale farms to compete against. I'll say that much. So now what's happening is that we have a lot of small and urban farms, and that's the beauty of it. So now you're pretty much competing against other urban farms. So it is competitive. I'll just give you numbers. So for 2022 funding, we probably had about 50 people apply for these programs, about 50 different farm operations applied, and I'll probably get a chance to fund maybe somewhere around 30 or so. How do you score? So it's based off of the resource concern that you're addressing, and then also what you're doing to address that resource concern. So the Conservation Reserve Program is going to be a program that's more so, that's a FSA, a Farm Service Agency program, but essentially the intention of that program would be to preserve that natural resource by potentially taking it out of production and putting it into a less intensive operation. So if you're doing consistent row cropping in the area, you may want to set that land aside for a short period of time, and then you'll get a soil rental rate. So you'll get a yearly payment for allowing that to be out of hard scale production into a less aggressive type of management system. And that's going to be the Conservation Reserve Program. There's also some Wetland Reserve Program where you can essentially do some of the same things in some areas that will be deemed as wetland areas. And in exchange for doing that, taking out of production, we will give you a yearly payment to offset what you will lose in taking that out of production. All right, so is that all? Okay. That's a softball. So we do a lot of livestock fencing, but we do not cover perimeter fencing. And so let me go back. So going back to that resource concern, in offering fencing, our goal is to do one of two things: either optimize a rotational grazing system. That means you're going to rotate your livestock from pasture to pasture, and that will reduce your soil erosion. So either fencing for interior, for cross fencing, or access control, going back to the question about the pond, meaning we're going to limit livestock's access to a certain area. In exchange for that, we will pay for the fencing that it will cost to actually exclude that area, even if it's a man-made pond. The rationale behind that is it can't have a detrimental effect to aquatic life. So these are not either, these are incentive payments. So it means that I will not ask for this money back. It's if you choose to do said program, in exchange for that, I will give you an incentive in doing that. So it's not a loan. And I mean, I guess you could call it a grant, but we try not to use that term. We just say an incentive payment. So this is not a loan. This is not going to be based off credit score or anything along those lines. This is if you do X, Y, and Z, we'll pay you A, B, and C. So the program that I've been referring to is the Environmental Quality Incentive Program. Yep. So we have not gotten on the hydroponics and aquaponics train yet. I'm hoping that the research will allow us to do more of that, and we're currently doing so, but we haven't found a resource concern necessarily that we can tie directly to that. Of course, water quantity and water quality would be something that you could probably connect to it in that format, but we don't have an actual incentive payment in that regard to where we can assist with the establishment of that. Yeah, so you will get a 1099. Now, generally, what our incentive payments are going to cover will not be more than what the total cost of said installation of practice will be. You know, if you do the labor, if you do the work on your own, then there may be some times where there's no penalty for doing the work on your own. So that would be a small caveat to that. It'll be a flat payment, and you can choose to do whatever you choose to do with it. If you want to use it for labor, if you want to use it for materials. My only concern is that if I go into contract with you and I say, hey, you know, Thriving Earth Farm is going to install 1,000 feet of fencing, all I'm going to come out and say, hey, these are the standards and specs to install said fence. And as long as 1,000 feet of fencing is up, I'm going to pay you that rate, regardless of if you did or if you hired it out. So give me an example. So what would you be wanting? So we would want to come out and see what it is that you want to install. So let's just say that you say, hey, I would like to have a hot tunnel, and I want to do agritourism where people can do pick your own flowers. We would still cover the cost of that hot tunnel, even though you're deeming it as agritourism. It's still an agricultural component to what's going on there. So that plant resource concern that I was referring to, the plant vigor and health of that plant, we're looking to extend that growing season of said plant. Because there's no connection to the soil. Yeah, so we still need some type of connection to the soil to deem it as an agricultural product. Huh? Mm-mm. You can add those in there, but we won't cover the cost of that. So you're saying if you put, say that one more time, I'm sorry. So what county are you in? Probably not. Probably not. Because when I'm looking at that, we have so many hot tunnel applications in Davidson County, it's going to be hard for something that's not going to be the optimum use of the system to be to Sumner, Davidson and Sumner. Yeah, Davidson and Sumner. So you have to keep the hot tunnel in its intended use for the lifespan of the contract. So that's going to be at least the 5 years that you, or the 3 years that you have in the contract is what the hot tunnel has to be in use. After those 3 years, there's still a lifespan that we, from the conservation standpoint, that we want to be used accordingly. If you start using it in a way that's not what we intended for, that will be outside of the conservation plan, then you're now outside of compliance. Now, I won't come after you until you have to pay me back for the hot tunnel, but you won't be eligible for any other programs. So let me give you an example. There was a producer here who he was my shining star. I made sure I posted him every time on social media because he had a really nice looking hot tunnel, right? After 2 years, next thing I know, I see on social media that there's this beautiful wedding. It was held inside of the hot tunnel. All right. So now I've been linking everybody to go look at this hot tunnel And when you go to his site, all you see is wedding pictures, right? So what we end up having to do is at that point, I could not come back and have him pay me the money back for said high tunnel. But I told him as long as he utilized that as a wedding venue, he would no longer be eligible for USDA funding. He was okay with that because at the time he really wasn't going to be doing a lot more in the ag field. He was going directly into the wedding venue business. And so we walked away. And again, I'm non-regulatory. So if you choose not to work with us, it's no harm, no foul. If you see me out and about, it's still all love. I ain't gonna have any hard feelings. But I do have to reduce our ability to actually come back and to get additional funding because to your point, there's a lot of people that's applying for these funds and we want to make sure they're being used properly. All right. Sorry, I missed you. And finance, you got to cut me off whenever y'all need to move to the next person. You can find that on farmers.gov or you can contact me and then I'll give you my number before we leave and then you can, and I'll connect the dots. Montgomery County is a neighboring county, so we can make sure you take care of that. All right, is that it? Okay, one last one. Natural Resources Conservation Service. Natural Resources. All right, any other questions before I wrap up here? Let me give y'all my information here now if you need to. All right, so again, my name is Trevor Hunt, TREVORHUNT, and my email is trevor.hunt, TREVOR.HUNT @USDA.gov. Trevor.hunt @USDA.gov, and a contact number is area code 615-452-3838, extension 3. Now, to save you and me both a little bit of time, before you contact me, if you're looking to do anything in the realm of programs, it will behoove you to go ahead and establish those records with the Farm Service Agency. It's a very simple process. You'll contact the office in your county. If you're in Davidson County, that office will be in Springfield, Tennessee. If you're in Sumner, it'll be in Sumner County, and most other counties, it'll be directly in the county that you actually operate. But you'll want to get that farm and tract number first. And then once you get that, we can make plans to come out and visit your operation. All right. Thank you all for your time. And again, I apologize about the PowerPoint, but we'll make sure you get to you via email.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. I guess why I call them, I'm gonna say a few words while y'all get ready.
Okay.
Get to know your district conservationists. I can't say too much about my district conservationists. I utilize the programs all the time, equip program. Please have them come out to figure out what are your resource concerns. So you can go in that office and they're gonna help you put together this conservation system. That way it'll help you address those programs, as well as, it's based on a point system. So they talk about how competitive it is. So the more practices you're able to do, the better your chances are when you look at the competition. Okay, so please, if you're in Davidson County, call Trevor, get him out on the farm, have him to look around. Okay, please do so. I utilize them right now. They had a new program came out in 2 weeks as relates to cover crops. Paying $75 an acre to put out cover crops. So I told my district conservation sign up every acre that I have in cover crops. So, Trevor, cover your ears up, please. That's a no-brainer. Because guess what? It's not going to cost me $75 an acre. Okay? But look at the resource concern. I've been using cover crops on my farm for the last probably 6, 7, 8 years. And I mean, you look at the soil tilt, increase, yield, decrease, weed pressure. I mean, the benefits that I get by going through the NRCS program that helped me become a better steward of my land with that incentive. Now, did I know that already? Probably so. But just to get that incentive, say, okay, fine, let's go ahead. Here's an incentive to try this. Then to look at that benefit on the farm, to see it. When I run my combiner through my field, when I can take that grain to the grain elevator and I can see value in that, that speaks volume. I had 80 acres of land level. We talk about water management, concern. With their technical assistance cost me only $5,000 out of my pocket. $50,000 deal cost me only $5,000. Now guess what? I can irrigate my crops. I can grow from rice to cotton to corn to soybeans. I can irrigate that by utilizing those programs. So really get them out to address those resource concerns, and you will be amazed of the difference it'll make on your farm. I can't say it enough. Get to know your district conservationists. And later too in the program, we're gonna go through a scenario to kind of help show you kind of how you build that system together. And then also I'm gonna have a talk about the risk management. How do you utilize the program to mitigate risk too? So we're gonna cover a lot of things. We're gonna cover a lot of things.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? All right, I'll warn you, they don't let me out of the office very often. But I do a lot of talking, but typically it's one-on-one. So if I give you too much information, I apologize. If I don't give you enough, just ask. And I really enjoyed Trevor's presentation. And I really enjoyed all the questions you have. So now my mind's going, well, I need to make sure and cover this, that, and the other. So how many of you are livestock producers? How many of you have beef cattle? Okay. How many have goats and sheep? Okay. How many of you are vegetable producers? How many of you are wannabe vegetable producers? Okay. And I think was a lady over in this area that might have been horticulture or green. Horticulture has many more meanings, but like nursery or, okay. And do we have any commercial poultry producers in the room? Okay. I just kind of want to know who my audience is. And is anybody currently approved for TAP, Tennessee Ag Enhancement Program? Okay. All right. Well, my name is Jan Kieser. I'm with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture, Tennessee Ag Enhancement Program, known as TAEP. Our current commissioner, when he first came on board, he likes to refer to it as TAPE, and we got on his case, but we always say TAP. But this program has been around since 2005. I was actually the first hire for the program. Technically, I wasn't hired for ag enhancement. I was hired for international marketing, but they had $5 million they needed to get out on the ground, and I love to organize. So that's how my involvement with ag enhancement started. And so basically I've been full-time ag enhancement since about 2006. I got to go on one trade mission with some Costa Rican food buyers, and it was fun, but then it's been ag enhancement this whole time. So one of the main questions that we get, and let me see if I push this puppy. I think I use the computer here. Okay. Did it change? This must be a day for technical difficulties. So let me see if this button will work. Okay, I'm not getting it to move. Maybe, do I point it at the computer? Or do I point it there? Well, while he's working on helping me advance the slide, I can talk all day about ag enhancement. So ag enhancement is a cost share incentive program, similar to what Trevor was talking about, that word incentive. It's meant to be, oh, so what did you do? Just touch that. Oh, I could get crazy though.
Go back this way.
Okay, go, which one? just
Just
the
hit
back.
button,
Oh,
Go back. If you go too far. hit the
just go back.
button, go back.
Okay, so it's a cost share incentive program. I'm gonna go back one more. With the purpose of long-term investments, it basically, as it says up there, allows producers to maximize farm profits, adapt to changing markets. One of the most important things is just improve operation safety, increase farm efficiency, and it makes a positive impact within local communities. So that term incentive, I think, is extremely important. We do not give you money up front to do your project. This is a cost share. I often, in the right conversation, will refer to it similar to a rebate program, but I'll get into that a little bit down the line. So the history, like I said, it began in 2005 with 5 million, and we're not here for history lesson. It's there, it's on the slide, but we've definitely grown since 2005. We've grown from the 5 million. Now our budget is over 23 million. So since the inception, we've paid almost 75,000 paid projects, and our investment's been just over 224 million. And for this year, we had over 7,700 applications. Of that 7,700, we've approved 7,497 as of this morning. And that allocation amount is over 35 million. And one thing I want y'all to kind of know, I've mentioned a few minutes ago that our budget's about 23, but we've allocated 35. We pretty much know the utilization rate, and also there's a certain percentage of folks that'll decline their project, and a certain percentage of folks that just will not even let us know that they declined. So this is something, when the program first started out, they were a little bit really tentative about over allocating anything, which is a good practice, but throughout the years, there's a formula that we use that the fiscal people are comfortable enough with. So that is one thing I wanted you all to know, that the math isn't quite balanced there. So I just wanted to share that with you. So economic impact in Tennessee, for every $1 of TAP investment, $6.09 is generated in the state's rural economies. So how is that generated? Well, we have a hay storage program, so the building of barns, the purchasing of equipment, and we touch all 95 counties. We're a little light in Lake County, but we've had some people, and same with Unicoi County, but we definitely cover all 95 counties within the great state of Tennessee. So there's 3 main applications. There was no rhyme or reason to the A, B, and C. So a lot of times we joke about C because it's poultry being chicken, but that's not the case. But application A, it services our livestock. For livestock, it covers cattle and goats and sheep, and our row crop producers. So row crop, it's corn, soybeans, wheat, and cotton. Application A is our biggest. So it has the most applications and utilizes the most of our funding money. Producer diversification is application B, and that's the program I started out coordinating. We had a cattle improvement coordinator and a producer diversification coordinator. So that was the program I helped develop. And then poultry used to be a part of application A, but the poultry industry is it's organized. It's a little bit different than just your normal cattle producer or goat and sheep producer. So we separated out their opportunities into their own application, which is application C. But for application A, if you're goats and sheep or beef cattle, livestock equipment's our most popular program, followed by it's kind of a tie between the hay storage and the hay equipment and then the genetics. So basically, when I say genetics, this program allows cost share on a live animal. So on bulls, bred beef heifers, bucks and rams, and bred, I always have to be careful not to start singing Sound of Music here, but bred does and bred ewes. That's a good opportunity there. And there's also a bunch of, genetics has a kind of a big menu to select from. That's just one thing to be aware of. Herd health is primarily for cattle. And herd health is unique in the sense that it is the only program that we have that is technically not cost share. We reimburse on a per head. We have a vaccination protocol for that program, and the reimbursements based upon a per head. But livestock equipments are most popular. There's about 39 eligible pieces of equipment. One important thing to know is that some of the equipment must be purchased new and some of the equipment is eligible as new or used. So always be aware to look at the details of the program. That permanent working structures, that has been a program that we've changed the name of almost every year just because we added something to it one year, but basically that permanent working structures, there's two eligible programs within that. One is a cover over your current working facility, and you have to have the working facility, the basic, the squeeze chute, the alley, and the sweep before you build the cover over it. And then we have permanent working pens, which are meant to be used kind of in conjunction with your working system. So that program's a little unique and different, and similar to a lot of the NRCS programs. When it comes to our infrastructure, our hay storage and our permanent working infrastructure, we reimburse based upon square footage. So that's important to know that sometimes when it comes to infrastructure, we deal with a square footage. Dairy Solutions is a program that you have to be permitted as a dairy within the state of Tennessee. And Livestock Solutions is for the individuals that have a minimum of 100 head of cattle. And it's for bigger investments like mixer wagons, commodity sheds. You kind of would want to have the number ahead before you jumped off on in securing some of those purchases. And then Row Crop Solutions, originally it was grain storage, but it expanded to include all sorts of different elements of row crop production. But grain storage is probably our number one. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, hemp is currently not eligible for ag enhancement, and that's a very good question. It may in the future. I think it's just still an emerging market, and budget-wise, everything comes down to money, as you well all know. So until our budget increases a lot more, it's going to be difficult to add a lot of new ventures to the program as well. And for any of you horse lovers out there, I happen to come from the Tennessee walking horse world. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, love my horses, but horses are not eligible under ag enhancement either. Now, about the only way that for the horse person is hay storage. If you have acres in production of hay, then you could benefit from it. But horses do not qualify you for the program. But excellent question.
I got a question about the new farmer option for the application A.
Okay. Are you? It's on Zoom. Okay, I was like, where is he? Okay.
So we qualified for the new farmer option this year. We're goat farmers and we're also doing hay storage. So we qualified and received the payment for the hay storage, hay equipment this year. Since we're a new farm, we just moved here in June of last year. Will we still be considered a new farmer for the 2022 October 1st application for next year?
I wish I had the answer to that.
So
we are currently in the process of planning for next year, and there will definitely be probably an opportunity for you as a new farmer. I can pretty much guarantee that, just because That is a pilot program that we have that we hope to grow further and further. And right now, just for clarity, you're approved for hay equipment, probably, because hay equipment and hay storage, I need to know, they rotate.
Yeah.
We added hay equipment in 2019. And because of money, we can't afford to have the hay storage and the hay equipment program at the same time. So they rotate. So for October of 2022, our next application period, hay storage is going to rotate onto that. So
Okay.
I kind of not answered your question, but I answered your question. So,
Yeah.
but more to come on our beginning farmer as the year proceeds. So
Okay.
I kind of got a feeling from the audience that probably the majority of you are interested in producer diversification. Producer diversification, it has these 6 industry sectors: agritourism, fruits and vegetables, honeybee, horticulture, organic, and value-added products. I am going to start at the bottom with value-added products because it's probably the trickiest in the sense that so basically it covers things. For instance, if you are a berry producer and you have an excess of berries that you want to turn into something like jam, then as long as you produce about 80% of those berries on your farm, in other words, you're not off sourcing them, that's where that value-added products sector for processing equipment, things like that would come into play. Probably our number one producer within our value-added products is our farm fresh meats, retail meat that you grow on the farm is probably the number one, because there's a lot of producers that they either sell at a farmer's market and they need the coolers, they may need a refrigerated trailer to haul to the market, or a refrigerated trailer to haul their product from the processor back to the farm. They might need a walk-in cooler. So that's where the value-added products comes into play, but you basically have to produce the majority of the ingredient that's in that product. So you're looking at dairies. We do get into some fiber if you happen to produce fiber from an animal like an alpaca or something like that. So it's not really there for the bakers of the world, just because you probably don't grow all the ingredients that go into your baking thing. But there's like milk, goat milk soap, that type of stuff. Organic, you have to be certified organic in order to be eligible as organic. So that's kind of self-explanatory. Horticulture, we call our horticulture the green industry, the nurseries. Think Warren County, think trees and shrubs and stuff like that. We do cover farm fresh flowers, and sometimes, so farm fresh flowers, I believe they've been putting into either horticulture or sometimes fruits. It really kind of goes more horticulture, but sometimes it comes into play within agritourism if it's a pick your own type of farm fresh flowers. Honeybee. So we have a really good program for honeybees, except for it does have a minimum number of years of being a beekeeper. We do cover things. I heard honey processing house earlier. You have to have a certain minimum number of colonies in order to qualify for a honey processing project. But basically we cover hive expansion is probably the number one thing that people apply for. And we work closely with Mike Studer, who is our state apiarist, in evaluating the honeybee. Fruit and vegetables and horticulture are our 2 biggest programs out of those. And fruits and vegetables covers obviously fruits and vegetables, but we see a lot within mushrooms that become more popular. And then agritourism. So agritourism is anytime you invite the public onto your farm. So when it comes to agritourism, a lot of the projects that are popular are like pavilions, educational pavilions, retail shelters where you can sell your goods. And I always say, just think about if the public comes to your farm, what you need parking lots, you need restrooms. All those kind of public use considerations are important, and that falls under agritourism. And in order to kind of qualify for the agritourism, you do have to offer some on the farm education. It has to be a working farm. In other words, the beautiful farms that just have a venue and hold weddings, but they're really not a working farm, they don't qualify for ag enhancement. So a lot of the agritourism operations that take advantage of ag enhancement are the pick your own, where they may have pumpkin patches or flowers, or they might be, I don't know if you've ever been down to like Lucky Lad Farms where they have a little bit of everything, but you do need to be a working farm. That would most likely not qualify for ag enhancement, mainly because we deal with that individual producer, and it's more what benefits that individual producer and what they produce on the farm, as opposed to a co-op or a regional association group or something like that. But excellent question. So producer diversification is uniquely different within ag enhancement. In other words, application A and application C, there's minimum requirements, which I'll get into, and certain eligibility requirements. And it's basically an application form, and you either meet the requirements or you don't, and it's pretty simplistic. Application B, because there's no way that we can list all the eligible items. Within our booklet, we give a good generality of eligible projects. Typically, most of the projects deal with production. So if it increases production on your farm, it's kind of weighted higher than anything else. Like for instance, horticulture. Horticulture, we're looking for production because marketing's not as important as increasing production. And a lot of times people, I've heard over the years that, oh, I'm not competitive because I'm a smaller farm. And that's not true. So you're judged onto your own operation and what you're doing. And producer diversification, so it requires a narrative proposal along with the application form. And we like for you to research your project and have your project quotes, your budget created, because your allocation is based upon the budget you present. So it requires a little extra work, but the first time you do anything is difficult. And then the next year it becomes easier. So we have an application proposal that like a template that we can send you that has the questions. The questions are pretty basic: who you are, what you do, what do you plan on doing, how that's going to benefit your farm, what are the costs associated with that, how you market yourself. And we do kind of look for you to have at least 3 years activity income in that. So producer diversification has really been servicing beginning farmers for a long time. It's just that the term beginning farmers become a little bit more of a hot topic over the past couple of years. And another thing too is that definitions, everybody's definition is different regarding beginning and whatever, beginning farmer or new farmer, or the definition of what is new, what is beginning. But producer diversification, I can tell you, I've met some really young up and coming producers that they learned about the program. They weren't eligible the first 2 or 3 years, but by that 3rd year, my goodness, and now they're just going gangbusters. So don't feel that you're too small. And a good example that I give is within the horticulture industry. If you're a big nursery and you already have 40 greenhouses and 5 propagation areas, and you apply for 1 more greenhouse, well, that's not going to be super impacting compared to the person that has 1 greenhouse and wants to add another greenhouse, because you're doubling your production by adding that 2nd greenhouse, where the nursery that's more advanced and bigger, that's where we look to more of those sophisticated irrigation, something a little bit bigger that's going to make their whole operation a little bit more efficient in what they do. So don't ever feel that you are not big enough for producer diversification, but we do look at those 3 previous years, mainly because this isn't, and I know I'm being recorded, so I have to be careful. Can't be my normal self. You know, the build it and they will come, the field of dreams. No, this isn't, this is about I am doing as opposed to I will be doing. So you want that little bit of skin in the game where you're getting your hands dirty, you're doing it already. And you're making progress. And we totally understand, we understand agriculture, and not every year is a banner year. And there's, you know, Mother Nature is your silent partner who never shows up to the meeting. So we have a great understanding of that. So I just wanted to get that out there. But the thing about bee is that they are evaluated. They're competitively evaluated by industry sector. So the honeybee people aren't competing against the horticulture people, and the horticulture people don't have to deal with the organics and what have you. So, and we do evaluate those using TDA staff. And I will tell you, we like the fun, good projects. And the number one reason why people are disapproved is probably because they submit an insufficient application. And what I mean by insufficient is they forget their cost quotes. They don't fill out the app, you know, they don't provide enough information to justify approval, or the fact that they are basically a wannabe. They want to do it, but they haven't done anything yet. So they're purely a startup, and we don't fund startups in that sense. So that's just something that's really important to know when looking at producer diversification. And we have a producer diversification coordinator, Grant Pulse, and he is actually having a workshop on developing your producer diversification application workshop. It is April the 6th, which is a Wednesday coming up. The RSVP deadline is April the 1st, and I have some flyers here. And it's going to be held at Green Door Gourmet, and it'll be from 9 to 2, I believe. So that's a good opportunity, especially if you're within the Middle Tennessee area and have the time available to learn more. Just know that Grant and myself are always available to talk to you about your proposed project and whether it's viable for the program and what have you. So we're very customer friendly. And so don't ever hesitate to call us, number one. So, and how's my time? I could be a talker and a half. So application C, we'll skip over. We won't get into details, but commercial poultry producers, obviously every program has requirements. So I'm going to jump into TAP eligibility. So we do have some basic eligibility requirements, which you see up there. The one that's highlighted in red is extremely important, that you must be a resident of the state of Tennessee, residing in Tennessee, and operating a farm located in Tennessee. So when I say you've had to have established your residency in the state of Tennessee. That is so important because this program is, we got states bordering us, and very few states have a program like TAP. And so the fact that you need to be a resident, usually a good way that you know that you're a resident is you have a Tennessee driver's license and a voter card, because this is a state funded program. So we would not be where we're at, and we're so grateful for our legislature and our Governor Lee and all the governors and legislatures that have made this happen since 2005. So the fact that state funding, anybody can own property anywhere, but it's making your home in Tennessee that's so important. And a couple of years ago, we came up with this, a farm operation may be owned and operated by a single individual, multiple individuals, company, corporation, or partnership located in Tennessee, and it may involve the production of multiple ag products and may have multiple locations in Tennessee. But the most important thing is only one person from your farm operation is eligible to apply for TAP. Now, when I say that, you can apply for the A, the B, and the C applications, but a husband and wife, please don't both apply for TAP. Ultimately, producers want higher program maximums. So the more people that we have, the lower those maximums could come. And so really it's something that you certify that you're there, that only one from that operation is participating. So that's one thing we just want to stress. Have you filed a federal IRS Schedule F within the past 2 years? That is an eligibility requirement. And a lot of times I hear where, well, we're not making a lot of money. Well, it's the Schedule F is profit or loss from farming. And trust me, it's probably more advantageous on your taxes to sometimes not make a profit. But anyhow, I am not a tax advisor. Just do it. Do it because it's an eligibility requirement. If you have any questions, concerns, please consult a tax advisor. And when I say Schedule F, we do allow Schedule Cs and Ks if you're more advanced in your partnership, in your business and planning there as well. So we added have an adjusted gross income, AGI less than or equal to 900K last year. So those are the current eligibility requirements. And we're currently working on next year's program. So I really can't speak much to next year's program other than when the application period is going to be. But the number one thing is whenever those booklets come out, you get them and you read them like it's the National Enquirer and it's talking about your favorite stars or something. I don't know. But so every program has, so you have the TAP eligibility requirements and then you have the specific program requirements. And I'm going to give some examples there. So application A, the majority of our people are livestock producers. Probably 85% of my customer, the applicants, are livestock producers. So when this program first came out, in order to kind of give it a little bit more teeth, they wanted like an educational requirement tied to the participation. So cattle producers are the only group besides the swine folks that have to have this educational requirement in order to apply. And that is the BQA, Beef Quality Assurance. And that is required at time of application. And a lot of times people get confused with the master certification, which I'll get into. Master certification deals more with if you're seeking that 50%. But if you're a cattle producer, you have to have a BQA at time of application. And application A, each program will have a minimum number of head or a minimum number of acres in production in order to qualify for the program. And my next slide, I'll kind of show you where to find that within application A. So that's really important. Do you meet the TAP eligibility and do you meet the program that you want to apply for requirements as far as any minimum requirements or educational requirements? So obviously I mentioned earlier, if you're a dairy, you need to be permitted by the state of Tennessee. And then within application B, producer diversification, like I mentioned, the honeybee folks, they have to have a minimum of 5 years experience beekeeping. Horticulture, you have to have your plant certifications. And we work closely with Annie Self over in our CSI department to verify that the plant certifications are in place. And also, like if you're a honeybee person, your hives need to be registered with the state of Tennessee. And so that's where Mike Studer comes into play. And application C, we also have some requirements there with the Tennessee Poultry Association. All right. So on application A, which I know might only, it's the goat and sheep people in the beef cattle guy I have in here. So up at the top, livestock requirements, it's either 30 head of cattle or 50 head of goats and sheep. We allow you to combine the goats and sheep, and they can multiply quickly. So they're kind of promising. And we do have a definition of head of livestock. So it's the maximum number of single type, regardless of sex, at one time during the past 12 months at time of application. So if you're a stocker feeder, you might run 300 cattle at one point during the year, but sell them all off and then you could fall below that 30 head minimum. So it still allows you to participate. And typically I get asked the question, well, how do you verify that? Well, we could ask for you to present receipts on selling the cattle. There are ways to verify your number ahead. Another important thing that I'll cover next is you see that 1,800 maximum reimbursement. Each program has its own program maximum, and that's the actual amount of cost share that you're eligible for the various programs. So that's important and comes into play. So one of the top questions I get is, you know, what's in it for me? You know, show me the money type of question. So each program has a reimbursement maximum, like I showed. It's often referred to as the program maximum. So that the amount of the payment is based upon a cost share percentage, either 35% or 50% of actual expenses incurred for eligible program items up to the program maximum. So I'm going to use simple math for everybody. Let's say that livestock was 1,800. We were able to increase it to 2,000. So if you're approved for livestock equipment this year and you have an eligible master certification, which gives you 50%, if you spent 4,000, you get the 2,000. Also, if you spent, you know, 7,000 and you didn't have the master, you didn't have the 50%, you can max out at 35% and still get that program maximum. So everybody's eligible for 35% with the exception of the herd health example that I gave where it's per head, or the beginning farmer option was something new and unique to ag enhancement. And basically, if you're approved as a beginning farmer on TAP for the 2022-2023 year, your only option is 50%, but you have to complete an educational requirement in order to get that 50%. So for the beginning farmer option, and that was only available within application A, you either had to complete the UT farming fundamentals or the TSU New Farmer Academy. So for those beginning farmers, we basically said, okay, you're going to have an educational requirement. There is no option not to have one, and you will get reimbursed at 50%. And now I'm going to go quickly. And how am I doing for time? Greer, my friend back there, is going to follow me, so I'm trying to be quick. So eligible master courses, we work closely with Extension, and we have a lot of eligible master courses, and we have this handy dandy little flyer out on the website that gives application A, B, and C, and it gives every program and shows the eligible masters within it. So it's a great resource to go look at. Here, obviously, there's a lot within application A, a lot of different masters that are eligible. Application B is a little bit more unique when it comes to the master courses because we have eligible master courses and then we have a special requirements list. And I also wanted to let everybody know that it's strongly being recommended and being considered to add the New Farmer Academy certification as an eligible special requirement for producer diversification. I will tell you in the past, we have accepted it on a case-by-case situation. We have one berry producer down in Lewisburg. He was the first one that we allowed for that. So that's something that'll change for producer diversification. So if you complete this course, it's very similar to what you see for these master courses. So it could be definitely benefiting you down the line when it comes to TAP. And then application C, the poultry, we didn't have masters, but now we have 3 masters for them. So that's really grown. So master certification eligibility. So there's kind of a shelf life. First of all, education does not expire, but the shelf life might expire for ag enhancement eligibility. So basically, we base it on the year that the certificate was earned. So basically, the certificates have about a 3 to 4 year, depending upon how you time it. And an important thing to remember about any kind of certification, whether it's a special requirement or a master certification or the new TSU New Farmer Academy, is that that certification has to be in the name of the applicant. So if you're a husband-wife team and one of you tends to like the educational courses more than the other, then if you're the one getting the educational courses, be the one applying so that everything's matchy as far as the name. So that's pretty important consideration. So purchase timeline is another important aspect. And this presentation is probably different than any other TAP presentation you might have seen, because I just get into the basics. The important stuff, what to know, is when you can make your purchases, because ag enhancement annual application period is October 1st through the 7th. So the first day of that application kicks off the time period in which you can make your purchases. So you would have from October 1st to whatever your program deadline is. And that's extremely important, especially nowadays due to supply chain issues and everything that's going on in our world. Or you might need that hay storage, you need to build it, and you need to build it as soon as possible. So you could actually build it as long as you build it to our, within our program requirements. You could get it built in the first week in October and then apply, and it would be eligible for cost share if you're approved. Majority of our application A people are approved unless they don't meet our eligibility requirements or our educational requirements. So it's pretty much a safe bet as long as you pay attention to your certifications and your number ahead and everything like that. So that's something important to know. And also be aware of what your program deadline is. The majority of our programs have an August 1st deadline, but livestock equipment has an April 1st and genetics has a June 1st. And another important thing about ag enhancement is we are cost share reimbursement. So that means you need to obtain a receipt and you need to hold on to that receipt. On that receipt, obviously you need the date, who you purchased it for, what you purchased, the amount, everything like that, but it needs to be a receipt, not a order, like I've ordered it for you, but you haven't purchased it type of thing. And kind of what works best when I try to explain it to folks is think about it at this stage as being a rebate program. And all rebate programs have that allowable time frame in which you must make the purchase, and they have that you can only purchase these things, or the rebate's only eligible for these things. So that's where knowing your program, knowing what your what's eligible within that program is very important, but keeping your records. I love records. I love organizing. So I always recommend people make a TAP folder, keep it next to your taxes, because this money there is no such thing as free money. It's taxable. So like Trevor indicated, those 1099Gs will happen for anything reimbursed over $600. All right, reimbursement requests. So the way it works is you apply in October, you find out if you're approved by mid-December. Typically what comes is an approval letter. Unless it's producer diversification, then you get everything in one big package, hopefully. Hopefully you don't get a letter, because the letters are the disapproval letters. Hopefully you want one of the big reimbursement packets. And then for all other programs, the reimbursement packets come in the mail in January, and you cannot submit a reimbursement request without a packet, because the packet has all the approval documents in it. It also has instructions. So that's just really important to know. Always look over those reimbursement instructions as well, and pay attention to your approval information, because those maximums could increase, or there could be something in those reimbursement instructions that was different than the booklet, because the reimbursement instructions always supersede whatever's in the booklet, because the booklets are printed in early August for distribution in mid-August. So those reimbursement instructions can be quite handy. So like I mentioned, the annual application period is October 1st through the 7th. Our materials are typically available around mid-August. They're posted on our website. We distribute them throughout the state to different UT, TSU extension offices, farm supply stores. You can always call us and we can send some to you as well. Very important that the applicant must apply within the application period. Sounds kind of obvious, but I have that there to just remind you, anything tied to money, always try to have proof that when you mailed it and a backup copy. That is just two of the best tips of advice I can get you, not only for ag enhancement, but life in general, if it's tied to money, those two things. So let's say you submitted a producer diversification application and so did your buddy, and your buddy gets notification that he's been approved for TAP, and you call us and say, well, what about my application? And I go, well, I'm so sorry, I can't find that you submitted an application. That's when you have the proof that you mailed it within the allowable time frame. So normally we tell people to send it using return receipt requested, something like that. Just something that you can track it and that shows that you mailed it. And then if you have a copy of what you mailed, then we can work with you. We only have an online application for application A right now. But even with those online applications, we had a little, I talked to quite a few people that they didn't quite put the bow on the package when applying online. Like they hit submit and they thought they were finished, and they didn't realize they didn't fill out all the steps, and they never checked to see if they got that email confirmation. So if it is an electronic application, make sure, it's kind of like if you order that item you've been wanting, you want to make sure you get that confirmation email that your order's been received. Okay, mine. Okay, I can talk. Oh, okay. Most important thing, please read. If we could figure out how to get people to read and communicate, always communicate, trust but verify. This program's been around for 16 years. I have to refer to the booklet on every other phone call, typically, because it's floating around. We have a calendar that is going to be posted on the website. Don't worry about it. Questions, you just call us. Every program has its own individual proxy. There is handouts around, and I work in the Holman building, which is right over there. TAP staffs, typically, we work in the office more than we work out of the office. So phone calls, or if you're ever on campus, you're always welcome to stop by. And just thank you for your time. And I just applaud you all. You guys have awesome questions, but they probably won't allow any questions because I talk too much. But did I miss something big? Look at this. Well, swine has, so we have very few swine producers participate in this program, just because there isn't a lot that they really need. But in order to, swine has to have a PQA, a pork quality, pork. Yeah, but that's not even listed really in the booklet. So now here is one of my favorite former coworkers. I'm going to stay and heckle her.
You can keep asking her questions
Yeah,
while
there we
I
go.
get loaded.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes. Too many people have been touching my computer.
And there's these handouts. This is what our little applications look like, and they all look kind of the same.
Okay.
But you guys are going to have to be tech savvy. That's the way.
I only know how to get there.
So, go to our website. Most of this information is there, and we hope in the future have more online capabilities. Right now, they're working on moving us onto a new platform just in general. So, and we're still on Internet Explorer, so if that tells you anything, but we're going to be getting big time here coming up. But I am so proud of you for participating in this awesome opportunity.
Stan. I appreciate it.
That's important.
Okay.
I'll see you in a minute, Jan, if you're still over there.
Okay, while Greer is getting ready, appreciate your patience today with all of our. It's always hard to do a hybrid program. We're live and then we've got people on with you also. But make sure that you do pick up the handouts. There are more handouts from the Center for Profitable Agriculture on that table there. So I think copies of that, or I'll touch on that. And next month, I think I got it. When I set out the schedules, we've got April and May backwards. So actually, April 20th. The first. Thursday. No. April 18th is a Monday. There were 2 Mays. Yes. Yes. So,
Good, how are you?
one of the Mays is actually in April. Okay. I will get it straightened out. Our next meeting, our meeting in April is going to be where we go over ag safety, agriculture, irrigation, business management, and then we're going to have a field trip. There is a little farm just right down the road from here called Cultivate. And so finance is supposed to be putting together equipment. And so we're gonna go down there, we're gonna look, we're gonna look at tractors, we're gonna look up how to hook up a tractor to a shop. We're gonna just learn some of those simple things that a lot of us need to know and have never done before. So just wanted to let you know what's going on in April. I will be emailing constantly. Okay, you can't. So the emails is my main form of communication. And so be sure to check your emails for updates on the New Farmers Academy. I'll get the schedule from dates on the schedule straight out. But be prepared. Next time we will be the field work. So congrats for it. Wear your shoes. You'll notice it's going to be cold or hot that day. So next meeting we will have a field trip action. Go ahead, my career.
How do I make it go up there?
So you're on here. Still plugged in, aren't we?
Should be.
Did you get? Yeah, you got this. I'm gonna quit and do all. Just left me. I don't know why it's not sharing.
I mean, I can shop it out.
Switched in my eyes, still connected.
Angry.
Okay, I guess I made it angry. I can't. Okay, apologize again. These hybrid things. Somebody online, can you tell me if you can see the presentation online?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, because we can't see it here. Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Can't see it here. That's all I had to do earlier. Just how it goes. Now it's back to. Okay, for those online or for those here in person, we're going to hear her talk. Can't. It's gone backwards on me this time. That's all right. Okay, and Greer is going to talk to us about programs for women in agriculture. Which I think it's going to be a big push.
Well, and hi, everyone. You're fine. That's all right. We'll make do, right? I'm sure everyone's head is like completely full and overwhelmed by PowerPoint anyways. So you can just listen to me talk. Hello, everyone. My name is Greer Gill. Do you want to work on it, Finance? Do you want to work in this at all? Nah. You can try and I'll stand over here. I am with the Farm Service Agency, and earlier you all heard from my coworker, Holly Harper, about all of our loan programs. And hopefully she explained that really, really well. I was not here, but I have full faith that she did that. And I am the outreach coordinator for the state, so I cover the whole state. And I am also our beginning farmer representative for the state. So if any of you have any questions as a beginning farmer for FSA, I really encourage you to reach out to me, and I'll give you my email at the end of the, I think I have it in here. If I don't, I'll tell it to you out loud, like we're doing everything. And you can't see my presentation, but it does talk about opportunities in the USDA. And you also heard from Trevor earlier, who was with NRCS. Very typically, wherever you find NRCS, you also find FSA. We are in the same service centers, and we have 59 service centers across the state. So if there's not one in your specific county, there's probably one within a county or two of you. And the best thing to do is to call them and to set up an appointment to go in and actually meet with your local county executive director. That's who handles our programs. And then, as Holly was probably telling you earlier, we also have loan officers who handle our loan programs. So that's the best people for you to meet with on the county level. And then, as we also discussed, getting to know your district conservationists with NRCS, and you know, just rallying your whole team around you. So I'm trying to remember everything that's in my presentation. One thing yes, sir. I work out of the state office here in Nashville, but if you can look up on farmers.gov your local office and see who your contact is over there for your county executive director. But you can also contact me. That's totally fine. I'll get you in contact with both of those. So one thing, we're talking about opportunities for women, but really it's opportunities for any beginning farmer in the USDA, is to not only get involved with our programs themselves, but also get involved with our county. I just blanked, so sorry, I don't have my reading materials. With our county committees, county committees. All of our programs, we have cost share programs like Jan was talking about right before me, that we also do cost shares, or we do subsidies for farmers. And all of our program applications go through a county committee. And so if you are looking to get involved in your local county, we hold elections every year. You can run, you can be on that county committee, and you can be the person helping to make the decisions for farmers in your area to get money. You will look at the eligibility for the programs. You will see, you'll look through the handbook and say, this farmer has done X, Y, and Z, and so they are able to get money because of that. And we do that because we want farmers to have a voice in what their neighbors are doing. We absolutely want, we don't want it to just be, we're the government and we're here to help you. We want it to be like neighbors and people who are getting involved and actually serving on those county committees. So like I said, it's once a year elections, and we are always looking for people to get involved, because as you can imagine, with such a low amount of farmers available, you get the same folks serving over and over and over again. And the benefit of that is that they know it like the back of their hand, but we also kind of wear people out when we do that. So we always love to have people who are excited about farming, who are looking to get involved in our county committees. Very similarly, NRCS has the Soil Conservation District, and that is something that you can also serve in. They do like educational dinners. You can get involved in also things that they do on a county level as far as their cost shares and everything go. And really, it's just about if you want to get involved and actually, make a difference for the folks and see what's going on the inside as far as eligibility goes, and as far as learning the ins and outs of what these programs are. The best way to do that is to just get in there. One of my favorite quotes, has anyone watched The West Wing? It's kind of an old show, but it's one of my favorites. And they say, how could you ever believe that a group of concerned citizens could actually change the world? And the answer is because that's the only thing that ever has. So, getting involved in your local USDA is a way to actually make those changes. I will also note that appeals go in front of our county committees. So if a farmer has an issue and they believe that they should have gotten money that they did not get, or didn't get a full amount, then the first line is for an appeal to go in front of the county committee. Then if it does not go through the county committee, it can go up to our state committee, and then eventually up to our national office. But that is a real way to make a difference in your community there, in your farming community. Trying to think what else I had in there.
Okay, well, you are still. Presentation is still here. If you want to zip through it, they just can't see it.
They just can't see it. That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to talk about getting started. I jumped all the way into county committees, but let's get started first. So to get started with USDA, like I said, the best thing is to visit your local county office. And things that you want to bring to your first visit to get your farm registered is you want to bring proof of identity. And so that's your driver's license, your social security card, anything like that, passport. And then you also want to bring a copy of your recorded deed, your survey plat, any kind of lease or rental agreement you have on your land. Because what we're going to do is we're going to look up your property and we're going to map it out. Every year we have our farmers put in a crop report. And so we use those maps to see what crops you're putting in what fields. And that will help us to determine what you can actually subsidize crop wise. And so we do have to map out your land. And one thing that we do is aerial mapping. Now we get to do it by drone and all the fancy things, but back in the day, we just, had people up in a airplane with a camera hanging out. So we do need proof though that you either own the land or that you have an agreement with the owner of the land, so that we can bring those maps up and start mapping out your land. And then we'll also need any information about any kind of entity you are, if you are like an LLC, if you're in a trust or anything like that. If you have any documents like that, you will need to bring that into us so we can have that on file. And same thing, if you are someone who leases out or rents out land, you will need to help provide anyone who's working that land the documents that they will need in order to go into FSA. So that is what you will need on your first visit. And if you are getting a loan and you don't have land yet, obviously, that's all right. You can still chat with us. We like talking to people. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. There is none whatsoever. Sometimes we do have an application fee. So if certain programs, you do have to pay to submit the application. But just to get started and to establish your farm, there is no fee whatsoever. And that fee only applies to certain programs. Okay, so after you bring in all that documentation, what we do in FSA is we enroll your farm in the database and we give you a farm number. And it's called a farm serial number, FSN. And then we also get you signed up so that you will receive program notifications. So I know no one likes getting emails, but it's actually good to, learn about deadlines and things like that. And we also, trying to think if there's anything else we do. We'll go over with you what programs and everything you would be applicable for. Actually, we won't. So one thing in FSA, and I don't know if Holly talked about this, we have targeted groups who we put aside money for. So how we handle beginning farmers, women farmers, veteran farmers, anyone in kind of a targeted group is we don't change any eligibility. That's something that we kind of have a misunderstanding about sometimes. People think like, oh, if I'm a beginning farmer, I don't have to have the same eligibility as someone who has been established longer. You still have the same eligibility, but what we do is we put aside a whole pot of money that is just specifically for beginning farmers, veteran farmers, women farmers, minority farmers. And what that does is it takes you out of competition with people who are more established. And so we have that special pot of money off to the side. You still have to meet all the eligibilities, but there is protected money there that is just for you. So that is a real benefit through USDA. But I do like to explain that just because sometimes people think like, oh, it's a grant, or, oh, I don't have to meet X, Y, and Z eligibility. That is not true. And we unfortunately don't have any grants, but it is a separate pot of money. But that's good. Congress said it has to be separate. Okay, so we talked about Holly talked about the loans that we offer, the farm programs that we offer disaster programs. As you all know, we have had a lot of disasters lately. It seems like an inordinate amount, but we have had quite a few disasters. So like when the flood happened in Waverly, we actually were able to provide emergency loans to farmers who were affected by that. When the tornadoes hit out in West Tennessee in Weakley County, we were able to provide emergency loans, and we were also able to help with livestock losses because there were several livestock lost in that. So we do have disaster programs available, and how that works is we have to wait for the Secretary of Agriculture or the President to declare the disaster afterwards. That's why you will see, the governor and people like that visiting the site of disasters. They are trying to appeal to get a disaster declaration. So we have to wait for that disaster declaration, but as soon as that is triggered, then we can start giving out assistance based on that. And I was talking to you about the county committee. The county committees are also integral in saying, here is the proof that we need a disaster declaration. And they're typically very involved in their communities. They talk to people and they can say, here is the impact. So-and-so lost 10 cows. So-and-so had all of their fences wiped out. And then we can use that data to go in and say, we need a disaster declaration and we need to go in there with programs to help farmers. One really great example of disaster assistance that we just had was the coronavirus food assistance program. And it helped farmers who were impacted by coronavirus. And if you'll remember, there was a time when we had a real struggle getting food to grocery stores. It was a supply chain issue. So any farmers who had any losses based off that, we came back in and gave them help because that wasn't their fault, right? It was not a farmer's fault that he could not get his food to market. So we actually gave out, I want to say it was something in the range of $20 million here in Tennessee. So that's a huge economic impact, especially for farmers, because they, as you know, struggle with money, as we all do. Another kind of program we have is conservation programs. So we have several different types of conservation programs available. NRCS handles most of the conservation programs, but we have in partnership with them several programs that can help you put your land into easements, which is just kind of a protected situation where, you know, you don't work the land in order for a subsidy from us. And do you have a question back there? Sorry, I thought you were raising your hand. And other conservations we have, conservation programs we have, protect forest land, and trying to think if there's anything else. Those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. We also have safety net and risk management programs, and those are the programs that you hear about as like subsidies. And so like if you were someone who was a dairyman or dairy woman, and you had you weren't making as much as you need off your milk, we come in there and subsidize that milk price. Because I don't know if you've noticed, the price of a gallon of milk has not risen drastically, but the inputs for the farmer have. And so we do come in there and subsidize that amount for the farmers. So that's just the types of programs we have. Those are redone every 4 years in the Farm Bill. And again, our county committees help determine these programs and help implement them along with our staff. And so that's why I encourage you to get involved. Oh, another program I really want to mention to this group specifically. I know a lot of beginning farmers get involved with organics, and we do have an organic cost share program. It is something where you apply, you pay upfront, but then on the back end, we will reimburse you 50% of the cost of becoming organic. And that is every single year. So you apply every year and we will pay 50% of that price. And I will say Tennessee, we have a lot of folks who are doing organic practices, but we don't have that many who are actually certified. And we would very much like to change that. And TSU is an excellent partner when it comes to organics. Dr. Nandwani actually serves on our USDA National Committee for Organics. And so if you have any questions, he's one of the best people in the world to talk to. But we are very interested in getting more people certified to be organic and participating in our cost share for that. Okay, so we talked about the county office committees. Another way to get involved, not with FSA itself, but with other grant programs through like rural development and NRCS, is we do have grant review committees, and we always need farmers to serve on those. So that is something that you can get involved in. And then we are also rolling out very soon urban county committees. So right now, most of our county committees serve in rural areas, but we are looking to get urban county committees established so that we can start having more urban agriculture participation in the USDA. And that is something that Secretary Vilsack is very interested in implementing. So I think, yes. So we are actually, there's going to be an urban agriculture advisory committee that is going to help establish those parameters and things like that. But really what we're looking at is things like vertical gardening, community gardens. I don't think it would be like a farmer's market itself, because that's the farmers all coming together. But if there are any farmers in a farmer's market who are doing any kind of urban agriculture, community gardens, things like that, really it's more of your micro gardens, because we're recognizing that so many more people are interested in doing small scale, and we don't want to, USDA, kind of the perception in the past has been gardeners, hobby farmers, things like that have felt excluded. And that is not how we want to continue going forward. We want to have everyone involved. I think Carla said you're going to get to go down to cultivate on one of these things down here at the bottom of the hill. That is on maybe an acre, definitely less than an acre, but by every definition, it is a farm. It is doing so much and is producing so much. So if there is anyone who is feeding folks in an urban environment, that's going to fall under that. So do you have a follow-up question?
Federal, and then where is it taxpayers that's actually paying for all of this?
Yes, so it comes from the Farm Bill, and that is enacted by Congress every 4 years. And it is taxpayer money for all of our USDA programs. And that is why we are so incredibly particular about it. That is why, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to be stewards of tax money. And so when it comes to that, that's why we have the county office committees. That's why we have eligibility standards. Because essentially, if we're going to make a bet on you, it's got to be a really good bet because it is taxpayer money and we don't want it to be something that we are, you know, not making a good bet on someone. So that would go back to Congress to decide if we ever had anything that was, oh, I haven't heard of many times that there have been an overage. Most of the time we're going back to Congress and asking for more money to go back to farmers. And we're asking to extend deadlines or extend eligibility so that we can include more farmers in it. Mhm. You mean like the urban agriculture, like push? Mhm. Mhm.
So have you all, or has someone ever thought that every county should actually have something set up that all the land is used up for building?
I would not say it is a land issue. No, ma'am. I would say it is actually a warm bodies issue. I'm sure you've talked about this before, but the average age of a farmer is in the late 50s. And the amount of farmers is 2% of the population. And so we have land aplenty, but that land has to be worked by someone. It has to be worked by a warm body, you know, tilling the soil, doing the things like that. So this beginning farmer initiative is, we recognize that you cannot just, you know, I'll tell you, my family personally owns a farm. I am not personally equipped to go out there tomorrow and start working it. We recognize people have to start somewhere and then they have to grow slowly and at their own pace. And so, you know, if people live downtown, they have a job downtown, start where you are, and then maybe eventually you can grow and actually get to a larger farm, you know, do incremental growth. But no, I would not say we have lots of land in the United States, but we have a dearth of folks. Not everyone is like the people in this room who want to get into farming. A lot of people think it's pretty hard work. And it is, but they don't think it sounds great. These are great questions. Thank you so much for asking questions, and I welcome any and all questions. Thank you all so much. I'm going to go through here real quick and see if there's anything else. I think I mentioned almost everything, except for I did want to mention that we have a partnership with a group called SCORE, and they review business plans and they go through and help you figure out a business plan. So I just wanted to mention them real quick, that is someone who you can reach out to if you have any questions. But also you're involved in TSU's New Beginning Farmer Academy, so you have these resources already. And it's wonderful that you all are involved in this program. Okay. I did have one other thing that I wanted to mention. I forgot about this slide. Two more things I want to mention, actually. Let's not forget one of them. Getting involved, as I've talked about, like with FSA and our county committees and things like that is great, but getting involved in the ag community as a whole is an incredible thing to do. And you guys are already taking the first best step, which is getting involved in this program. You're already involved with TSU Extension, but I would also encourage you to get involved with UT Extension. You heard from Troy Duggar earlier. I would also encourage you to get involved with Farm Bureau. There are many Farm Bureau, I think every county, right, has a Farm Bureau, local Farm Bureau. There's Farm Bureau Women. And then I would definitely recommend that for anyone who's involved, like has questions about congressional issues, because they are very involved with lobbying Congress. And it is a grassroots effort from Farm Bureau. I don't know if I'm supposed to plug them this hard, but I am. If you are under 35, you can get involved with Farm Bureau Young Farmers and Ranchers. And that is a great program where you can learn the ins and outs. There's also the National Young Farmer Coalition. That is a program that is, I think, developing here in Tennessee. I'm not sure if they have chartered yet, but they are growing. TDA, where we are today, one of the best groups of people for you to get involved with, not least because they provide a lot of licensure. So that's pretty important. But they also provide a lot of free help. There's a whole marketing department over there. So if you need any information about branding yourself or trying to think what else they have the grant program that Jan talked about. And that's the other thing I want to talk about. Jan, right before me, was talking about TAP. I wanted to mention that if you do not have enough money for the cost share up front, you can apply for an FSA loan to get the cost share. It's a lot of, you're going to be handing back and forth federal money and state money, but if you can handle that juggle, we actually appreciate if you do that, because if we know that you are going to be getting state money, we are more likely to give you a federal loan. So, you know, that makes you look like a really good bet for us. Yes, sir. I could not hear you. I'm sorry. There's SCORE would be a group for getting mentorship about like creating a business plan and things like that. I would say if you need help with paperwork for a federal position, I would say just come into our office. We are required to sit down and help anyone with any paperwork. I'm probably supposed to be talking to a microphone right now, aren't I? So we encourage you, please come into the office if you have any issues with paperwork. We will help you fill it out. And then, of course, my first and best line of defense at all times is TSU or UT Extension, because whether they fully understand it, they will always find the answer. And that's the best thing. Another thing, do we have any veterans in this group? Okay, thank you so much for your service. First of all, I would also like to mention that Tennessee just chartered a chapter of the Tennessee Farmer Veteran Coalition. And that is a great program, and we are looking to expand that chapter. And I will mention they do have grants available. We don't have grants, but they do. And they give out a couple of tractors every year, and they also give out, I think, a grain bin, and they give out $500 gift cards to Tractor Supply Company. So the Farmer Veteran Coalition. Is that of Tennessee? Yes. There's a National Farmer Veteran Coalition, and then Tennessee just got a chapter. And then also there is Tennessee Women in Agriculture. And they are a group that is expanding urban agriculture and expanding agriculture for minority women. And so that is a fantastic program. And again, there's a national chapter, but then Tennessee has a really excellent chapter based out of Knoxville. I think I've plugged a lot of people. But I highly encourage you to get involved. And I think the best thing about agriculture as a whole is you're not going to find too many people who are too snarky or too mean. Almost everyone wants to bring you into the fold and wants you to be a farmer and wants to see you succeed. So I'm going to give you my contact information and then I'll get you real quick. My name is Greer, rhymes with beer, G-R-E-E-R, Gill, G-I-L-L. And my email is Greer, G-R-E-E-R .gill, G-I-L-L @usda.gov. Don't do com. And I will actually, if you email me, I will send you too much information. That's what I promise you. You had a question, ma'am. Okay, branding is just that building right over there, Holman Building. What are you getting involved in? Yes, absolutely. Casey is who you'll get involved with over there, and I'll look up her contact information. Yes. And then also, I would say there's the Tennessee Farmers Market Association, and there's also the Agritourism Association, and they do a lot of help with branding. Does anyone else have any questions? You had so many good questions, and I appreciate you all so much. I'm also still not talking in this microphone. Okay, I think I'm done then. Thank you all so much. Thank you for staying.
Thank you, Greer. Wow. I hope you all come back in April. A lot of information. But now do you see how your tax dollars are working? I mean, a lot of times you don't think about it. And just talk a little bit about New Farm Academy. The lady right here was asking a question about, you know, how all this stuff came about. And one of the reasons why we started New Farm Academy, because we have been an county agent, we started getting a lot of calls about people moving into different counties. People that calling saying, hey, I got 5 acres, I have 2 acres, I want to, you know, start farming. And lo and behold, Tennessee New Farm Academy was born. And like I say, we graduated over 450. I call them future farmers. Last year we graduated 82. This year we're probably around close to 60. My East Tennessee group, we have 45. We've cut them off. We got a waiting list of about 20 for 2023 already. So we're here for you.